This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
2 weeks of cricket have come down to this. It's finals day here in Hornchurch, and we've got 4 sides left. The host team, Hornchurch CC, who've been on an incredible run, I'll be hoping to cap it off with a crown. The mighty Tigers, who are undefeated so far this series, I'll be looking to cap it off in perfect style. The old Brentwoods, who have a stacked top order, an absolutely formidable batting lineup. They will want to crown what has been an incredible campaign. And then the Sharks Cricket Academy, they are on a Cinderella run, causing a seismic upset during yesterday's quarterfinals. Oh, how great would it be for them to go all the way and lift it all. There's one big question on our minds today, and that is who will win this year's European Cricket Series here in Hornchurch. Stick around and find out, because live action is up next. Our first semi-final is between the Old Brentwoods and the Mighty Tigers. Let's head out to the coin toss, where you'll be joined by match referee Tyrone Peters, who's alongside both the captains.
The Old Brentwoods to call.
Tails.
Tails is the call. And it is a tails.
You'll have a ball.
They're going to have a bowl first.
Well, thank you very much for that update to match referee Tyrone Peters. Both these sides are incredibly talented and blessed with very strong batting lineup. The Old Brentwoods might have the strongest top four in this ECS, and the only losses they've had so far this series have come against the East Londoners, who aren't in this tournament anymore. So the Old Brentwoods will certainly fancy their chances to go all the way. Meanwhile, their opponents, the Mighty Tigers, they've hardly been tested so far this series. They've barely broken a sweat. They've swept aside all their opposition, but today is their biggest test just yet, going up against some very strong sides. I can't wait for this day of cricket, and without further ado, let's head back to the commentary box, where you'll be joined by Tina Goff.
Thank you very much, Nish, and a warm welcome to finals day. It's Peacock Friday, and the sun is absolutely baking here in London. Looking forward to 4 big games, of course, starting with the 2 semi-finals, then the 3rd, 4th place playoff, and of course, rounding out the day is the big finals day. But let's see how the 4 sides in the contention today got here. Well, first, there's a big upset as the Sharks mauled the East Londoners. Of course, East Londoners coming in on an unbeaten streak, 8 games, 8 wins. The Sharks sprung a real surprise and actually won with relative ease, chasing down the 1-3-1 for victory with still 6 balls to spare. Shahbaz Mir, he put in a great shift for the Sharks, 56 off just 21 deliveries. Second quarter final then between Raynham and Old Brentwoods. We thought this might actually be a bit more of a balanced game, but Mervyn Westfield, Pratik Balaraud, Asad Sajjad picked up wickets, which restricted Raynham to just 95 off their 10 overs. And really, it was one-way traffic in response. Old Brentwoods chasing down the par score, below par score really, in less than 7 overs. Of course, if that was a group stage game, they would have picked up a bonus point, but Old Brentwoods, they were just happy to cruise through to the semi-final. Then we went into the 3rd quarter final again. It was an underdog story, but this time the Tigers showed us their raw. CFS Pinnacle Pro certainly going into this one with not too many hopes on their shoulders. They only got to 90 thanks to Gurveer Saini's fifer, the first bowling Hall of Fame entrant of this series. In response, the Mighty Tigers didn't even need half of their allocation to chase down the total, winning in the end by 10 wickets thanks to Omar Akram scoring 71 not out. Final quarter-final, this was the big one, the one that the home fans were all waiting for, as Gagan faced up against Hornchurch, and Gagan put on 149. It was a really good fight back actually, led by Mihir Agarwal. He scored 57 off 19. They lost in the middle order, 5 wickets for just 14 runs, but it was good pushback despite the carnage reaped by Jalpesh Vijay and Adil Malik through the middle and Mark Whitlock at the end. But it was a brilliant performance with the bat that allowed Hornchurch to hunt down that total and, of course, book their place in their home finals day. But before we see Hornchurch later on this morning, we have the Mighty Tigers against the Old Brentwoods. Mighty Tigers, of course, still unbeaten in this series. They had 2 washouts, but otherwise have won every single game. Big news for them as well is that Shawant Chowdhury, the centurion and a half, 150 not out, he scored in game 3. He's back into the side, as is Abid Nawaz. As for the Old Brentwoods, Tanvir Sikandar comes in for his debut. Big time to make your debut. And good news for them is Mahib Burki as well comes back into the side. Someone who's been useful with both bat and ball for OBs. Unsurprisingly though, the Mighty Tigers, having yet to lose a game, going into this one slight favourites. I do think OBs will put up an absolute tough opposition. They have lost a few games, but actually the only 2 they lost were against the East Londoners, who, well, they didn't exactly show us their best side yesterday morning as they departed at the quarter-final stage. Of course, the Sharks Cricket Academy getting the better of them. We will see them in the second semi-final between themselves and Hornchurch. And as Nish said, the news from the toss, the OBs have won it and decided to field. So the captain, Baba Chowdhury, will lead his side out there into the field, and it's certainly heating up here. It's just before 10 a.m. local time. We did have a slight delay on the game because of issues with getting to the ground. But we're looking like we're ready to go here. Just about 21 degrees. Certainly feels a lot warmer in the tent, and getting up to about 27 degrees. There were a few scattered thunderstorms predicted, but in the end it's cleared and it's going to be a beautiful day. Take a look at some of the stats so far, and big one is that we've just ticked over to exactly 400 wickets, over 1,000 maximos as well with that run rate. 156 then the average score, and that's slowly being inched up and up as well as we've gone through this series with the maximo rate well over 13. And looking like we're going to get over 12,500 runs as well by the end of finals day today. So it's been a real high-scoring, thrilling tournament so far. And with the remaining 4 games, I don't expect that to be any different. And there you are. There is the schedule for today. Mighty Tigers against the Old Brentwoods. Just a 15-minute delay on that. Hornchurch Sharks Cricket Academy will be following this game before we go to the bronze final and the big final this afternoon at 15:45 GMT, early evening over in India, as the Old Brentwoods make their way out onto the field in their familiar blue and white kit. It'll be interesting to see who's opening up for the Mighty Tigers. They've got such batting firepower. They've got the likes of Omar Akram, Gurveer Saini, and even Shawan Chowdhury. He didn't play yesterday. It'd be interesting to see if he comes straight back into the side to the top of the order. He's already notched 3 50-plus scores this series. Of course, one of them was a big 150 not out off just 40 deliveries way back in game 3. They beat Marquardt by 117 runs. Remember, the Mighty Tigers actually went in their first 4 games. They went through without dropping a single point. It was a bonus point victory on every single occasion. Bonus points, of course, not on offer today, but an even bigger prize is, and that's a route to the final, and of course ultimately lifting that glorious ECS trophy. As for the OBs, they've shown strength with both the bat and ball, been able to change around the batting order quite a few times because they have put themselves in quite commanding positions thanks to their bowling, the likes of Mervyn Westfield, Shahbaz Khan, and Mahib Burki as well. He'll be a good addition back into the side for the OBs, having picked up a 3-for in the group stages. Of course, watch out for Alan Jones at the top of the OBs batting order. He's experienced the highs and lows of European cricket. He got 160 not out off just 40 deliveries towards the latter stages of Group B. But then, of course, very next game, he was out very first ball. So you never know what this wild format is going to throw up. But I'm looking forward to this game. And of course, looking forward to finals day, with surely the crowd growing and growing as the day goes on. Hornchurch, of course, guaranteed 2 games today, as are every single team. The losers go into the 3rd, 4th place playoff, but everyone has their eyes on the big prize. And we go into the first ball, then it will be Shahbaz Khan to open up the bowling for OBs, with Omar Akram and Shawan Chowdhury back into the side, and straight out there in the middle, number 2 for the Mighty Tigers. There's a walk down the pitch straight up. There's calls of catch it. There is a man out there. This is a big moment early on in the semi-final, and it's juggled and caught in front of the pavilion. The Old Brentwoods get off to the ideal start. Omar Akram goes for a big swing, just manages to get a slice on it, and it falls into the hands of the fielder out there in the deep. It was a big pressure catch as the ball whistled up against this blue London sky. You can see Omar Akram going for the big aggressive shot. Settles underneath it, does Tanwir Sikandar, and in his very first ball of his European cricket career, he settles under the catch and takes it. So what a start that is for the OBs. What a start for the debutant Tanwir Sikandar, and of course Shahbaz Khan, who picks up a wicket with his very first delivery of this semi-final. And OBs going into this one, I'm sure, as slight underdogs, have got off to the dream start. Osama Ilyas has been boosted up the order here for the mighty Tigers. He'll be coming in at 3. The pressure immediately on the batting side here. Remember, it was only the openers that were required to bat yesterday for the mighty Tigers. They didn't lose a single wicket in their chase of CFS Pinnacle Pro's 90 runs. But already here, under the pump, pressure's on mighty Tigers. Can they roar back? Shahbaz Khan going around the wicket to the left-handed Osama Ilyas. Shawan Chowdhury yet to face a ball at the non-striker's end. He again, though, will be a key wicket if OBs want to keep this mighty Tigers side at bay. Good lines being bowled by Shahbaz Khan. Osama Ilyas' first 2 deliveries has really just swung from the hip. Just needs to settle down here. That is going to be the first runs, and it will be a big maximo off the bat of Osama Ilyas. This time just bowled slightly more into his hitting arc by Shahbaz Khan, and Ilyas doesn't really get hold of all of it, but gets enough of it to lift it away to the rope for 6 runs. Good morning to everyone joining in the chat as well. It's great to see that Helix is in there, Paul Kempin. Tim Harmer, I think I've seen him at the ground, and I know Johnny Heasom is on his way as well. And of course, Jules, good to see that you both made it home last night. Of course, you were at the ground yesterday, and it was lovely to see you. Lovely shot there as well from Osama Ilyas. Back-to-back boundaries to finish the over. 12 runs coming off it. 3 dot balls and a wicket though, so Shahbaz Khan can be more than happy with that, as the mighty Tigers move to 12 for 1 at the end of the first. Yeah, Jules, lovely to see you both, and loving the shirt as well from Nish. There's early love in the chat for Nish's Peacock Friday number. Vinny, though, saying that he will have to get his jacket off, not only because of the Peacock Friday shirt, but also because it's boiling in this tent. We've opened up one side, but we're in London and it's June, so we're not complaining about the weather, but Nish has absolutely nowhere to hide now with his Peacock Friday shirt, and you will be seeing it, I'm sure, in just a few overs' time. Speak of the devil, and he may appear. Speak of the peacock, he may appear. Nish, welcome and congratulations on your shirt.
Thank you for the compliments. Yeah, so interesting. Good start here for the old Brentwoods to get that early wicket and restrict the mighty Tigers to just the 12 runs in the first over.
To the second we go, and it will be bowled by the new man into the side, which is Tanvir Sikandar, of course. He was involved in the very first ball, taking that catch. His very first ball here, though, will have to be re-bowled. A bit of a loosener on that occasion. It's a better line, but he will get pumped over wide, long off for 6 runs. And Shawan Chowdhury, welcome back into the side for the Mighty Tigers, as the only runs they've scored so far off the bat have all been 6s, 3 6s plus a wide. Of course, a big wicket as well to fall early on. So Old Brentwoods certainly just need to keep plugging away. They will have to make peace with the fact that the Mighty Tigers will come at them hard. They will score boundaries, but if they can just keep on picking up wickets, they'll put themselves in a decent position.
Yeah, absolutely. This Old Brentwood side, they'll back themselves to chase anything in that second innings if they could just keep the Mighty Tigers to something reasonable. They'll be big favorites in that second innings, as this is also going to make its way towards the boundary. Just takes a bounce before going to the rope, and that's going to be 4 runs.
Come on, lads. There's about 5 of you there. About 3 of you just waggled your foot at it, and it went all the way through all of you. I hope none of you are playing later.
Yeah, just saving their legs for that second semi-final. I'm not going to lift a finger before it matters. Can't fault them. I mean, they've been in great form so far this series.
This one's been lifted up in the air. Cause of catch it. There's a fielder settling right underneath it, and it's a regulation catch. Wasim Khalid, he makes sure to calm the nerves, takes the catch, and then races in celebration as the Old Brentwoods pick up their second wicket. Tanveer Sikandar, he picks up his debut wicket on the network, and the Mighty Tigers here 23 for 2.
Another huge wicket here, and this is just what the Old Brentwoods would have wanted. Couldn't quite get the distance on that shot, and it carried to the fielder out in the deep. Nice take there by Wasim Khalid. Another one bites the dust here for the Mighty Tigers, and it's the man who scored the first century of this European cricket series.
It won't be a century on this occasion as he goes for 10. It was a 6 and a 4 and an out for Shawan Chowdhury, and that's 2 big batters, the 2 openers already back in the shed for the Mighty Tigers. Osama Ilyas joined out there in the middle by the Hall of Famer, although it was for his bowling efforts, Gurveer Saini in at 4 for the Tigers. And that's a lovely start from him. Just using the pace of the bowling of Tanveer Sikandar. Doesn't always have to be brute force. He just dabs that one away for 4 runs.
Plays that nice and late, runs it down towards deep third. Brilliant shot there by Gurveer Saini. And it just shows you that they've got the deft touch as well, the Mighty Tigers. We know that they're able to hammer the ball around, play some of those T10 slugs, but it's just nice to see some good old-fashioned placement. A nice late cut to get that away for 4.
What an outstanding catch that is, and I don't know if he's done himself a bit of mischief here as Shahbaz Khan, but it came at him absolutely 100 miles an hour off the bat of Gurveer Saini. He went for brute force on this occasion, but only finds the tumbling figure of Shahbaz Khan. We're going to have to take another look at this one. It was hit so quickly. Actually, brilliant camera work to try and catch up with that one from 2 circles, but certainly someone who saw it all the way was Shahbaz Khan. And the Mighty Tigers here rocking 27 for 3.
That just came at him in a flash. He had absolutely no time to react as lightning strike twice in 2 days. Could the Mighty Tigers be eliminated in this semi-final? It would certainly be an incredible story.
Into the final over of the power play we go, and it will be bowled by Mohib Burki. 3 different bowlers used in the power play by OBs. Interestingly, we haven't seen Mervyn Westfield bowl yet. He's usually seen at some point in the power play, but it's actually good news, isn't it, for the OBs? If they hold someone like Westfield back, he will surely bowl his 2 overs, maybe 2 at the death. You can always count on him for bowling 12 reliable deliveries. This one is a wide full toss, and it might come with a wicket, and it will do. That was a bit of a rank dismissal from Osama Ilyas. He chased after a wide, probably would have been given as extras had he left it alone, but he just gets the very toe end of the bat, knocks it up in the air, and Wasim Khalid, he takes his 2nd catch of the day. This one, another regulation one, and the Mighty Tigers here have all but lost their bite, 28 for 4.
Wow, this is an absolute shocker. That was a shocking delivery in all honesty, but somehow it turns into a wicket. What a terrible way for Osama Ilyas to just throw away his wicket. And the mighty Tigers just left us absolutely stunned at the moment. They're putting in their worst batting performance at the wrong time. Wickets are tumbling here. Absolutely incredible. The old Brentwoods, they might have had some of their issues with their bowling and fielding this series, but they've saved their best for this big match against the mighty Tigers, and Tigers are reeling. They absolutely are. 28 for 4.
Mohib Burki again picks up a wicket early on in his spell, and he comes out with a brilliant delivery first up for Mohammad Chowdhury, who's got a big task on his hands now. Him and Umair Riaz, both new to the crease, but someone from somewhere has got to put together a partnership for the Tigers here. Another swing and a miss, and you can see the OBs are really up for it this morning, aren't they? They certainly want to get to the big final this afternoon. They're very familiar with Hornchurch, the surrounding area here as well, and I think they want to dearly get that win. Familiar territory as that one's just clubbed down the ground for a single. And somehow the mighty Tigers in the group stages, everything they touch turned to gold, but at the moment they just can't find the middle of the bat.
They just can't at the moment. It's been a real struggle for them, and well, now that they've got the pressure of all those wickets falling as well, it's just going to make things that much harder for them. Burki, though, got to give him so much credit. He's been one of the most reliable bowlers for this old Brentwood side. He's had an economy rate of 12 throughout this series. He's managed to pick up 9 wickets in the 11 overs he's bowled. He's just someone who the old Brentwoods have known they can always turn to, and he'll put in a good over. That's certainly been the case here. Look at how tight he's kept things so far. Just a couple of runs, these first 4 deliveries. He's picked up a wicket as well. Granted, it was rather fortuitous. He'll get another one. He will get another one. The mighty Tigers have lost half their side. Burki is on a roll.
Straight through the gate. Umar Riaz wasn't having any answers to that one. He'll go for a second ball duck. And the mighty Tigers, well, we've never seen them in a position like that. 5 wickets down, 29 runs on the board. We've been so accustomed to seeing them score even 180, 200 plus, but that was just an outstanding delivery from Mohib Burki. He picks up his second wicket in the over. Mighty Tigers floundering here, 29 for 5. We're still in the power play.
It's just been an absolute nightmare for this mighty Tigers side so far. I don't think they would have ever imagined that they'd be in this kind of a situation facing the last ball of the power play. It's been good bowling by the old Brentwoods, but some very poor shot selection as well, you have to say, by the mighty Tigers, playing some rather ordinary strokes going across. They're just going to have to find a way to build some kind of a partnership here, and it's going to have to come from players who really haven't had the opportunity to bat much throughout this series. That's a wonderful delivery there by Burki. Back of a length, just going past the off stump. As the Tigers, well, it's turning into a bit of a nightmare for them this first semifinal. They find themselves 29 for 5.
Outstanding power play for the OBs, and look at that. It was a decent couple of overs in terms of run rate, but losing those 5 wickets in the power play, that's usually something you can't come back from. If anyone can do it, the mighty Tigers can, as Tanveer Sikandar will come back on to bowl the 4th over here. He picked up 2 wickets in his first over. He did go for 15 runs, but it's unsurprising to see him brought back in here to see if he can reap a bit more damage. Oh, this one goes straight up in the air. Who wants it? The bowler does. Mohib Burki, can he get a caught and bowled? He absolutely can. Well, it's Tanveer Sikandar, in fact, back in, and his 3rd wicket is taken as the mighty Tigers lose their 6th, 29 for 6.
That is the 6th right there. Would you believe what you're seeing? An undefeated mighty Tigers side are unraveling right before our eyes. I can hardly believe what you're seeing at the moment. Look to come down the track, trying to bash one over the mid-on. And he ends up popping up a catch that Sikandar will snaffle. These are extraordinary scenes here in Hornchurch, a side that's looked unshakable throughout this tournament. Now find themselves in deep trouble. It's all gone wrong for them. The pressure of this high-stakes game is just causing this top order to crack. And Pulling out well and truly into the tail.
That's the third wicket to fall in just 7 deliveries. In fact, the 5th in 10 deliveries. There's a half LBW on the first ball faced by the new batter.
Yeah, probably just going on to miss leg stump there. But that certainly will make Aziz just that little bit more nervous, won't it? Oh, he's going to be glad he's got something off his bat here and he'll pick up a run. I mean, what kind of nerves must they be feeling right now in that Mighty Tigers dugout and those 2 men out in the middle? They've hardly had to bat this series just because their top order's pretty much gotten the job done for them. And now here they are batting right at the start of an innings in a semi-final.
Oh, it's the worst possible time to put in this kind of batting performance, isn't it? Certainly though, Saeed Aziz or Kazim Nasiri, they can make themselves a hero here if they can dig the Tigers out of this hole. But as you were saying earlier, Nish, the OBs, they'll be comfortable chasing even 180, 190. They've proven it in their wins so far. Of course, they had that huge win against Gagan as well with that record-breaking 419 runs scored across the 2 innings. At the moment, they'll barely be chasing 50 as the next wicket falls, 31 for 7. And Saeed Aziz, he goes the way of all the batters in front of him as Tanvir Sikandar picks up his 4th wicket.
That is awful shot selection there by Aziz. There's no other way to put it. His side are struggling. They've lost 6 wickets. He's hardly had an opportunity to bat this series, and he decides to scoop one round the corner as if he's Paul Murray and ends up getting cleaned up. This really is shocking.
There is only one Paul Murray, and absolutely, he is not it. Saeed Aziz, not the time to get funky, as that's now the next wicket to fall. And it's an absolute procession at the moment for the old Brentwoods. I think the Mighty Tigers haven't got out of bed yet. They need to find something from somewhere. It's Friday the 13th, and it's certainly been unlucky for them.
Yep, it just feels like that. And we haven't seen Mervyn Westfield bowl just yet either. And we know he's a very reliable wicket taker for this old Brentwood side. It's really, really poor batting by this Mighty Tigers side. You've got to credit the old Brentwoods for the way they've bowled. It's been some very disciplined line and length. There have been a couple of catches which, let's face it, have been absolutely brilliant. And maybe on another day would have gone away for a boundary. But yeah, this Mighty Tigers side, it's been a shocking performance for them. You can just take a look at that worm right there. Wickets collapsing at regular intervals here. We've seen a wicket fall in every single over so far this innings. The Mighty Tigers, the way they're batting, would be lucky to even get to 60 or 70 as this is struck down the ground towards Ramiz Rehman.
Shout out to Tanvir Sikandar, new into the side, new to the network, finishes with figures of 4 for 17 and takes a catch on the boundary. Outstanding start for him. So that one almost rolls onto the stumps. Let's take a look at this. It does the old backspin, and if it weren't for the intervention of Abid Nawaz, that might have been the next wicket to fall. You can see almost defies physics there, but he thinks smartly there to stop what would have been the 8th wicket for the Tigers as Mohid Burki, unsurprisingly, comes back to bowl his second over. He's picked up 2 wickets for the loss of just 3 runs. And if he carries on like this, I wouldn't put it past him to pick up another 2 wickets in his final 3 deliveries.
Yeah, back of a length ball. It's a top bowling, isn't it? Just not giving Nawaz the room he wants to play that shot. Oh, that's a pretty poor delivery there by Burki, in all honesty. It was a full toss, but it just came at so much pace at Nawaz that he ends up playing it rather awkwardly, I think. You know, this was later in the innings and less pressure on him. He might have just smacked that one over square leg for a 6. What a ball. What an incredible delivery there by Burki. That is an almost unplayable Yorker. A searing, scorching delivery. And in the end, the lower order batter just had no answer to bowling of that kind of quality.
He's such a accomplished bowler, isn't he? And especially with that slingy action, it's almost the perfect delivery. It's the kind of delivery that Malinga would have been proud of. Just honing in on that middle stump, perfect Yorker, and it would have dismissed any batter, let alone the tail order of the mighty Tigers here as they fall to 32 for 8 with 1 ball left before halfway.
I know that T10 cricket's all about playing those big shots, but in this kind of situation where you lost 7 or 8 wickets, just get your bat down and block this. He's clearing his front leg, looking to go big over mid-wicket. He's got to try to live to fight another day here. The mighty Tigers, this lower order, just need to find a way to bat out these remaining overs and get their side to 80, 90 runs.
Mirza Baig is the next in, and well, the good news is that we will get to the halfway mark, just about, the mighty Tigers 32 for 8, because we can welcome you into the commentary tent. And the drum roll for your shirt, please, Nish. I was worried that they'd be all out before the halfway mark and we wouldn't get to see this in all its glory.
No, but we do manage to get to the halfway mark here. So 32 for 8, 5 overs in. I don't think any of us expected what we're seeing here. It's been a combination of some brilliant bowling and exceptional fielding, as well as some rather ordinary batting. But the end result is that the undefeated mighty Tigers find themselves 32 for 8. They haven't even played in a close game so far this series.
It's very reminiscent of what we saw yesterday morning, isn't it? East Londoners, they were pretty much identical situation, also unbeaten. We thought, okay, well, they're hot favourites going into this one. It just goes to show it doesn't matter what your form is going into the knockout stages of the tournament. It's just how you perform on the day. And, well, unfortunately for the mighty Tigers, they just haven't shown up so far.
I certainly haven't. I think the way you said it was just seems like they haven't woken up the way they've been batting. But you got to give so much credit to players like Burki for their exceptional bowling. I mean, 2 overs, 3 runs, and 3 wickets. When do you ever see figures like that?
What a day to do it on as well. Finals day here at this ECS England. Mahir Burki, 3 for 3. Asad Sajjad has come on to bowl the 6th. He did go for a 4 on the first delivery, but as it said in the chat as well, the bowling has just been stump to stump. Again, threatening that middle. It's only when Mirza Baig throws his bat down on it that he avoids what would have been an inevitable 9th wicket.
Just got to find a way to bat out these remaining overs. That's the key for the mighty Tigers. Just don't get bowled out and see how many runs you can make. Ani Raghuvanshi in the chat saying, what an incredible bowling performance by the old Brentwoods. Completely agree with that. Swing and a miss there for Baig. Lucky they didn't catch the outside edge of his bat and have a little thin nick through to the keeper, Alan Jones, who, well, he's looking at this score that's developing here, and he's probably telling himself, I could chase this down in a couple of overs if we get this right.
We just play one man standing. Put Alan Jones out there by himself. As Asad Sajjad, well, he stops at least the run of wickets. It's the first over of the day that hasn't had a wicket in it, but it's still only gone for 7. The previous overs went for 1, 2, and 2. And that's a very, very ugly batting scorecard if you're the mighty Tigers. Just 2 batters making it out of single digits. 3 ducks in there as well. 1 royal duck. It's like a feast at Christmas.
It certainly is. I think take a look at that middle order. I mean, you read down it, you feel like you're reading off a phone number with the amount of wickets that have fallen. The expected score is 59, but yeah, what can this mighty Tigers side realistically get to? You have to make 5 or 6 runs and over from here. Probably get to 64. You feel like they'll just have to try to find a way to at least get into the 70s or the 80s. A little bit about saving face as well here if you're the mighty Tigers. Imagine going undefeated throughout the series and then going out without a whimper in the semifinals. At least they went out in the blaze in an exciting match. You could have given them some credit, but not like this. Surely they can't end their campaign this way.
Oh, we really thought they would be the side to beat, didn't we? Let's not forget, 16 points on offer in the first 4 games. They picked up all 16. Even the 2 wins where they didn't pick up the bonus points against Raynham and Hornchurch, they were still very comprehensive, as this one's going to come flying into the commentary box. And luckily, the back side of the tent is made of sterner stuff than our equipment would have been. Will be a rare 4 runs as Pratik comes on to bowl the 7th over here. Yeah, the Mighty Tigers haven't even been close to any form of collapse, let alone a loss so far. Let's not forget as well, they won the game yesterday at the quarterfinal in such emphatic fashion. Didn't even need 5 overs to chase down the total. It wasn't an insignificant total. It was 91, the target against CFS. They got to 93 in 4.4 overs at the moment. They're just about creeping towards 50, but they're 8 wickets down.
Drill down the ground, and that's going to go away for 4 runs there. Just left that one in the slot, and nice little innings here. They desperately need this, the Mighty Tigers.
And Kasim Naziri, he's putting up a little bit of resistance as the Mighty Tigers do, I wouldn't even say roar past 50, meow past 50. 53 on the board.
Yeah, it's shocking, isn't it? I mean, a side like the Mighty Tigers, they usually make 53 runs inside the 3rd over of the innings.
Tries to wind up again on the occasion. Kazim Naziri doesn't get a hold of it. He will keep the strike, though, which is probably not a bad result for the Mighty Tigers. Pratik goes for still a decent enough 14, but it's one of the biggest overs, actually, of the day. Only 3 of the 7 overs so far have gone for more than 10, as the Mighty Tigers move to 54 for 8 after 7, as we take a look at the schedule for finals day today. So the winner of this will, of course, go into the big final later today. Old Brentwoods, the way they're going, they will certainly look to be securing one of those spots, and they will, of course, play the winners of Hornchurch versus the Sharks Cricket Academy. The 2nd semi-final coming your way. Well, it was scheduled for just about an hour and 15 minutes. If OBs chase down this total in quick time, then we might be able to get back onto our regular scheduled time after this game this morning was delayed thanks to a bit of London traffic as Mervyn Westfield comes in, and that's going to be a full toss. It's going to be fumbled over the rope. It's an opportunity. We'll have to check for high anyway, as it was a bit of a loosener there from Mervyn Westfield. Ramiz Rehman is out there dropping the opportunity. He might just about get away with that one. It probably then would have been a wicket. As it is, it will be 4 runs, and one of the few missed opportunities there for the OBs. Mervyn Westfield could have picked up a wicket on his very first delivery, coming into bowl the 8th. And it will be back-to-back boundaries then, and that's how things can change quickly. I think Mighty Tigers need more than just a 1-2 punch. That's unfortunate for Westfield that he has an opportunity dropped on the rope, and the very next one gets smashed over the covers for 6 runs.
Yeah, Mervyn Westfield is a very accomplished bowler, but starts off with 2 poor deliveries in all honesty. He's unlucky not to get a wicket with the first with a drop catch, but that was a full toss. And the next one, he follows it up with another full toss. He's trying to bowl a Yorker, it's pretty clear here to see, but missing the length by quite a bit at the moment.
The Mighty Tigers get to 64. Mervyn Westfield, though, you'd imagine he'd nail his Yorker sooner rather than later. And there it is. Has been hit down the ground just for the 1 as Wasim Khalid does the fielding. Yeah, it's an interesting tactic here for the OBs to just hold back Mervyn Westfield. He's bowling the 8th here. You'd imagine he'd bowl the 10th as well. He is someone who you certainly want bowling the death overs, but I'm actually surprised they didn't use him a bit earlier on, given the wickets were tumbling, but I suppose then you go with the bowlers who are doing all the damage. This time it's clubbed in the direction of the 2 fielders out there, but it goes through them perfectly, and Ramiz Rehman probably ruining that missed opportunity on the very first ball, because 2 of the next 3 deliveries have gone to the rope.
Yeah, it's nicely played there, isn't it? Short and wide, asking to be punished, but he plays a very good-looking shot, and it's been a nice partnership here by Nasiri and Beg, with 37 runs easily, the biggest partnership we've seen so far this innings.
This one down the ground should be taken, and is, and it's the next wicket to fall, the 9th one for the Mighty Tigers, as Wasim Khalid, he's had hands of absolute steel so far. He picks up his 3rd catch on the rope, and the Mighty Tigers not yet at 70, 69 for 9 with just the 1 wicket left.
A little bit of a commentator's curse there.
Yeah.
Struck down the ground and goes straight to man at long on. Wasim Khalid has held on to a few good catches so far this innings. Baig, who hung around alongside his partner in Nasiri, will have to depart. And just 1 wicket needed now for the Mighty Tigers to bowl out.
This was still the biggest partnership of the innings so far. It was worth 37. So a fight back of sorts from the Tigers, moving it from 32 for 8 to 69 for 9. Hassan Ahmed has the tough task here of not only keeping out Mervyn Westfield, but also trying to get some runs on the final 2 overs, plus this 1 delivery. Just needs to surely see this one out. That gives Qasim Naziri the strike going back into the 9th over. He's 32 off 14. Well, they'll take that one. Any run could be valuable here for the Mighty Tigers. A rare extra actually bowled by the old Brentwoods. Just the 3rd wide of this innings so far.
It's been a little bit expensive this over, Westfield. It's been the most expensive over so far this innings. If he gets a wicket here, he would have wrapped up this innings, and that's a good-looking leave there, Bob. And we don't tend to see too many leaves, especially in the channel in T10 cricket. But yeah, wise batting there by Ahmed. Leaves that ball alone. Nasiri is going to be on strike for the next over, and let's see how many more runs Nasiri can get for this Mighty Tigers side. If he can get them to 100, which certainly isn't impossible, just another 30 runs needed for that. It just gives the Mighty Tigers something to bowl at, something to defend in the 2nd innings.
Well, he's the only one really that's put up any form of resistance. He's 32 not out. That's almost half of the team's total. And take a look at the regularity with those wickets fell. It was just that small partnership that lasted for just over 2 overs that boosted the Tigers' total. But Naziri here, he's going to get himself off strike. I'm not sure that's the wisest move, to be honest. Very first ball, he just gets himself a single. If I were him at this situation, I'd probably just try to keep the strike. But maybe has faith in the number 11, Hassan Ahmed. As Asad Sajjad is bowling his 2nd over, digs in the quicker delivery. Sensible batting actually from the Mighty Tigers. So they just knock the ball around for singles. That's pretty much all they can do here with no wickets left to play with.
I was just taking a look at that graph that was earlier, and it kind of reminds me of some very popular chart that's often shown. The first one that came to mind was the product life cycle graph, but I think that's the opposite of it, where you've got that thing where it goes down. You got early adopters, then the late majority, and people are sort of late to something. It was a bit of a reverse of that, or that graph certainly reminded me of a chart that we very commonly see in economics or in business in general, as this is struck away for 4 runs. Good shot there by Naziri. Nice use of the feet, and just throws his bat at it late and beats the fielder at point.
I think that pub quiz win's gone to your head, Nish. More on that later. That was a nice shot though from Qasim Naziri. Bit of width on offer there from Asad Sajjad. Can he straighten it up? That's exactly what he does. And there'll be another boundary. That's perfectly placed between the fielders as the Mighty Tigers get up to 80. So you're right, Nish. I think that 100 potentially still on. Back-to-back boundaries for Naziri, and who moves into the 40s. One-man effort so far. He's had, in fact, scored more than half of his team's runs. And that'll be 6 more to get to the end of the 9th over. 86 on the board for the Mighty Tigers, still well below par, but at least showing some signs of life here in this semi-final. It's taken them about half an hour too late to wake up in this game. At least Qasim Naziri, he's doing what he can. 47 off 19 for him. It will be Hassan Ahmed on strike for the final over. You'd imagine Mervyn Westfield would bowl it. He's such a key death bowler for the old Brentwoods, and he is taking his cap off here. His first did go for 16, but look at the damage done there by Sikandar and Berkey. Between them, they bowled 4 overs for 20 runs and picked up 7 wickets. So 14 needed from the Tigers to at least get them to that 100 mark. I think they're just making sure they locate that ball as it was smashed away towards the leisure centre on the final delivery of Asad Sajjad's over. The mighty Tigers, well, they're at least threatening to try to wrestle back a bit of a momentum in this game. It'll certainly be a little boost for them if they manage to bat out the 10 as well, given that they were 32 for 8. Nice fight back from the tail. You'd still put OBs as heavy favourites though, regardless of how many runs this final over goes for. And it's got off again to an uncharacteristic start from Mervyn Westfield, as again just creeps down the wrong line there. You think when you're bowling against a number 11, yes, Hassan Ahmed, he's no bunny, but just get it full and straight. Easier said than done, maybe.
Yeah, and Hassan Ahmed, I mean, he's no slouch with the bat either. The captain, wicketkeeper for this side, he's shown he's got the ability to make some runs. It's probably as good a number 11 as any side will have. In the end, he just plays it very intelligently, gets the single, puts Nasiri back on strike.
Nasiri just 3 shy of his half century. Excellent innings so far from him, possibly a semi-final saving one. Certainly without his knock, the mighty Tigers would have been facing something like 30, 40 all out. He's boosted them up to something respectable at least. He's frustrated that he's missed out on that one. We'll just get the single.
Yeah, the interesting thing, though, about this mighty Tigers is you'll probably find their wagon wheel to be very, very posh. Just the 10 runs on the leg side so far, it's just been, everything's been on the offside.
Maybe we need to swap the mighty Tigers with either South Africa or Australia from the World Test Championship, and then we'd have more of an equal fight. That's the delivery that Mervyn Westfield has been trying to bowl. Someone just gets big on Hassan Ahmed. All he can do is weave out the way of it. And it flies through to the wicketkeeper, Alan Jones.
Yeah, based on what's going on in the World Test Championship, maybe those sides will be free earlier than expected. We could have them in here if they're bored and want to play an extra bit of cricket.
Well, they're clearly keen on playing the shorter format. Unlucky for those who have day 4 and 5 tickets, or even day 3 afternoon tickets, as there's a chance here to finish off the innings. And that's exactly what the captain, Baba Chowdhury, does, tumbling away to his left. And the mighty Tigers do get bowled out prematurely. 2 balls left. They won't get to play them as they fall to 89 all out.
A wonderful catch there, and the catching has just been brilliant by the old Brentwoods. Just that one chance to put down a long off earlier, but the main thing for them has been all the spectacular catches they've taken. You can just take your mind back to that wonderful, sharp, low chance we saw taken by Tanvir Sikandar right at the start of this innings. It's been brilliant. It really has been. Shahbaz Khan took a terrific catch as well. Saw Sikandar take another catch later off his own bowling in this innings. It's just everything's gone right here for the mighty Tigers, and that's why they end up bowling out the old Brentwoods, a side who have gone undefeated this European Cricket Series for just 89 runs. We're going to take a look at the highlights of this innings, and, well, it's a bit of a low-light reel, really, at the start for the mighty Tigers. You're going to see plenty of wickets. You're going to see some absolutely brilliant catches. They did get a little something to cheer about by Nasiri later. This was Wasim Khalid taking that catch to get rid of Chowdhury, who made a century earlier this series, and that might have been the best catch you've seen so far this innings. What a brilliant take there by Shahbaz Khan. He had so little time to react, and he somehow managed to pluck that catch right from down low in the ground.
Yeah, and it was just a procession, wasn't it, really, with a total of 7 catches, 8 catches taken in the end. And when they weren't taking catches, they were dismantling stumps. That was Mohib beat Berkey, picking up one of his wickets. He finishes with outstanding figures of 3 for 3. And Tanveer Sikandar into the side. His debut on the network finishes with outstanding performance of 4 for 17 off his 2. And it was just a lot of brainless cricket from the Tigers, really, wasn't it? That time, the batter did at least engage his brain cells to stop that one rolling onto the stumps. But otherwise, if it weren't for the power of Qasim Naziri towards the end, finishing 48 not out after 20 deliveries, and they could have been facing something around 50 not out. As it was, they got up to 89 thanks to a few big hits, but in the end, Mervyn Westfield, he picked up a handful of wickets as well. It was Mirza Baig first hold out, and then it was the captain of the OBs who finished it off in style with an athletic catch, tumbling to his left to mark the end of Hassan Ahmed, as Mervyn Westfield came good at the end, started off a bit shakily, but picked up 2 wickets to finish off this mighty Tigers innings. It's not pretty viewing for the Tigers, only Qasim Naziri notching any sort of score. Shawan Chowdhury, Osama Ilyas, they got out of double figures, but otherwise it's almost binary there with the 0s and 1s, as the Tigers' roar has been muted as they go to just 89. Old Brentwood's good bowling performance from them, just the 4 extras, and it was really Tanveer Sikandar and Mohib Berkey in those middle overs that did the damage. 4 wickets to the debutant Tanveer, 3 to Mohib Berkey, who's been an outstanding performer for OBs with both bat and ball, and Mervyn Westfield in his 10 deliveries also picked up 2 wickets. Shout out as well, even to the likes of Shahbaz Khan. He picked up a wicket very early on, in fact in the very first delivery. It was a real team performance by the bowling unit of the OBs. So that means at the halfway stage in this first semi-final on Peacock Friday, finals day, the mighty Tigers, the previously unbeaten mighty Tigers, are on the ropes here, 89 all out with still 2 balls left to play. So the Old Brentwoods, if they want to book their place in the final, they need the 90 runs for victory. Still feel like there might be a few twists and turns in this tale, so come back in just over 5 minutes time for the run chase here in semi-final 1 on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to sunny London, where the chase is on for the Old Brentwoods if they want to book their place in the final later today. And certainly half the job is done for them as they bowled out the previously unbeaten Mighty Tigers for just 89 runs. And it could have actually been a lot worse for the Tigers were it not for the little fight back in the latter half of the innings by Kasim Naziri. He finished 48 off just 20 deliveries, but apart from that, really slim pickings for the Tigers, with only 2 other batters actually making it out of single digits. It was a real miserable performance with the bat for them. And not really something we've been accustomed to seeing from them, as they went unbeaten during the group stages, picking up bonus point after bonus point as well. But as we saw with the East Londoners yesterday, the knockout rounds are the great levellers. Old Brentwoods showed that they were very much up for this from the beginning. And they now have the chance to get through to the finals with their powerful batting lineup as well. 90 runs is what is required for them. It was fitting that Baba Chowdhury, the captain, took the final catch to dismiss the Mighty Tigers. I wouldn't be surprised to see him high up the order as well, trying to see his side home. However, you do have the likes of Alan Jones as well. He's been prolific at the top 4 OBs. Remember that 160 not out he scored off just 40 deliveries back in the group stages. He also had a 45 not out to his name. Of course, also a golden duck, so we aren't all immortal, but still he will be looking to fire again here, as will the likes of Mervyn Westfield if he's required lower down the order. And Mohib Burki, surely he's flowing with confidence as well after picking up 3 for 3 in his bowling performance. And Tanvir Sikandar, a newbie into the side for OBs, he was involved on the very first delivery, taking a catch in the deep before having been given the ball himself and finishing with figures of 4 for 17. So Sikandar and Burki between them finishing with 7 for 20. That really shows how much the Mighty Tigers were struggling. But still, they've got a chance to try to rescue their campaign here. They'll have to do it quickly. If the Old Brentwoods get off to a good start in the power play here, you'd say the fate has almost been sealed. As you can see, Asad Sajjad there at the non-strikers end for the Old Brentwoods. It does look like that is the left-handed figure of the captain for the OBs, Baba Chowdhury, facing up the first delivery. And with ball in hand for the Mighty Tigers is Kasim Naziri, one of the few that actually came out of that first innings with any sort of pride, as he at least stopped the Mighty Tigers being skittled for something around 50, which you would have thought the Old Brentwoods would have made mincemeat of. As it is though, 89 is what they have to defend as we go into the first delivery. Really early wickets is the order of the day for the Mighty Tigers if they have any chance of defending this total. We have seen lower totals defended on the network, not in this series so far. In fact, it's Sagar Joshi opening up for OBs, the number 19, who has been relentless with the bat as well. Scored 42 off just 14 deliveries in quarter-final yesterday, and well, that's the worst possible start for the Mighty Tigers. It's the left-hander Sagar Joshi who just puts Kasim Naziri off his line, and the first runs are on the board for the OBs. Here we go, lowest scores defended. We have seen some absolute classics, haven't we? The very lowest score on the network was Ljubljana defeating Zagreb Assassins in comfortable fashion as well. Ljubljana scoring 56 and getting Zagreb out for 46 in return. So it won't be quite up there in the Hall of Fame, but certainly in this semi-final it would be an absolute classic if the Mighty Tigers are able to defend this. So a bit of a brains trust conference going on at the top of the mark between the bowler Kasim Naziri and Abid Nawaz. Of course, the captain is Hassan Ahmed, who's Also wicket keeping for the Mighty Tigers. They really can't afford to give away too many extras. OB's bowled just 4 wides in the whole innings, and already 5 have been gifted to the OBs by the Mighty Tigers here. Better lines bowled by Kasim Naziri. Sagar Joshi just plays that one into the offside. He also knows he can play relatively conservatively here. There's no such thing as a bonus point in the semi-finals. They just need to get themselves over the line, and with that run rate below 9, there's absolutely no reason to play any risky shots here for the OBs. That one's clubbed down the ground. Doesn't quite get hold of all of it, but more than enough to hit it away to the rope. As match referee Tyrone Peters does the fielding, launches himself out of the referee's tent and stops the ball from creeping towards the leisure centre. But that was a safe shot there actually from Sagar Joshi. 2 fielders straight were in the ring and was able to just hit that one firmly down the ground. That's a wicket from absolutely nowhere. Might even have to look at the height on that, because really Sagar Joshi didn't have to go chasing after that one, and he just plays on, and the stumps are dislodged as Kasim Naziri picks up his first wicket. It was dipping, so I think no ball probably not an issue, and yeah, you can see by the time it gets to him, it's just about top of pad high. And just as I was saying, the old Brentwoods don't have to do anything stupid here. A bit of a rash shot from Sagar Joshi. It was a nothing delivery really from Kasim Naziri. Might have been a wide ball. Just a lowish full toss that gets played on. The OBs do lose their first wicket. 9 for 1 is the score. Still in the first over. The thing is, they need so many more wickets to even try and claw their way back into the game to the Tigers. It will be Alan Jones in at number 3. We've been used to seeing him actually open the batting for his side since he came in on day 2 for the OBs. Wasn't featuring in their first day of matches. He's been such an important figure since then. Of course, has the gloves behind the stumps as well, and got the task here of trying to see his side home. Big appeal first up, and the finger goes up belatedly from the umpire, and it's 2-2 as Alan Jones' hot and cold series continues. That's his second golden duck of the series. Let's take another look at this one. Oh, it hits him pretty front on. It's just a question of whether it's going to go across on the angle. It was either going to be 4 leg byes or a wicket. Let's take a look at this one again. It's a tough one. It's jagging in on the angle. It certainly moves a lot. And you can see a bit of middle and leg stump exposed when it hits him on the pad. It does hit him on his back leg, and I think that always has to come into consideration there. Probably just an umpire's call in the end from the man in blue, Anthony, making that decision. So it will be 2 wickets in the over. Kasim Naziri, 2-2 for him as Old Brentwoods fall to 9 for 2 after the end of 1 over, and certainly it's been an eventful game so far. And joining me to talk through the remaining 9 overs at a maximum is Nish with his Peacock Friday shot on.
Yeah, great to be back, and this is just the start that the Mighty Tigers needed. They're defending a really low target here of 90. The old Brent was just wobbling a little bit to start things off. They lose 2 key men in Sagar Joshi and Alan Jones.
Tanvir Sikandar, the newbie who comes in at four OBs. It's an interesting setup here for Old Brentwoods, whether they stick or twist. I was saying earlier they can go steadily. What they don't want to do though is go into their shells, because the way they've got into these semi-finals is by playing their natural games, going for the big shots when they're available. They still want to do that because they can't afford the mighty Tigers to get on top of them here. 10 runs on the board, but the loss of 2 wickets. With Umar Riaz coming in to bowl the second, and it could have been a 3rd wicket there as it flashes through to the captain Hassan Ahmed. All he's able to do that is parry it around the post for 4 runs.
And nerves are jangling here for the Old Brentwoods. You can clearly see that. Gets an edge, clear deviation there. It wasn't the easiest of chances, in all honesty, for Hassan Ahmed. He got a glove to it, but went away for a boundary. My goodness, if you were the mighty Tiger, surely you consider maybe just putting a slip in place here as well.
Certainly nervy out there in the middle. It was a chance that really got big on the wicketkeeper, wasn't it? He managed to get a full glove to it and almost parried it up to himself, but in the end, it's too hot to handle. And Tanvir Sikandar gets a boundary off his first delivery. Could have been going back to the dugout. This is exactly, though, the start that the mighty Tigers needed. Had it been 20-30 on the board for OBs without losing a wicket, then you'd say they're pretty much halfway home. But as it is, they're scrambling here. 14 for 2. Could have been 10 for 3. That's a nice shot, though, from Tanvir Sikandar. Just plays that one at the top of the bounce and levers it away for 4 runs. Remember, we're still in the power play, so the fielding restrictions are in place. And Old Brentwoods need to see if they can cash in on the remaining 8 deliveries of the power play.
That was a lovely ball. Nice back foot punch. Wonderful timing. No follow through, just flourish.
He goes again. This time there is a man placed out in the deep. Will just be the single.
It's a fuller delivery this time by Riaz, and it's driven nicely, but straight to the fielder out in the deep. They've got that sweeper out there right now, and I think they're just going to look to persist with this wider line here, the mighty Tigers.
Feels like they're just hanging out the bait, aren't they, for the OBs, trying to find that edge. They do have a man, not in the slips, but kind of in that classic gully position. And this one's straight up in the air, should be taken by the wicketkeeper, and is. And it's the 3rd wicket to fall for the Old Brentwoods. We could be on for a low-scoring thriller here as Asad Sajjad departs for 1, and the Old Brentwoods are wobbling here at 19 for 3.
And suddenly this 90 looks like it's a mile away. It's game on here in our first semi-final. It looked like it'd be a walk in the park for the Old Brentwoods at one stage. And then credit to the mighty Tigers. They launched that late fight back in the first innings, and they've now managed to pick up 3 early wickets. And my goodness, what are we witnessing here? It's just the mental traps that you get into as a batting side when you're trying to chase down a low target. You're out there overthinking, not playing your natural game. And that's certainly been the case for the Old Brentwoods, who, well, we haven't seen them at 19 for 3 at any point in this series.
Certainly will be a big test for them here as they've lost key wickets. Alan Jones departing for a golden duck, and of course it's the top 3 that are all back in the dugout. Sagar Joshi, Asad Sajjad and Jones. Tanvir Sikandar, he's still there, and he's now joined by Mervyn Westfield, who was probably not expecting to be needed so early on in the piece, if at all, in at number 5. But he's got a big task on his hands here. That is the end of the over as well, as Umar Riaz picks up a wicket on his final delivery. 19 for 3 is the score. They can't be concerned with the run rate at all, can the OBs? It's down below 9, but they simply cannot afford to keep losing wickets at this rate. Be back into the 3rd over, and they've turned, unsurprisingly, back to Kasim Naziri, who picked up 2 wickets in the first over of this innings. That's a lovely shot, though, down the ground, and it will be 4 runs to Tanvir Sikandar, who's looking like quite an addition to the Old Brentwood side. He's already proved it with the ball, and he'd certainly make himself a hero here if he proves it with the bat.
Yeah, good check swing, and that's a little on drive there by Sikander, and they're going to need a little counter punch here. The Old Brentwoods, just to ease the nerves. They'll be in the dugout.
Shot. As that's clubbed away. One of the bigger hits we've seen to that leg side boundary. Rolling away into the east end there as Tanvir Sikander just rocks back and pummels that one away for 6 runs.
Yeah, short and pulled magnificently. What a beautiful stroke. He picks up the length so early, rocks back, gets into a nice position, and he played that with so much authority. Wonderful stroke there by Sikander, and back-to-back boundaries for the first time this innings.
Just like that, the pendulum swings once more as OBs are pretty much a third of the way through this run chase. You'd imagine if they just play the overs, they're absolutely home and hosed here. But a couple more wickets and suddenly the Tigers will be roaring once more. That one was hit so deep into the forest. I think they are on a grizzly hunt here. I'm sure if they're nettles, let's get the dock leaves out. That one might be a little painful, although maybe tigers are immune to nettle stings. I'm sure the 2 other semi-finalists, Hornchurch and Sharks Cricket Academy, are watching this game very closely, and they can't be too concerned with what they've seen so far, especially, of course, with the batting. We'll say Old Brentwood did bowl very well in that first innings. But how many of those 10 wickets that fell for the Tigers were well bowled, and how many were just the Tigers throwing away their wickets? There was a few brainless shots going for the scoop when a conventional shot would have been the safer option. Certainly the other 2 semi-finalists can go into their game with maybe a bit more of a spring in their step. Flicked away, and it will be another boundary, and Tanvir Sikander again just a one-man crusade here with the bat, making sure that the mighty Tigers don't get too up and about here. That 3 wickets now feel a long way off in the space of just 3 deliveries, all of which have gone to the rope.
Sikander really firing here. He's managed to make 23 runs in just 7 deliveries. Just need a brief spell here of boundaries, a little flurry of boundaries, and all of a sudden this required will dip down to under a run of ball as he'll play this straight to the fielder. That's going to be a dot ball, a much needed one there for Naziri.
There's a lot of love for your shirt in the chat, Nish, and I feel like you're being a bit too shy with showing it around the ground. You're like a warning beacon of blue. Especially on a hot day like today's, that one's going to roll away as well. You've got to wear it proud, Nish. If you're going peacock, you've got to go all in.
This is just flicked away for 4 runs. Yeah, I mean, I am wearing it. I mean, you know, we're seeing it on camera. It's being telecast to all of our viewers, so I don't see any other way to show off the Peacock Friday shirt.
Well, it's the fact that as soon as you leave the confines of the tent, the jacket is zipped up to the chin. I see you. Also, I would be sweating buckets. It's 24 degrees here. It's getting warmer.
It is a very, very warm day and bright sunshine as well. Hardly see a cloud in the sky.
That 100% polyester is keeping you cool. It will be a big over for OBs. 18 runs coming off it, all off the bat of Tanvir Sikander. Mervyn Westfield yet to face a ball. There was a wicket that fell off the final ball of the previous over. He watched everything unfold from the non-striker's end, and well, it's difficult to compare the 2 power plays really. 29 for 5, 37 for 3. It's ugly either way. The thing is though, Old Brentwoods, they know what they have to chase, and despite that little flurry towards the end for the mighty Tigers, the OBs certainly in control here. 53 needed in 42 deliveries. 53, well, you can get 1 big over and you're halfway there already. That's maybe what Mervyn Westfield has in the back of his mind, but it's about balancing up that defence and attack. You want to continue to play on the front foot equally. You can't really afford another 1 or 2 quick wickets. As Gurveer Saini, the only Hall of Famer in the bowling ranks of this series so far, comes in to bowl the 4th over.
That's huge. I mean, Saini's been terrific throughout this series. He's just going to go a little bit too straight with his line over there. That's going to be struck away for a boundary. Yeah, not the best delivery there by Saini. Probably just pushing his line a little too far down the leg side. But, you know, Saini coming off a huge 5-wicket haul yesterday, 5 for 12, the first and only 5-wicket haul we've seen so far in this ECS. So he comes into this match with a lot of confidence, and they need him to replicate something similar to that performance yesterday and pick up a cluster of wickets, in particular this one of Sikandar, who's really going to start worrying this Old Brentwood side with the innings he's playing. 31 of 11. He's just starting to take this match away from them.
Yeah, over a third of the runs required already coming off the bat of Sikandar, playing riskless shots so far as well. And when there is a good delivery like that one from Gurveer Saini, he's not afraid to just keep it out, and that's probably what the Mighty Tigers didn't do enough of in that first innings. There were some good balls bowled by OBs, but they just tried to go after everything. That's why they found themselves all wiped out with still 2 balls remaining of their innings. Dug in shorter on this occasion. Should just be the one cut off on the boundary rope. Kroom saying he's coming down later, and he's got a bit of competition with Nish with his Peacock Friday shirt. Loving the efforts all round, and well, the fan zone is slowly filling up as well. Remember, Hornchurch are playing the 2nd semi-final of the day. That's scheduled in about half an hour's time. I'll let you know if there is any delay on that, because we did have a 15-minute delay to the first game.
Yeah, it's interesting for Hornchurch, isn't it? Because they haven't had to play this early at any point in this series. So I wonder if it'll just take them a little bit of time to adapt to having to play a 11:45 game in the morning. They've had the luxury of playing in the evening in front of their home crowd. They're going to have some support for this match, not as much as they would if they'd play later in the evening. But yeah, let's just see if that affects their play whatsoever. Saini bowls a pretty decent over here, just gives up 8 runs. But they need from Gurveer Saini those wickets. They need something like what he produced yesterday, that gem of a 5-wicket haul. As we'll take a look at the worm for this inning so far. And yeah, the Old Brentwoods currently going at a run rate just below 12. So the run rate not an issue for them. It's the wickets they've lost. But Sikandar's just done a good job here of steadying the ship, and he's got very experienced Westfield alongside him at the other end.
Westfield happy to just go along at a run of ball while Sikandar's doing the heavy lifting. Fifth over here will be bowled by Abid Nawaz. I think just clarifying whether we were 1 ball short in that previous over. Maybe that's just the discussion going on. Gurveer Saini only went for, I think, the 7. But maybe he only went for the 7 because there were 5 deliveries bowled. Maybe they're just readjusting the score here. In any case, it will be spin to continue for the Mighty Tigers. Abid Nawaz needs something to happen here. Old Brentwood's pretty much halfway to their total. There was a 6 ball over in the end. 7 runs coming off it. Going into the 5th then. We're on the money straight away there. Saini being replaced here by Abid Nawaz, who gives the batter Mervyn Westfield no room at all. see the Tigers aren't out of this yet. If they just, as you said, Nish, have one big over where they get 2 or 3 wickets, the tables might turn again. On the other hand, Mervyn Westfield might just pummel one over long off for a huge Maximo. And Old Brentwoods bring up their 50 for 3. Now with just the 40 runs required for victory. The run rate has crept up just a little, but it's still comfortably below 8. Given that Old Brentwoods in some of their group stage games went at double that, they surely won't be concerned with that. But for the moment, it looks like they've just steadied the ship after that little wobble.
Yeah, so just the 5 Maximos in the first innings, and only the second one we've seen so far in the chase. Yeah, 6s have been hard to come by for once here in Hornchurch.
It's going to be a flat 6 over covers, as those of the local community who have been doing their Friday morning workout suddenly have a ball flying their way. But again, it's a double punch here from Mervyn Westfield to inch the OBs ever closer to that final, with now just over a runner ball required.
Yeah, so a flat 6 there by Mervyn Westfield, and all of a sudden that required is now down to just about a run a ball. There was a slight fear of a misfield there, but wasn't to be. Just going to be a single. It's just a couple of boundaries, and the whole game swings back in favor of the batting side, considering how low this target is.
There's going to be another one added to the collection. Just too short this time from Abid Nawaz, and it's Tanvir Sikandar who lifts that one away for a big 6 runs. And this is exactly the over that Old Brentwoods wanted, to just make sure that any nerves that are jangling out there are settled once more. 19 runs coming off it. The equation now is less than a runner ball, 27 needed in 30 to secure the Old Brentwoods place in the final. As we take a look at what's happening across the European network, of course, things are happening over in Czechia at the same time, as the live score from there is Gibraltar women playing Czechia women. Gibraltar, they batted first, put on 161 for 3 off their 20 overs. Czechia women, of course, they're still looking for their first win of this series. They're struggling, 16 for 2 going into the 5th over. It looks like Gibraltar will get another win, and going back to live here, and that looks like it might be a 7-up. We're going to have to check that one for height. It certainly cramped Mervyn Westfield up, and he's quite a tall figure. He was able to get on the end of it, though.
Yeah, he ends up clubbing that quite well there, Mervyn Westfield. Has to play a very unorthodox shot, a bit of a flamingo shot, the way he ends up striking that. Well, let's just take a look at this. I think it's just that Mervyn Westfield is a big, tall man, so it looks like it might just spare the bowler's blushes, although, no, it's been signaled a no ball.
It has been signalled. I think it was even signalled on field, and certainly one of those 50-50 calls, but it's a 7-up, and the free hit coming up. It's chipped down the ground. Does it have the distance on it? It absolutely does, despite the tremendous effort of the fielder in the deep there, Gurveer Saini. He tries to reel it in. He didn't really need to go for the catch, given it was a free hit. Not much he could have done with that. You could see he was trying to chuck it back under his own arm, but that's, again, a double blow for the mighty Tigers, and OB's now just 14 runs away.
They're closing in on a victory here after a rather nervy start where they lost 3 wickets within the first couple of overs. Westfield just gets a bit of an inside edge on that. It goes straight to the fielder at fine leg. A terrific partnership so far. It's been worth 57 runs. And after Old Brentwoods would have been a little bit anxious, a little bit jittery after seeing some of their key batters fall within those first couple of overs, Sikandar and Westfield have just settled things down superbly. This is going straight down the ground, and I think it's just going to go over the commentary tent. 6 more runs as the Old Brentwoods are 8 runs away.
I didn't catch that one off the bat, and I saw your hands go up in preparation, and I was suddenly panicking, because there's no change in your reaction if there's a ball coming straight at your face and a ball coming somewhere near us. It's just a hand up and hope. And that one was too big even for the commentary tent. Old Brentwoods, despite that early wobble, have shown again their class. And it'll again be maybe an innings where the likes of Babar Chowdhury, Shabazz Khan, Murray Burkey aren't even required to bat. And that shows their depth that I'm sure they'll have to tap into going into the finals with Mervyn Westfield here. Playing sensibly as well. He's already plundered 19 runs off this over, and he just taps that one into the leg side and gets himself off strike. This one's chipped, but chipped safely, and it's going to go all the way for 4. I thought that one might have just been a single out to the boundary, but it's inch perfect placement from Tanvir Sikandar, who's played with all class so far in his 42 runs. And he's really been the one to steer his side home here, with OBs now just 3 runs away.
Nice comeback ball there by Aziz. Gets it right up there in the block hole, and all Sikandar can do is block that out as we come to the end of the 6th. The old Brentwoods are 87 for 3, and we're just about to witness the second undefeated side in this series get knocked off. And it just shows you that when it comes down to one knockout game, anything can happen.
Yeah, absolutely. Form goes out the window. And old Brentwoods, I'd say this is a slight surprise. You will say it's not as much of a surprise as we had yesterday with the Sharks against the old Londoners, because the OBs have been imperious through the group stages. The 2 games they lost were against the East Londoners when they were so dominant in the group stages. It looks like they'll be seeing themselves into the finals. Of course, it won't be the last we see of the Mighty Tigers. They will come back in the 3rd, 4th playoff to face up against the losers of the semi-final between Hornchurch and the Sharks Cricket Academy. As Bay comes on to bowl a bit of leg spin here. But the 2 experienced batters out there happy to just nudge and nerd all the singles. Doesn't matter how you get there, they just want to see themselves over the line with just the 2 runs needed now. That takes the scores level, so the best the Mighty Tigers can hope for now is a golden ball. Almost actually got there on overthrows as that one flashed in, and the wicketkeeper Hassan Ahmed nowhere near it.
21 straight dot balls will be quite something even for European cricket, but yeah, the old Brentwoods, they certainly deserve this. They've been the better side today.
They will get there in, well, we call that probably symptomatic of the Mighty Tigers' performance today. Is 4 wides, 5 wides, they actually only need the 1. The old Brentwoods will take the win, and they soar through into the finals later today. As for the Mighty Tigers, we heard them roar so often in the group stages, but when it came to the semi-final, they were all roar and no bite, as they skittled here by the Mighty Tigers, who win, sorry, by old Brentwoods, who win by 7 wickets. And in the end, it was comprehensive, as we see there. The old Brentwoods have cemented their place in the final. Mighty Tigers will see them in the bronze playoff later today. And coming up in just over 20 minutes time is Hornchurch against the Sharks Cricket Academy. But let's go back and take a look at the highlights. And well, it was a rocky start for the old Brentwoods. We knew from the start that the Mighty Tigers had to pick up early wickets if they had any chance of getting themselves through to the finals. And well, early wickets is exactly what they got, as Sagar Joshi, he fell in the very first over. He did hit a 4 before that, as he pumped one down the ground, but on the very next delivery is Kasim Naziri who did the damage. It was actually a pretty rank ball. Sagar Joshi somehow contrived to get himself out on that one. And Alan Jones, he fell as well, going for a golden duck. Kasim Naziri getting 2 wickets in 2 balls. One that was a margin call, I think, for umpire Anthony, but finger of doom was raised. And when Asad Sajjad fell just a few balls later, we thought actually this could be a comeback for the ages. The thing was, the old Brentwoods knew they just had to keep plugging away. That was the end of Asad Sajjad, the 3rd wicket to fall, but it ended up being the final one that the Mighty Tigers would get, as Tanvir Sikandar, new into the side, showed all of his class and experience, playing shots all around the ground as well. There was a few lovely drives over cover. He was joined then by Mervyn Westfield, and really the key to their success here is that they were playing sensible shots. They weren't going after the good balls that the Mighty Tigers did also bowl.
Absolutely, and you just got to take a moment to appreciate this 4th wicket stand. It ends up being worth 71 runs. They're stayed cool under pressure. The innings wobbled at the top. We saw a few nerves and anxiety from the top three, but wasn't to be the case between these two, Sikandar and Westfield. They played good cricket, played every ball in its merit. They assessed the risk well. As we take a look at the fantasy dashboard for our upcoming game between Hornchurch and the Sharks Cricket Academy. Hornchurch will have Billy Gordon coming into the lineup for this game, and the Sharks Cricket Academy, Safi Butt, very important bowler for them, will be back for the semi-final. We'll now take a look at the scorecard for this innings. As we can see, the top three failing, just 4 runs for Joshi, Sajjad with the 1, Jones departing on a rare golden duck, and then Sikandar and Westfield steadied the ship with that 71-run opening partnership. Very, very good cricket. It was a grown-up chase once those two made their way out to the middle. They took calculated risks, they played good shots, their footwork was solid, and ultimately they negotiated the early challenge from the mighty Tigers. With credit to them, they bowled well to start things off. They had this side 19 for 3 at the end of the second over, but there just weren't enough runs on the board, especially not here in Hornchurch, where we've seen average scores of 156. The old Brentwoods take this game pretty comfortably in the end. They win by 7 wickets with 3.3 overs to spare. The first semi-final is in the books. The old Brentwoods have punched their ticket to the grand finale. Who will be joining them? Will it be Hornchurch or will it be the Sharks Cricket Academy? We'll have that game coming up for you in just over 15 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
It's time for our second semi-final. Let's head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Tyrone Peters, who's alongside the captains of the hosts Hornchurch and the Sharks Cricket Academy.
The Sharks Academy to call.
Heads.
Heads is the call. And it's a head.
Ball first.
They're going to have a bowl first.
Looking forward to the start of this match. The Sharks Cricket Academy will be hoping that lightning strikes twice as they pulled off a seismic upset yesterday by beating the East Londoners, who were undefeated throughout the entire tournament. They've got a talented batting lineup. They brought in some reinforcements as well for yesterday's game, and they look like a completely different side to the one that we saw during the group stages. Their bowling was spectacular yesterday as well, and they're certainly going to need that in this first innings against Hornchurch. We're going to have to bat first. Hornchurch love to chase, and so far in the knockout stages, sides that have chased have won every single game. So Hornchurch will be looking to buck that trend, and they'll certainly believe they can with the wonderful blend of youth and experience that they have in their side. Let's head over to the commentary box for the start of play, where you'll be joined by Tina Guff.
Thanks very much, Nish. Very much looking forward to this second semi-final. And as Nish was saying, the toss might have been a significant one there, as the Sharks Cricket Academy, they chose correctly and decided to field. So Hornchurch will have to get runs on the board on this occasion after being a side that has chased down in their last 4 victories. Taking a look at the sides, just one change for Hornchurch. Adil Malik, he featured yesterday in the quarterfinals, featured heavily in fact with bat and ball. He is unavailable, being replaced though by another big game player, Billy Gordon. We saw him just once or twice earlier in the series, but he's back for the semi-finals. As for the Sharks Cricket Academy, they have brought in a bowling reinforcement as well in the form of Safi Butt. So certainly neither of these sides will die wondering as we go into the real business end of this series. And as Nish was saying in the intros, no one really gave the Sharks a chance going into the quarterfinals yesterday up against an unbeaten East Londoners side who not only won every game but dismissed opponents time and time again, and were looking imperious going into that quarterfinal. But the Sharks Cricket Academy bowled excellently to restrict the East Londoners to 131 for 8, especially Aziz Jebakale. He picked up another 3 wickets to put him very much near the top of the bowling rankings for this series. He's behind only, of course, Billy Whitlock and Mohib Burki, who have 11 wickets. Aziz Jebakale has 10. Despite that upset, though, the Sharks Cricket Academy once more go into this one as underdogs. They won't mind that tag whatsoever, as yesterday they did then chase down the East Londoners total with relative ease. They scored the 132 required with still 6 balls left of that run chase, and that's absolutely why they've backed themselves to go into the field against another strong batting side, with the hope then that they will chase down the total in the second half of the innings. As for Hornchurch then, their path to the semi-final wasn't entirely smooth sailing either against Gagan, who put on 149 runs. Again, it was a topsy-turvy game with Gagan losing a flurry of wickets in the middle overs, and it was only thanks to a great counterpunch from Mihir Agarwal, scoring 57 off 19 deliveries, that Gagan got up to 149. Hornchurch then lost a couple of early wickets in the form of Kian Poskett and Jalpesh Vijay, but it was the skipper George Hankins, ably supported by Paul Murray, and then Adil Malik, who steadied the ship as we go into the first delivery here, and it's clubbed away by the skipper himself, George Hankins, who's out there in the middle with Kian Poskett. the youngster. These two have formed a formidable opening pairing throughout the series. It's good to see them back out there in the middle, trying to put the runs on the board for the Hornchurch side. And first delivery there from Sharuk Kudus is given the treatment. Kian Poskett, he was struggling a bit with an injury yesterday, and he was clean bowled on just his second delivery. It was, you have to say, an outstanding ball by Sahan Adisha, but he will dearly want to be back in the runs here. And it's club ×2 from George Hankins, as Sharuk Kudus just bowling too short here to the Hornchurch skipper. He's not going to miss out on that one. Bit of a flourish of the bat as well. In the power play, of course, first 3 overs only allowed 2 fielders outside of the ring. They now have pushed someone back to cow corner and brought in the deep covers. So they now have the 2 fielders out at long on and cow corner. Can George Hankins go 3 for 3? More circumspect on that delivery. It's a better ball as well from Kudus, right on the top of off stump on that occasion. So it'll be interesting to see where Billy Gordon features in the batting lineup. New back into the side to replace Adil Malik. I suppose it's not quite a like-for-like replacement, but Billy Gordon has vast amounts of experience with bat and ball. He's found his rhythm now, has Sharuk Kudus, bowling the opening over for the Sharks Cricket Academy after they put in a excellent bowling performance yesterday. Raza Mughal, he was outstanding with the ball as well. He finished with figures of 2 for 28 in that quarter-final victory against the East Londoners. And this might be an early wicket. It's not really celebrated by the fielder who catches it. We're certainly going to have to look at this one. George Hankins, he is unmoved. It's just a question whether it carried or not. You can see the fielder's not convinced, and maybe he's even said there that it didn't carry. Let's take a look. Oh, it's such a tough one. You often go on the reaction of the fielder, and he wasn't exactly jumping for joy. My feeling is, it's such an awful one to have to call. I have a feeling it might bounce just short. And you have to say fair play, absolutely, to the fielder there. It's Taki Abbas. He didn't try to sell that one at all. He wasn't sure. And good sportsmanship, I think, there, just to say, probably didn't carry. He probably could have got away with trying to pull the wool over the umpire's eyes, but it didn't carry. George Hankins survives. It's an action-packed first over here. Kudus, after 2 looseners, absolutely on the money in the next 4 deliveries. Unlucky not to pick up a wicket, but the skipper of Hornchurch survives. He also keeps the strike as well as we go to the end of the first over. 13 runs on the board as we take a look at the schedule here for finals day. And it's the old Brentwoods who are waiting to face up against the winner of these 2 sides out there in the middle, either Hornchurch or the Sharks Cricket Academy. Both of these sides, though, will be playing another game today, as the loser will go into the bronze final to play up against the mighty Tigers, who have certainly had their claws clipped, but surely they'll come out with a slightly better performance going into that 3rd place playoff. Remember, the mighty Tigers, previously so prolific with the bat, only able to muster 89 runs before they were bowled out in the final over against OBs in that first semi-final. Second over here is going to be bowled by Raza Mughal. And it's a slight misfield that will give George Hankins another 4 runs. It's roundly applauded by the fan zone, which is filling up on this glorious Friday lunchtime. George Hankins trying to make the most of his second life here. In the second half of that first semi-final, then Old Brentwoods, despite a bit of an early wobble, they lost 3 early wickets. They were able to steady the ship thanks to Tanvir Sikandar and Mervyn Westfield, and they saw the victory home in the 7th over. Low full toss here. It's just going to fall shy of the fielder out there. George Hankins first two deliveries he absolutely pummeled to the boundary, but since then not quite found the middle of the bat. It does allow Cian Poskett to face his first delivery of the day. And joining me back in the warming up commentary tent here, we have opened the one side. Hopefully that will keep us surviving till the end. It's Nish, and Nish, this one's looking like quite an intriguing matchup. I certainly think the Sharks were happy to win the toss and go out there into the field.
Played away nicely there by Cian Poskett. What an elegant way to get off the mark. A beautiful stroke, just got outside the line of the ball and helped it along towards fine leg for 4. Yeah, this does look like it's going to be a brilliant game. Hornchurch coming in as the favorites, but the Sharks Cricket Academy have shown that they've certainly got the ability to pull off an upset. Third time these sides are facing each other this European Cricket Series. Hornchurch won both the first 2 encounters between these two teams and won them quite comfortably as well, in all honesty. They picked up bonus points the second time these two teams played each other. Doesn't quite middle that one there, Cian Poskett, but it's going to go away for a single. See, the first time these two teams played each other, Hornchurch set a target of 174 for the Sharks, who in response mustered 129. They were bowled out in the 10th over. Hankins batted superbly in that match, made 84 of just 23 deliveries. Paul Murray chipped in with 37 of 16. He just got a no ball here, so a free hit is coming up for the dangerous George Hankins. Slower ball attempted. Hankins just waits for it and blasts it right through cover for 4 runs. Great shot there. He's got such a solid base to launch from, doesn't he?
And when you give George Hankins a free hit, you know you're in trouble, as he just stood and delivered on that one. You would have forgiven him for going for the big old hoik over to the leg side, but he just clubs that one through the covers. Went like an arrow, did just fall short of the boundary rope, so it's just the 4 runs. But this is already a decent over for Hornchurch. 15 runs coming off it, still 2 balls left. It's Raza Mughal again, like Sharuk Kudus, just taking a few balls to get into his rhythm here.
Oh, that was just a whisker away from the leg stump, and a good comeback delivery there by Mughal. He knows how close he was to getting not just any wicket, but the big fish himself, Hankins, who the second time these two teams played each other, the Sharks set a target of 135 for Hornchurch, and that man right there, George Hankins, scored a brilliant 104 of just 28 deliveries. So the Sharks know better than any team how good he is. Off length delivery, and this is good bowling out to Mughal. He came back really well after getting struck for that boundary. Ends up with a couple of dot balls. Hornchurch 28 for no loss after 2.
Both of the overs have gone in similar fashion so far. A few loose deliveries early up, but the bowlers have got the better of the second half of both overs. We've already had 5 dot balls, which is actually uncharacteristic for George Hankins. He's going at a strike rate of 200. He's usually more around the 300 mark, but a steady start nonetheless for Hornchurch. As you can see, both of these sides coming through in that group in 2nd and 4th place in Group A. But as we've seen throughout the last day and a half, form goes absolutely out the window when you get into these knockout stages.
Big swing and a miss there. A nice delivery to start off here for Sharuk Kudus, who's been a good performer for this Sharks team. One of their more reliable bowlers, someone who they've been able to turn to. It's bowled them some valuable overs. He's had an economy rate of 15 throughout this series, which is about on par, or slightly below par even for what the average run rate has been in this ECS. Once again, looking to create some room here. Poskett to try to bash it towards that mid-wicket boundary, and Poskett's had a good series himself too. Average of 31, strike rate of 225. His wicket keeping has been excellent, and whenever Paul Murray's taken the gloves and Poskett's had to field out at long on and mid-wicket, he's just been superb in that role.
Yeah, they've had so many key performers, haven't they? Hornchurch, Billy Whitlock, of course, joint top of the wicket-taking ranks. You've got Hankins up there with the bat. Cian Poskett, though, maybe just in the back of his mind, of course, he has that second ball duck that he suffered yesterday. I know he's carrying a bit of an injury, but he just needs to settle down here. Maybe George Hankins Needs to have a little word or two with him. He shouldn't try to overhit the ball here. He's got such natural timing and power.
Should maybe just look to open up the offside a little bit as well. Just trying to hit everything towards the onside here. Just open the face of the bat. Look to strike it towards point. He's getting a little bit frustrated here, you can tell. 4 consecutive dot balls. You don't tend to see that in T10 cricket. It's a lovely delivery though.
Yeah.
A nice bit of movement away as well. Good seam movement there for Shahrukh Kudus.
He's always just going to naturally tail it away from the right-hander, so I don't think trying to lift this one over cow corner is the shot to go. I think you've got to try playing with the swing through the covers if you can.
Wild swing again, and it might just be worth Hankins going to have a word here with Cian Poskett. Seen 5 straight dot balls. He's pretty much played identical strokes to all of them.
Yeah, it's been action replay after action replay. Shahrukh Kudus knows he can just put the ball on the spot unless Cian Poskett tries something different here. It's just going to continue to fly through to the gloves of Yash Kumar Solanki. So just have a slight delay here as the umpire has a quick word with the captain there, Adil Zarif. Standing umpires for today's game. Raza facing up here and Anthony at square leg.
Oh, will this land safely? Just about. Oh, that would have been a heart and mouth moment there for Cian Poskett, but well, this is a real rarity. I don't know if we've even had one so far this series. A maiden over and in the power play as well.
Yeah, I think that's why George Hankins was actually reluctant to take the single off the final delivery, because he didn't want really to subject Cian Poskett to more of that. Just get him to the non-striker's end where he can just reset and George Hankins can take the responsibility of this 4th over. The end of the power play, 28 runs coming off it. Not the kind of explosive start we're used to seeing from Hornchurch. Cian Poskett 5 off 8, George Hankins 22 off 11. What you will say though, they haven't lost a wicket and they're well placed to try to accelerate here, but they will come up against the formidable bowling now of Aziz Jabakale.
Struck nicely down the ground. That's going to go away for 4 runs. And Jabbarkale coming in for the first over after power play. This is played beautifully through the line there by George Hankins. It goes into the match officials' tent as well. So they desperately needed that boundary. They really did. We'd seen 8 successive dot balls prior to that shot. Maybe take the 2 dot balls at the end of the 2nd over as well. Oh, is there something there? Was there a little nick? They're certainly convinced there was the Sharks. There was some kind of a noise. Wonder where that came from. Oh, the Sharks certainly went up. And this would have been a huge wicket for them if they'd been able to get rid of Hankins. Let's just take a look at this. Oh, well, hard to tell from that replay. It really is.
It kind of tails in after it goes past Hankins, which suggests it didn't take a big deviation of any sort. Certainly the Sharks were convinced. So impossible to see that. You can see Jabakale, he doesn't even go for the appeal. He goes straight for the celebration. He certainly thinks there's something there.
Yeah, there's just a strange click in the headset, wasn't there, right as that ball was going past Hankins, but umpire remained unmoved. Hankins will strike this firmly down the ground, and you got to credit the Sharks, though. This has been amazing bowling by them, bowling some real strong wicket-taking deliveries. Oh, well, Poskett, he's trying to get funky here, really is, and he's just maybe overthinking things a little bit now. On 5 of 9, he faced those 6 consecutive dot balls. You just feel like it's just starting to get to his head a little bit. Just needs to look to play some orthodox cricketing shots, trying to open up the offside here. play some straight batted strokes. Now goes for the bumper. Poskett trying to pull that one away. This is great bowling by the Sharks, just mixing things up very nicely and keeping these Hornchurch batters on their toes.
They've just given them absolutely nothing so far, have the Sharks, and it makes you wonder where this side was during the group stages. They haven't made too many changes, but they've come out like a completely different outfit, first against the East Londoners yesterday, and now once more against Hornchurch.
Oh my goodness, well this is an absolutely incredible spell of bowling here. What are we witnessing? This is unlike anything we've seen this series. And there might even have been a little inside edge there. The keeper not quite able to take it though. Would have been a spectacular catch if he had held on to that. Yeah, hard to tell, really is, but seeing just the 5 runs scored in these last 2 overs, the third over a maiden, Jobberkale's over goes for just 5. I mean, look at the amount of dot balls when you go through the over summary. More than half the balls we've seen so far this innings have been dot balls.
There's been just 5 runs off the last 14 deliveries. And it hasn't been for a lack of trying for the Hornchurch batters. It's just been outstanding bowling, the big appeal, but there was a huge inside edge there off Hankins' bat.
They're going to scamper across here for the quick single. This is incredible bowling. This might be one of the best bowling performances we have seen so far this series here by the Sharks Cricket Academy. Everything is going perfectly to plan for them. Now Poskett finally gets a hold of one, and that's what we're used to seeing from him. Pumps that away for 6 runs. He's been looking for that shot all innings.
It's worth waiting for. It's a brilliant shot. That one just slightly straighter from Raza Mughal, and Poskett's able to lean into that one. But there's still a lot of work to do for these Hornchurch opening batters. I expected score 130. They ideally would want to get somewhere near that 150 par score though.
Oh, well, he's just going to maybe consider pinching a single here, but he has been struck on the helmet, so I think it's just worth taking a look at whether Kian is okay or not over here. It's a good bouncer there by Mughal.
It's flush on the side of the grill, isn't it? Not even any deflection on the way through. Seems to be okay. You will have to have the precautionary check, of course, will the youngster.
Yeah, umpire Anthony Levy just going to have a look at him here and just administering a quick concussion test. He's joined by umpire Raza Ahmed Manyar, who's behind the stumps. Bikash Ahmed is the 3rd umpire, and our match referee is Tyrone Peters. Yeah, just before that 6, there are a few messages in the chat, calling for Poskett to maybe be retired out, but there's a reason Hankins has to believe in him. He's seen Poskett play incredible innings throughout this series, and with a player like him, you always feel he's just 1 ball away from finding his form. Get an inside edge here. Are they going to push for a second? No, just the 1 run. The second definitely wasn't on.
Yeah, we know that Kian Poskett has the firepower. He's shown it time and time again. 40 off 17 on day 1, 34 off 18 as well. He's going at less than a run a ball here. Just a few big shots and he'd get himself into a bit of form as well, but really the Sharks Cricket Academy have been bowling outstandingly. They've not allowed even someone with as much talent and power as George Hankins to get away from them.
Down the ground, and great lengths here by Mughal. Once again got it right up there, and Hornchurch 43 for no loss. This has been a brilliant exhibition of early overs bowling here by the Sharks as we welcome you into the commentary tent. Didn't really see this coming, especially considering the fact that Hornchurch haven't lost a wicket.
No, absolutely not. And you have to say, it's not for a lack of trying from the Hornchurch openers. They've been swinging hard. In Cian Poskett's case, actually, he's just not been getting bat on ball. But even George Hankins, in so much form, hasn't been able to clear the rope on enough occasions. The good news, though, for Hornchurch is they're still there, and they know that they can accelerate with wickets in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. If they can go at even 20s from here on out, they'll end up with 143, which, based on what we've seen so far this series, is below par. So, as things stand, we can't see them getting a truly mammoth total here. And with the standard of batting we've seen throughout this series, you really want to get a score at least at 170. Poskett will look to haul this one towards long on. A good chunk of that goes away for 6 runs. The expected score is at 128, and that Hornchurch will certainly not feel like that's enough. But with these two out there, they'll still believe they can get to something in the 140s or the 150s and give their bowling attack something to defend in that second innings. Take a look at the win predictor. The Sharks have edged ahead for the first time. They came into this game as heavy underdogs.
Yeah, it's interesting, isn't it? We know that Hornchurch have unbelievable bowling talent as well, but they need to give their bowlers something to defend to the batters. And Cian Poskett, he's trying to go through the gears here. That previous one that he hit for 6, that's the one we were trying to encourage him to play earlier on when he was just swinging and missing. Just doesn't need to try to overhit it. If he gets anywhere near the ball just with his hands, we know he's got the timing and power to lift it over the rope.
Oh, just goes a little too leg side there, Safi Butt, and that's all it takes for someone like George Hankins to launch you away for 6 runs. Much needed for Hornchurch.
Absolutely, as they move past the 50 mark. More than half of the overs have been bowled already. I suppose the good news for Hornchurch is that both Sharuk Kudus and Raza Mughal have been bowled out. Aziz Jabakale, he still has 1 over to come. He went for just the 5 runs. But it means they really have to cash in on the remaining 4 overs, wherever they might come from. That's what they're trying to do here against Safi Butt. His first 3 deliveries go for 13 runs. And really what they need here, Hornchurch, is magical overs.
Now it's going to be back-to-back Maximos. It's very similar to the previous delivery, but this time he goes over fine leg, effortlessly stroked away by George Hankins.
This is going to be the biggest over of the innings so far. 19 runs coming off it. Still room to go even bigger here. It's just those 3 overs. Overs 3, 4, 5 between them just went for the 15 runs. Of course, one of those was a maiden as well. Not something you see too often on the network, but hats off to the Sharks who've really come out and bared their teeth here. We'll take a look at the fan zone. Maybe those in the fan zone can give us a quick wave as they're basking in the Friday afternoon sun here. It's a beautiful day in London.
Very dangerous line that Butt is bowling here. He just needs to try to get this around middle and off. Maybe even go for that wide Yorker. That would be that real T10 ball. Safi Butt hasn't played much this series. Just bowled the 4 overs prior to this match. And he's not quite been able to get it right here. He's managed to get away with that one, in all honesty. I think Hankins will be rather frustrated that he's missed out on one. Just seems to have struck him somewhere on the back of his leg. He's just rubbing that right now as he makes his way towards the non-striker's end. Gets a wicket here, Safi Butt. Poskett went for the big shot. He's going to miss out on that one, and Butt gets a wicket, the first one for the Sharks Cricket Academy. Poskett managed to make 20 runs, but not quite at the strike rate he would have liked.
Yeah, it's not probably the worst wicket in the world for Hornchurch to lose. Cian Poskett never really got to the highs we've seen him reach in the series so far. They do lose their first, but maybe Hornchurch now can shuffle the pack and see what the remaining batters can do. George Hankins, of course, still there, 42 off 19 for him. I think he's still got a gear that he can go up into, and he's being joined out there in the middle now by a man with international experience for Portugal, Jalpesh Vijay.
Jalpes really played many a big knock for Portugal on ECN, and now he's going to have to do it here for Hornchurch. And a spot of bother for this Hornchurch side. They've lost just the 1 wicket, but that run rate is at just 10.7. He's got plenty of experience, Jalpes Vijay, more than 570 ECN T10 runs to his name. He's alongside a very talented batter in Hankins, who's going to launch this away for 6 runs. Well, go fetch that somewhere way beyond the boundary rope. A terrific stroke played on the up.
Absolutely, as the captain of Hornchurch nears his next half century on the network. He moves to 48 off just 20, and they really need a captain's knock from him if they want to post a defendable total. If he can double up here, then suddenly Hornchurch are back in contention.
Looks to go over extra cover. It's going to take a hop before going over the rope, and Hankins with yet another half century. And he's managed to get it in a big, big moment for his side. His 7th 50 of this European Cricket Series, following up from the 66 we saw from him in the quarterfinal.
Yeah, absolutely well done, George Hankins. 52 of just 21 deliveries, but he knows the job is not even halfway done here. He moves his side into the 70s, 74 for 1. They still need to do a big, big finish here to get up to 140, 150.
Nice comeback delivery there by Jabbar Kale. That was right up there in the block hole. Hankins just gets that away for the 1 run, brings Jalpes Vijay, a Portuguese international, on strike. Nice bowling there by Jabbar Kale. Just managed to get that one right inside that wide guideline. It's been a tactic they've employed a lot, haven't they, the Sharks? You know, you got to credit the lines they've bowled. They've really just kept it out of the slot for Hornchurch. It's not been in the batter's hitting arc. This one was in the slot, and it's going to race away towards the fielder. It was actually dealt with that superbly well. I think that's Usman Shafi out in the deep. It was just racing towards him at the rate of knots, and it came out an awkward height too, and he's dealt with it pretty well. We'll just make sure that's a clean bit of fielding. That replay certainly confirms it.
A metre either side, and that would have been racing to the rope, but nice work on the boundary there to restrict it to just the single.
Yeah, that's going to go away for 4 runs. A rare mistake there for Jabbar Kale, and Hankins plays that so beautifully. Doesn't look to overhit it, just uses the pace of the ball and runs it down towards fine leg.
Oh, that man's going to have to do a bit more fielding practice before he gets his name in the Park 11. But a good end to the over nonetheless. As we take a look at the calendar for 2025, with so much coming your way, Finland and Bulgaria, the next taxis off the rank before we head west to Belgium and Germany. Going back to Sweden for the 2nd time in just about a couple of months, this time to Stockholm before we return to England, going just west of the capital over to Wimbledon. Looking forward to bringing you another 2 weeks of action there. I know it was a bit rainy last year, but we've had a word with the weather gods, and hopefully they will be on our side this time, as we have 2 weeks coming to you from Wimbledon before moving over to Croatia, my neck of the woods in Kiel in Germany as well. So much action to look forward to. And which one are you on next, Nish? Do you know where you're going to make an appearance?
Yeah, I think it'll be later in the autumn, back in Cyprus for an international series, so certainly looking forward to that. And yeah, should be a great summer of European cricket. Just going to drag this one towards square leg. And yeah, quick update from over in Czechia. Czechia in a bit of trouble here. 72 for 8, and they need 90 runs of the remaining 30 deliveries to pick up their first win of the Central Europe Cup. So you expect Gibraltar to go on and win it from here.
Yeah, it's a good comeback from Gibraltar, given that they lost to a lower ranked side in the form of Austria. Remember, it's a T20 competition over there, so every single game is important for ranking points and standings in the ICC ladder. Meanwhile, good bowling here from Taki Abbas. Hasn't allowed Jalpesh Vijay or George Hankins to get away on the first 2 deliveries.
Up in the air, that's going to have enough to clear the rope quite comfortably. It goes away for a 6. Yeah, Boss bowled for the first time during yesterday's quarterfinal. It certainly seemed like he was a handy addition to the Shark side. Good to have a leggy, especially, and he got a couple of right-handed batters out there. But Hankins has no problem whatsoever negotiating with that kind of bowling. He managed to smash it away for 6 runs, and 7 runs off this over so far. Still got another 3 deliveries to come. Next time's going to look to go over the offside. Not quite in control of that shot. He's going to take the catch there. What a brilliant catch at point. A very, very important wicket as well here for the Sharks. The danger man Hankins has to depart, and at the wrong time as well, right when Hornchurch were starting to pick up their run rate.
Yeah, absolutely. Taki Abbas, he gets an all-important wicket. It's that of the Hornchurch skipper. Just doesn't quite get to the pitch of the ball. Only manages to skew that one up in the air, and it's a comfortable enough catch, you'd say, from Aziz Jabakale, but still backpedaling with the ball spinning in the air. It's not the easiest, but he settles himself underneath it and takes an all-important catch there for the Sharks Cricket Academy. Hornchurch moved to 87 for 2. They've still got 2 and a bit overs here to do the damage. That expected score, 131, you'd think they want that as a bare minimum, 130 plus, to give themselves something to bowl at, and it will be down to Paul Murray to see if he can lift his side to that total.
I mean, just take your mind back to the group stages and how easily Hornchurch were able to make runs against the Sharks Academy side. The first time they played each other, Hornchurch made 173 runs in the first innings, then chased down a target in the 130s and 7 overs. Oh, this is beautifully reverse swept, and there was no other way that Paul Murray was going to open his account on the first ball.
I don't know why they didn't just put someone back. We knew it was coming. Everyone knew it was coming, and still he's able to time it to perfection, just cruelly chips it over the man on the 45. Seems strange though. Surely they've been watching some of the Hornchurch games. You've got to put someone out on that scoop. Equally though, Paul Murray's just going to toy with you. They'll probably bring in long off now, or maybe thinking about it, and then the next one might go straight down the ground. He's such a difficult batter to bowl against.
This time he's just going to scoop one round the corner. It's another boundary. You can't set a field to this man. You just can't.
I would just give up playing cricket if I was bowling against him. It's just impossible. But hats off to him, because he's come out in a pressure situation here. He's just seen his skipper depart, and he goes 1 scoop, 2 scoop. Thank you very much. Hornchurch moved to 95 for 2 at the end of the 8th.
Oh, an incredible, incredible way to start his innings. Back-to-back boundaries, reverse sweep, a scoop towards fine leg. And we'll take a look at this worm here for this Hornchurch side. So you can see that just things really dipped for them after that second over. The third over was a maiden, and the 4th over went for just the 5 runs. They've started to get themselves back on track here, Hornchurch, but that expected score of 126 at the moment still just doesn't feel like enough. Oh, it's going to be smacked away for 6 runs. Safi Butt's really been struggling with his lines there. He just keeps bowling them down the leg side to the right-handers.
Oh, that's exactly what happens as well when a left-hander comes in and just gets into the head of the bowlers a little. Paul Murray, well, one ball he's left-handed, one ball he's right-handed, but it means Jalpesh Vijay at the other end can just cash in on those loose deliveries, and that's exactly what he does. So that is 3 boundaries in a row over the 2 overs, and that's exactly what Hornchurch need. They go beyond 100 with that 6 as well, 101 on the board. Surely they've got to look at 130 plus in the final 11 deliveries here.
It's interesting that they went back to Butt, because he bowled the most expensive over this innings. I thought they would have maybe just considered a bowling change, gone with someone else, and that wasn't to be. Safi Butt starts off this over with his 6. Granted, they are not blessed with the deepest bowling attack, but he just would have thought maybe the captain would have made a change considering the struggles Butt had.
Well, they need it all to happen in the 9th here to Hornchurch.
Struck right back. That is a good comeback delivery there by Butt, just back of a length, and it just doesn't quite give the batter a chance to free his arms. He just ends up tapping it back, and yeah, very easily could have just ricocheted onto the stumps of the non-striker's end.
Yeah, Paul Murray would have been up the creek without a paddle if that one went onto the stumps, but he gets himself Back to the striker's end. He's surveying his field. He's circling the water, but shark-infested water at the moment.
Oh, he goes for it again, and the fielder does manage to get a hand to it here, though. Would have been a slight heart and mouth moment there. Salman Khan has saved a certain boundary.
He saved a boundary. I think he'd be disappointed he didn't catch that, really. He just doesn't quite time his jump, and in the end gets hands to it, but never looked likely to catch it. Paul Murray doesn't get hold of that one and gets another life.
Oh, smashes this one away. It was in the slot there by Butt, and Vijay has put in a real hammer blow here. That 6 has gone into the trees. Enormous hit.
Need a few more of that from the Portuguese international before this innings comes to a close. They move to 109, still 8 balls left.
Down the leg side again. Look at his line there, Salman Butt. So they have sent fine leg back here. Just backs away, creates the room to open off the offside and plays a glorious stroke over there. Vijay will take a look at this once again and admire it. A beautiful, beautiful cricket.
Yeah, he just gets leg side of it, and it's great fielding one-handed by the man on the bench as well, as Hornchurch just putting in a little acceleration towards the end of this innings. Much needed one to get themselves up to a defendable total.
Oh, wonderful comeback ball there by Safi, but managed to get the Yorker in, but it's supposed to be a magical over for Hornchurch. 22 runs coming off it, but the most expensive bowler here for the Sharks Cricket Academy ends up going for 43 runs in the 2 overs he's bowled. You'd expect Taki Abbas to bowl this final over, went for 15 in his first over, but you just take a look at some of those other figures. Kudus there with 13 runs in 2 overs, bowled the maiden as well, probably the only maiden we've seen so far this series. Jabbar Kale with superb figures as well, and that Mughal kept things so tight too, so it's been a great bowling performance by the Sharks so far, but got an over left here, Hornchurch. How much damage can they do? I feel they'll need at least a magical over here. A good use of the feet there by Vijay, and oh, it was a chance for a catch. Would have been a tough one there for Shahbaz Mir. It's diving forward. I just wasn't quite able to hold on to it.
Well, interestingly, the wind predictor has Hornchurch ahead again now, which you'd certainly say is a bold call. With whatever happens in the last 5 deliveries, they're going to end up at a below par score from what we've seen though so far this series. But certainly if they get up beyond 130, they've got something on the board.
Paul Murray hits this one away towards square leg. That's going to be 4 runs. Just another beautiful stroke by Murray. He's got such great awareness of where the fielders are. He's just got this incredible ability to always pick out the gaps.
He's such a 360 classy player, and you've got a few dejected looking faces in the Sharks field, and that's probably because it's such a frustrating innings to have to play up against Paul Murray, knowing that he can go straight down the ground as well. He said previously that's where he prefers to play, but obviously needs must.
A big appeal over here. They're going to try to scamper across for the single, and Murray going for the reverse sweep again in a rare occasion where he couldn't execute it. Let's just see how close this was. Certainly pitching in line. Impact in line as well, and oh, well, what are your thoughts on that? Could have been close.
It's a close one. As soon as you go down into the sweep, you give the umpire a decision to make. I think just saved there on the height.
Nice ball there by Abbas. They're going to try to push for a second run here, and they will get the run out. So they have to take the risk. You certainly can't fault them. Murray will lose his wicket as he was running to the danger end. It does get Vijay back on strike, which isn't too bad an outcome from Hornchurch's perspective, but a fine knock here by Paul Murray. It's just what we've become accustomed to seeing from him.
Yeah, absolutely, and selfless as well. He knows that his side need every single run possible at the moment, and he didn't even look. He just turned and went, and in the end, he was well short. And he carried on running all the way to the dugout. But they won't die wondering here, Hornchurch. That one's just going to be smeared away over the covers. 6 runs effortlessly played there from Jalpesh Vijay, and I think that's why Paul Murray was eager to get him back on strike as well, because he has looked excellent in his 30 so far off just 11 deliveries.
Yeah, good to see Monica Ramos Acosta in the chat. Nice to see you after a while. It's certainly good to see you watching the European cricketing action once again. Thomas Martinez joining us, as well as Little Allen and Jake Stewart as well. Good afternoon to all of you. Nice ball there by Abbas, a dot ball to end the inning. So Hornchurch end up with 130 runs. Certainly a lot better than what we expected at the halfway stage when they were struggling. A nice little fight back right at the end by Vijay and Murray, the two of them just elevating this side to a fairly respectable total, but you have to say the average score here has been 156, so this is well below par. And the Sharks are on. They could pull off another upset again here in the European Cricket Series. We'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. Hankins opened alongside Poskett. There were a couple of close ones for him, wasn't there? The catch didn't quite carry to the fielder. Abbas was in that kind of short third or fly slip position. Hankins played some good-looking shots, struck 5 boundaries, hit 6 sixes. Poskett, he had a lot of issues, didn't he? He played out that maiden where he played 6 consecutive dot balls. He did get the 20, but just took him a bit too long to get there. He would eventually get dismissed by Safi, but a good ball there by Butt, who otherwise was rather expensive in this match. Hankins just kept his side in this game, playing some masterful strokes. Paul Murray, that what he so often does, had those beautiful reverse sweeps and scoops, certainly treated us to an absolute delight. And we're taking a look at some of these great shots. That was a top bit of fielding there by Salman Khan. He'll be rather disappointed he couldn't even take the catch in the end as well. Would have certainly helped his Sharks side. There was another attempt at a catch by Shahbaz Mir, a difficult challenge. And here was a run out in the final over. Paul Murray running to the danger end. They're just trying to get Vijay back on strike and maybe even pinch a second run. Murray would get dismissed in the final over. Hornchurch would end up with 130 runs. One of the lowest scores we've seen from Hornchurch so far this series, especially considering they managed to make 130 plus runs against this very Shark side the last time these two played each other in 7 overs. We'll take a look at the scorecard here. Hankins with 63 of 26, Poskett with 20 of 18. I was just swinging from the hip far too many times, just couldn't quite keep his shape, and the Sharks were certainly just exposing some of the mistakes he made. Vijay with 30 of 12, Paul Murray with 13 of 5, the Billy Gordon at the other end didn't get a chance to face a ball. We'll take a look at the bowling figures now for the Sharks, and gotta say, superb bowling by them. Shahrukh Kudus with that maiden, a rare maiden. Really haven't seen those in this ECS. He concedes just the 13 runs. Mughal giving up just 25. Jabbar Kale just 21 in his 2 overs. Safi Butt went for 43 runs, but did manage to pick up that wicket of Poskett. And then Abbas with 1 for 27 in his 2 overs. So we're halfway through our second semi-final, and Hornchurch will feel like they've left a lot of runs on the table here. They won't be overly pleased with the score, but they've given themselves something to defend. They've got that fighting spirit. They're going up against the Shark side, or looking to embark on a Cinderella run. We'll take a short break, and we'll be back for the chase.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to sunny Hornchurch, where we've got an intriguing second semi-final on the line here between the hosts Hornchurch and the Sharks Cricket Academy, who are looking to spring their second surprise in just as many days. Hornchurch, they put 130 runs on the board, certainly a below par score for this series so far, and certainly below par score for Hornchurch, as they just got a bit stuck in the mud in those beginning overs. Shahrukh Kudus bowled a rare maiden in this T10 format, Aziz Jabakale showing why he's very much at the top of the bowling rankings, as did Raza Mughal. There was the 3 overs 3, 4 and 5 that went for just the 15 runs, and it's only really thanks to a final flurry, first from George Hankins and then from Jalpesh Vijay, that the hosts were able to scratch their way up to the 130 mark. Certainly 30, 40, even 50 runs short of where they would have liked to have been, but something they feel like they can defend, especially with the bowling power that they have, with the likes of the youngsters like Joe Ross, Lewis Imre, and of course the spin of Billy Whitlock. And we'll also see whether Billy Gordon will come in to the side and will get a bowl as well. And the answer is yes, he absolutely will, as he's got the ball in hand to bowl the first over. So a change to the usual opening bowler from Hornchurch. We do often see Joe Ross at the top of the mark, but maybe they've turned to the experience here of Billy Gordon in a pressure situation to try and get the hosts off to the best possible start, as Zarif will face up the first delivery, and he clubs it away. And will it be a chance? Oh, it's a chance, and it's dropped on the rope there by Kian Poskett, who just misjudged the length of that one. Adil Zarif didn't get hold of that one at all, and it could have been the best possible start for Hornchurch. But Kian Poskett just didn't quite take that step forward that he needed to make that one a comfortable catch. And he sees it fall agonizingly to the ground, as the Sharks are given an early life. Right on the money straight away though from Billy Gordon, as Shabazz Mir joins Adil Zarif out in the middle. Zarif can count himself very fortunate that he's there to watch more than just the one delivery. Shabazz Mir, he is on the back of a half century in the first quarter final yesterday. 56 he scored off just the 21 deliveries in that run chase against the East Londoners. He'll be looking to be the chief architect of this run chase as well. As Billy Gordon goes for the big booming bouncer. A bit too bouncy, a bit too leg side on that occasion. I think still ruining that missed opportunity on the very first delivery. No ball called by the standing umpire, and it must have been a front foot fault there from Billy Gordon. There was nothing wrong with the delivery. Perfect Yorker, just squeezed away into the offside, but the free hit will be coming up here for the Sharks. And it's a game of fine margins. That dropped catch on the first delivery, followed up by that front foot overstep. Free hit here. Good comeback though from Gordon. And you can see there's a few nerves out there in the middle, both from Hornchurch and also the opening batters here, as that's a big swing and a miss on that occasion. Well stopped in the end by Paul Murray, the wicketkeeper, who has shared duties this week alongside Kian Poskett. That run rate is comfortable for the Sharks, under 14. But a few wickets, and certainly the pressure will be on, as Billy Gordon bowling well here. He's creating opportunities. Just been giving away a couple of singles so far. Managed to escape with the free hit as well. Clubbed away, and Kian Poskett, does he have redemption? Yes he does, as that one goes comfortably into the hands, and I think he's as relieved as anybody that he gets the second opportunity in the first over. And young Cian Poskett makes amends as he takes that grab, and Billy Gordon does get the opening wicket in the first over. It's exactly what Hornchurch wanted. It's what they needed when they're defending just the 130 to book their place in the finals, and they do notch their first wicket. It's the danger man Shahbaz Mir. He has to depart for just 2 off 4. And it's an outstanding start for the hosts here as Billy Gordon into the side, straight into the wickets. It's the end of the first over. Sharks Cricket Academy 7 for 1. 44 matches since a golden ball, and well, certainly it's a figure 130 that's certainly in that territory that Hornchurch, they'll hope to get the home crowd behind them here to see them through into the final later today, where of course they will be facing up either of these sides against the old Brentwoods, who booked their place earlier today. And whoever loses this one, their day won't be over, as they will go into the third playoff coming in about 2 hours' time, where they will face up against a mighty Tigers side who definitely have a point to prove after not showing anywhere near their best side in the first semi-final. Jalpesh Vijay will bowl the second over here, as that's an outstanding catch taken in cover. And who is it? Well, it's Billy Whitlock. He's an absolute star for Hornchurch. He's top of the bowling rankings, and here he's taken an absolutely spectacular grab. I'm going to bring Nish back into the commentary box because he had the perfect view of that. What a catch that was.
Incredible catch, diving to his right, and he's absolutely pumped after that grab, and rightfully so. Oh, he had so little time to react. Great that we managed to catch it as well in slow motion. Oh, that was brilliant, and it was such an important catch. Well, it gets rid of the danger man, Adil Zarif, who's coming off a big knock yesterday, so the 2 main run getters for the Sharks in the quarterfinals have to depart, and one of them was dismissed thanks to a moment of sheer brilliance by Billy Whitlock.
He's such a star, isn't he? Just 15 years old, top of the bowling ranks, and he's taken really a few clutch catches in this series so far. Remember him taking one in the deep at covers. That one came blistering off the bat of the opener Adil Zarif, the captain, who has to depart now. Jalpesh Vijay picks up a wicket off his very first delivery of this semi-final.
Struck straight down the ground, and just to the right of the commentary tent, Shafi smacks that away for a 6.
Good counter punch from him. It's 2 brand new batters at the crease. Yash Kumar Solanki yet to face a ball. Usman Shafi comes in at number 4 and gets off to the perfect start.
This is going to be hammered over the offside. It's going to go all the way for 6 runs here. It's back-to-back Maximos.
Just a bit too much width on offer there from Jalpesh Vijay, given that he has not much protection out there in the covers. He needs to just straighten it up. He has sent Captain George Hankins back out onto the long off boundary. Otherwise, the one man out is also at long on. That's Cian Poskett there. So he just needs to straighten it up.
Played behind square leg for 4 runs. Shafi just gets outside the line of that ball, helps it away for a boundary. Yeah, nice little counter-attacking innings here by Shafi after his side lost a couple of early wickets.
They just have to be careful in the power play here at Hornchurch. What they don't want is the Sharks to get somewhere near 50. And that already is a significant portion of the run rate and of the chase already. They just need to keep a lid on it. An ideal situation, get another wicket as well. It's only been the 10 deliveries so far.
This time it looks to go over extra cover. 4 consecutive boundaries here by Shafi. This is wonderful batting.
That's maybe the shot of the lot. He gets down on one knee and lifts that one over into the covers. Doesn't matter where you have your fielders. If you pump it out of the park, and Jalpesh Vijay picks up a wicket off his first delivery, but it's all gone wrong for him since then.
He gets a wicket here. Vijay will have the last laugh. An important wicket there for Hornchurch, and another innings is cut prematurely here for the Sharks.
It's a over that had everything for Jalpesh Vijay. He starts with a wicket, gets pummeled for 23 runs in the meantime, but finishes it with another wicket, and it's Usman Shafi who hit him for 22 runs in just the 4 deliveries, who tries to go for one big hit. You can see where he's looking to hit it. That's leg side, not the best shot to go for when that ball ends up clipping the top of off stump. That's exactly what Hornchurch needed. They get 3 wickets in the first 2 overs, still very much in the power play here. Sharks Cricket Academy, they just have to calm themselves down here. The run rate's not an issue at all. It's less than 13. They just keep on losing wickets in a fashion that they really don't need to lose them in. And surprisingly, Billy Gordon will come back to bowl his second over here, having gone for just 7 in the first, and of course picking up a wicket with his final delivery as well.
Flicks this away, and Poskett put in a good effort there. Might have just been better off hanging back at the boundary rope and letting that come to him.
Yeah, absolutely. He kind of committed to going for the catch there. In the end, he got nowhere near there. Had he just kept his heels on the rope, I think it would have been an easy stop, but you can't fault his commitment at all. He wants to take the catches. Took one at the end of the first over, looking to get a second here as well.
Yeah, Solanki, he's got a huge role to play here, doesn't he? Oh, nicely tucked away again. That's going to race away for 4 runs. A couple of good-looking shots here by Solanki. Just talented batter. He's been in great form for this Sharks side. Gets deep in his crease there and closes the face of the bat nice and late. Good use of the wrists. Away it goes for 4 runs. He scored 140 runs in 4 innings so far this series, and he's done it at an electric strike rate of 304. Played uppishly. It's going to beat Joe Ross in the ring. He's going to have a big chase here. That goes away for 4 runs.
And again, it will be a power play that probably goes for something around 50, which is exactly what the Sharks would have wanted. It's just those 3 wickets that have put a dampener on it. Something Hornchurch just need to keep on plugging away on.
Down the ground, that's going to be a single, brings the dangerous Kiani on strike, another player who's played some good innings for this Shark side, but generally comes in with just a few overs to go and is able to tee off in those last couple of overs. He's batting a lot earlier than he typically does. Plays that so nicely there, just picks out the gap, doesn't look to overhit it, and away it goes for 4 runs.
Making the most of the fielding restrictions in the power play here. They've got everyone inside the ring on the offside. Hornchurch just need to get to the end of the power play, 1 ball left, and then defend those boundaries and try to attack those stumps.
Oh, nicely tucked away again there by Kiani, looking to go shorter there, Billy Gordon, but Kiani just picked up the length so early and was able to get in position to work it away for 4 runs.
That is the 50 up in the power play, 51 for 3, the Sharks. So that run rate less than 12. Hornchurch just need to get wickets here. That win predictor firmly in the Sharks' favour now. Yash Kumar Solanki and Ubaid Kiani going at a rate of knots here. That Billy Gordon over ends up going for 21. In fact, the last 2 overs for Hornchurch have gone for 44. They have picked up those 2 wickets though, and that's what they need to hold on to.
Oh, struck back hard, and Whitlock managed to get a hand to it. Probably saved his side a few runs there as well, but let's just take a look at this one more time. It was struck back firmly, just got his right hand to it, his bowling hand. Oh, it's a full toss. That's most definitely going to be a no ball, and it's going to go all the way for a 6 as well. So it's a 7 up here for the Sharks. Free hit coming up.
Just gets that one wrong, does Billy Whitlock. And it goes from bad to worse as it will be a 6 and a free hit coming up.
Yeah, Whitlock, he's And one of the leading wicket takers so far this series. Managed to pick up 11 wickets, but he can sometimes go for a few runs. Straying down the leg side a little bit with his line there, and it's going to be his dad who's going to field that, Mark Whitlock. And it's clipped away off the pads out into the deep. So the Sharks, to their credit, despite losing those 3 wickets, have kept this run rate very, very healthy. The required at the moment is under 11. They're going at 18 and over right now, the Sharks.
These two have just done an excellent job of steadying the ship as well. Kumar Solanki and Ubaid Kiani know that if they just stick around, they can try and cash in on those 1 or 2 loose deliveries that Hornchurch have bowled in the opening 3.5 overs. And just keep out the good balls.
Gets a wicket there, 12th of this series. Plays all around that one, Solanki. And it crashes onto the off stump. He landed it on the right spot. He was just looking to sweep that. Misjudges the length. And that's a huge, huge wicket here. They keep plugging away and getting wickets, Hornchurch.
Just as I was saying, they're doing well to keep out the good deliveries. That was exactly one that they just need to show a bit more respect to. Ends up hitting the very top of off stump. It's the perfect leg spinner's delivery from Billy Whitlock. But just not a shot that Solanki had to go for, really. 15 off 7. He was going excellently. A strike rate of over 200. And the one straight ball, he tries to hit it into the next postcode and only sees his stumps dismantled. 4th wicket to fall for the Sharks.
He misjudged the bounce of that sweep. It just ends up sneaking underneath his bat and crashing onto the off stump. And just look how much that means to Whitlock. He knows what a huge wicket it is. And on comes Salman Khan. He skippered the side earlier this series. He's played some huge knocks, 150 runs for him in 7 innings. The strike rate of 246. They've so often relied on the veteran performer to dig them out of holes, win them games. He's got a chance here to play a really big innings and get his side to a European Cricket Series final. Just down the ground. It's going to be a single, so 12 runs coming off this over. You got to say Whitlock responded so well after getting hit for a 6 off that no ball. Came back really well in the over, got an important wicket. It's all to play for here in our second semi-final. I'll take a look here at the warm. So at the moment, the Sharks' run rate is well above the required, which is at 13 to start this innings. The Sharks going at 15.75. The wickets will be a concern. If they can just keep chipping away here, Hornchurch, and picking this up, that run rate will seriously start to nosedive.
Interestingly, they've turned back to Jalpesh Vijay to bowl the 5th, given his first went for 23. Did pick up those 2 wickets, and maybe Hornchurch realising that if they're going to win this game, they're going to have to get the wickets, especially with the run rate that the Sharks are going at the moment. Just making sure they get their field just right as well. 5 now allowed on the rope. They're going to have to use all 5 of them as well. See if they can take some chances on the boundary.
Nice ball there by Vijay, right up there in the block hole. Khan couldn't get underneath it. Ends up being a dot ball. Oh, another great ball there by Vijay, and he's finding this Yorker length brilliantly here. Back-to-back dot balls.
They just need to keep on ramping up the pressure here to Hornchurch.
Pulled his length back a little bit. Is there a catching chance there? Just beyond Poskett's reach. Was just a little bit wider at that long off position. Goes away for 4 runs.
It was unfortunate because if that was right on the line, I think he would have been in for another catch here. In the end, it was well placed from Salman Khan. Straight back down the barrel and gets a much needed boundary.
Full toss, and Going to get away with that one there. Vijay Khan only knocks it away for a single.
Left-hand, right-hand combination here for the Sharks. So lots of movers and shakers in the field for Hornchurch. See George Hankins patrolling the boundary in front of us, but also making sure everyone else is in just the right position.
Oh, nicely looking shot. Looked very pretty. We're just going to bring a single. A nice tight over so far. Only 6 runs off it. They've just started to apply some pressure on this side. Still got a ball to come here, so we'll get to that graphic in just a bit. Khan can only knock that one away for a single, so a terrific over for Jalpesh Vijay. Just the 7 runs off it, and it's important that the Sharks don't just retreat into a shell. They did lose a wicket in that previous over. Lost the dangerous Solanki as well. Now just take a moment here to look at the fixtures over in the Central Europe Cup. So Gibraltar winning match number 5 against Czechia. They won that by 77 runs. Set a target of 162 for Czechia. Were bowled out for 84 in the second inning. So the hosts still looking for their first win, and they're playing in the last match of the Central Europe Cup against Austria.
So the two frontline bowlers in the form of Billy Gordon and Jalpesh Vijay have both bowled out here. It'll be very interesting to see who they turn to as the 4th and 5th bowlers. Of course, they've still got Joe Ross, Lewis Imre, both can bowl a bit of seam. And of course, Mark Whitlock calls a catch hit, but it's just going to drop one hand, one bounce to George Hankins.
Oh, Billy Whitlock gets another wicket or two here, then all of a sudden, Hornchurch would be the side in front.
Who do you think they turn to bowl the next over?
It's going to be a tough one. The interesting thing is Joe Ross hasn't bowled at all. He typically opens the bowling for this Hornchurch side, but they haven't used him. Looks to go down the ground here, and he's going to get that all the way. 6 runs. First maximum we have seen since all the way back in the second over. Yeah, but just going back to that question, I mean, they have some options here. Joe Ross hasn't bowled at all so far today. They got Lewis Imre in there as well. We know he's a solid bowler. And then Tommy Fletcher, last time he bowled, he got a 4 for. Bit of a dilemma here for the captain. That's another one that has been launched away for 6 more runs. Back-to-back Maximos. And we're just starting to mention how the wind predictor was inching in favor of Hornchurch, but those last couple of shots just mean that the Sharks are once again well in front.
That's the danger of chasing or defending a small target. A couple of big hits, and suddenly the momentum shifts once more. And it will be 3 in a row. 6-6-6 from Ubaid Kiani. And Billy Whitlock, he's had this knack in the series so far of picking up wickets when he's been hit for a few boundaries, and now would be pretty much the perfect time for the youngster to pick up a wicket.
3 consecutive Maximos. Kiani just releasing the pressure valves here for the Sharks. It's up to 94% for them. Hit into the gap, and there's Joe Ross out in the deep, who might be bowling later this innings. It'd be interesting for him. He's usually had the responsibility of bowling right at the start of the innings. And if he were asked to bowl in the death overs with a place in the final on the line, it'd be interesting to see how he'd cope with it. Hankins just making a few fielding changes here. Getting the field spot on for the left-hander. Oh, it pushes that one down the leg side. That's going to get away from Murray as well. Is that going to be a minimo? Yes, it will. A costly, costly error here for Hornchurch.
It's just slipping away from them here, isn't it? Now down to almost a runner ball as that one spins away past the batter, past the wicketkeeper, and all the way to the rope. They need something from somewhere here. Do Hornchurch, with the Sharks needing just 36 runs now.
Oh, nice comeback delivery there. They think there might be a little bit of an edge, but the umpire, Levy, certainly doesn't think so. Let's take a look at this. Goes for a big flash.
Mark just knocked the ground there.
Yeah.
I don't think Billy was that convinced until he heard Murray go up behind the stumps. 95 on the board after 6. Sharks now needing just 9 and over to book their place in the final. Still potentially a twist in the tail here if Hornchurch are able to pick up 2 or 3 quick wickets. They've turned to Mark Whitlock here, who of course picked up 3 wickets in the quarter-final. Now would be the time to pick up a few more as we go into the 7th.
Nudged away towards mid-wicket. That's going to be a single. 36 needed to 24. Just a boundary and over is more than enough for the Sharks to win it from here. Turn to Mark Whitlock, interestingly, considering the options they have. Yeah, Whitlock's going to have to just rattle through these Sharks batters, try to get a cluster of wickets to keep this Hornchurch side in this game. Otherwise, for the Sharks, it's quite simple right now. Just knock away the singles and hit the odd bad ball and win this game. Looks to launch this one away for a 6. A hammer blow there for Hornchurch as the Sharks cross the 100 mark.
Big hit from Salman Khan there, as he's come in and been pretty much immune to the pressure. He could have been forgiven for a few nerves out there as Yash Kumar Solanki, of course, departed. He came in and has put in an experienced knock so far to inch his side closer to that final against the old Brentwoods.
Oh, great comeback delivery there by Whitlock. Just flashes past the outside edge of Khan's bat. Looks to go big again, Khan. That is launched. That is an enormous 6. And it's come down to just 23 needed now for the Sharks to win. Have another one. That ball was in the slot and clears the front leg and managed to smack that away for 6 runs.
This has been such an impressive performance, hasn't it, from the Sharks, despite those couple of wickets to fall. Similar to actually the chase from old Brentwoods, a few wickets and suddenly a few nerves out there, but they've just kept on going at the run rate, in fact, much higher than what they've needed. And they look almost set now to go into that final. And what a turnaround it would be for the Sharks as well, having only won 2 games in the group stages, but they've knocked off 2 favourites potentially in the quarter-final and semi-final, as there'll be another huge 6 off the bat of Salman Khan. And they're now just a handful of runs away.
What an incredible story for the Sharks. I mean, this is a side that won just a couple of games in the group stages. Yesterday, they knock off the East Londoners, an undefeated side, and here they are today, about to defeat the home favorites, Hornchurch, who everyone just felt were destined to make the final. That plays a forward defensive shot there, a rare forward defensive shot. 19 runs coming in that over, and these last couple of overs bring about 44 runs for the Sharks Cricket Academy. Now just feel like this game has been taken away from Hornchurch. We'll take a look at the final schedule for today. We're currently watching the second semi-final. The Mighty Tigers were defeated in the first by the old Brentwoods, who have punched their ticket to the final and are 1 game away from lifting it all. They'll be interested to see who they'll play from these 2 teams, and at the moment it does look like it's going to be the Sharks Cricket Academy up against the old Brentwoods, unless we see something truly miraculous from Hornchurch in these last 3 overs. All the Sharks need are 17 runs, and they got 3 overs to get there. Flicks this one away towards mid-wicket. It's going to be a single. Brings the danger man Khan onto strike.
It's been another brilliant partnership from these two out there in the middle. The Sharks 62 for 4 when they got into the middle. They've boosted it to 115 for 4. Less than a run a ball now required for the Sharks.
Khan is going to strike this towards long on, and another single here, just ticking runs off the scoreboard. I think if you're Hornchurch, all you can do is just try to take this game as deep as possible here and just hope that something happens in that final over, some kind of chaos.
Aya Kadaka in the chat, of course, from CFS Pinnacle Pro. He picked it before the start of this run chase. He said, batting first just isn't it. And that's exactly the trend that you also mentioned, Nish, at the intros, that, well, every side that's chased has been successful so far. And it looks like the Sharks will be registering the win in the semi-final as well, which will put them into the final. And you have to say, based on this semi-final performance, it's deserved as well. They had the better of Hornchurch with the ball, and the performance with the bat so far has been comprehensive.
It's been absolutely comprehensive, and what's been amazing is just the relative ease with which they've knocked off these two sides. Of course, this game isn't over just yet. Still got another 11 runs for the Sharks to get. Yeah, we'd all be shocked if Hornchurch were to win it from here. Poskett just trying to maybe go for the catch there, and he lets one get past him. We don't blame him for taking that risk, because Hornchurch do need a moment of magic, a moment of brilliance to somehow turn the result around here. Just another 7 runs needed now for the Sharks Cricket Academy, who've been on a Cinderella run. It's been a bit of a fairy tale for them. Nobody fancied them. We thought they'd be around for just the quarterfinals, and they get knocked off by the East Londoners. But they've embarked on this remarkable run, as this is going to go away for 4 runs. Kiani now just 1 run away from a semi-final 50. Just take a look at that shot. Just doesn't look to overhit it. It's pure timing. Just gives it a little elegant touch and pushes it for 4 runs. Third time's the charm as well for the Sharks against this Hornchurch side, who defeated them convincingly the first time, 2 times these two sides faced each other. He's going to knock this into the offside and get the single here. Kiani brings up his half century as well. What a disciplined and mature 50 here by Kiani. His side had a bit of a wobble early. They found themselves 70 for 2, then 30 for 3. But he's maintained a cool head, and he's now about to see his side through to what will be a remarkable victory.
Yeah, it will be 2 in 2 for upsets for the Sharks Cricket Academy. They already had the hardest possible route to the final, playing the first seeded team from their opposite group, and of course then going up against the home favourites Hornchurch. And they've more than proved themselves worthy finalists here, with just 2 runs needed now into the 9th over. They're doing exactly what OBs were able to do in the first semi-final, which is just get there with relative ease. So the scores are level now.
They came into the quarterfinals with nothing to lose. Nobody really fancied them. We thought they were here for a short time. Managed to knock off the East Londoners, who everybody thought were destined to make it to the finals after an 8-0 record in the group stages. And then Hornchurch was a real fairy tale, the home favorites. They just have to wait a little bit longer here as Salman Khan blocks that one out. And they found their form at the right time, the Sharks Cricket Academy. They found the belief. And when the pressure of the big moment came, they certainly haven't blinked, as Hornchurch is bringing everyone into the ring here just to try to stop the single. And Salman Khan, he's got a chance to make a little bit of history here for the Sharks Cricket Academy, who are going to the European Cricket Series final. They have stunned this home crowd in an incredible result. It's another remarkable win for the Sharks Cricket Academy, who take this one by 6 wickets and got 9 balls to spare. Well, they came in here fearless, and in the field they were brilliant. They bowled superbly, They fielded brilliantly, and then in the second innings, they kept some cool heads and have been able to knock off this target. They are making their way to the European Cricket Series final.
Congratulations to the Sharks as we take a look at the schedule. It will be the big final contested between the Old Brentwoods and Sharks Cricket Academy. Of course, Hornchurch will return in the bronze final against Mighty Tigers, but they'll be disappointed that they haven't got to the big game. But Sharks Cricket Academy, it was a comprehensive performance from them. You have to say Hornchurch really lost it, not in the bowling performance, because they bowled actually quite well. They lost it in the batting. I think probably about 30-40 runs shy of where they expected to be. There was one chance that went to Kean Poskett. He dropped the first. He made absolutely no mistake with the second. And actually Hornchurch did what they had to do, which was take early wickets. That was an absolute spectacular grab from Billy Whitlock. That had both openers for the Sharks in the shed early on. They were 7 for 2. And then they found themselves 30 for 3 as Jalpesh Vijay dismantled Usman Shafi's stumps. And when Billy Whitlock then took another wicket, that of Yash Kumar Solanki, we thought we could have one of the run defences for the ages. Solanki fell 62 for 4, but that was in fact the final wicket to fall as Ubaid Kiani came to the crease alongside Salman Khan, and both of those batters really just used all of their experience and knowledge to steer home the Sharks ship. And in the end, it was a comfortable run chase with 9 balls left. They just played sensible cricket all round, and Hornchurch didn't have any answers to this batting power, and it was a good way to finish it. So it was pumped over the covers for 6 runs in the end by Salman Khan. So absolutely congratulations to the Sharks Cricket Academy. No one really fancied them going into the knockout stages, but they've proved it not on just the one occasion, but on 2 occasions, as they topple the East Londoners and they topple the hosts Hornchurch. It's an impressive batting scorecard. Ubaid Kiani, Salman Khan came to the crease in a bit of bother with the Sharks 4 down, but they managed to steady things, and even the likes of Raza Mughal, Safi Butt, who can both bat, weren't needed in this run chase. You have to say though, Hornchurch, they'll be kicking themselves that they didn't just get another 20-30 runs on the board, which would have made it a much more difficult run chase for the Sharks. And a batting lineup that really hasn't fired throughout the group stages so far, but they've kept their best performances for when it matters. 5 bowlers used by Hornchurch, and Jalpesh Vijay, little expensive, but he did pick up the 2 wickets. Billy Whitlock, he cements his status at the top of the bowling ranks, and of course took that spectacular catch as well. Billy Gordon back into the side, picks up a wicket, but it was always going to be tough for the bowlers with just the 130 runs on the board. Just wasn't enough for Hornchurch, as the Sharks, they deserve to go through to the finals on this performance. They had the better of the batting innings and the better of the bowling innings. So congratulations to them as they beat Hornchurch by 6 wickets. They have a bit of time off now though, and so do we, as we will be back in about 90 minutes time for the bronze final. That will of course be between Hornchurch and the Mighty Tigers. Both of them will be a bit damaged, but they'll want to come and at least get onto that podium, get the 3rd place and finish their series on a high. So we'll just have a little break now. Of course, there is action about to start over in Czechia as well, so make sure you tune in for the final match of the Central European Cup. But in the meantime, Tina here and Nish, we're going to take a break, and we'll join you back here for the bronze place final in 90 minutes time here on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
We're set for the start of the bronze final here in the European Cricket Series in Hornchurch. Looking forward to this game as two quality sides are set to do battle. We'll head over to the coin toss where you'll be joined by match referee Tyrone Peters, who's alongside both the captains.
Hornchurch to call.
Heads.
Heads is a call. It's a head.
On the ball.
They will have a bowl in the bronze final.
Well, thank you very much for that update to match referee Tyrone Peters, and I'm sure Hornchurch will be glad to win that toss because sides which have chased have won every single match so far in quarterfinals and semifinals day. Looking forward to this game. We've got two really strong sides going up against each other. The two sides that were favorites in their semifinal. They both got upset. They both got knocked off. They don't really want to be playing in this match. They want to be playing in the final, but they've got to find a way to salvage a little bit of glory and leave with at least a bronze medal. We'll head back to the commentary box where you'll be joined by Tina Goff.
Thanks very much, Nish, and his magic reappearing jacket there as we go into the bronze final with the Mighty Tigers up against Hornchurch. Mighty Tigers, of course, they were unbeaten going into the knockout stages, but they themselves suffered defeat then in the semi-finals against Old Brentwoods in convincing fashion, you have to say. The Mighty Tigers fell to 89 all out. Haven't made a change to their side. They'll be led again by Hassan Ahmed. Shawan Chowdhury, who scored a century in the group stages, he's yet to fire really in the knockout round, and this would be a good time to try and get his side on the podium. Andy Roberts and Ravi Joshi come in for Hornchurch for their couple of changes. Of course, Hornchurch, they would have loved to have been playing in the final this afternoon as well, but they came up against a Sharks Cricket Academy, a resurgent side who struggled through the group stages but have come good at the right time. Win predictor 69% in favour of the Mighty Tigers. I think that's in my gut a little too high towards the Tigers. Hornchurch have a point to prove here. They want to finish their campaign on a high. Remember the second semi-final that we saw just about 90 minutes ago saw Hornchurch post 130 for 3. We thought at the halfway stage it was maybe 20-30 runs short of where they wanted to be, and that's how it transpired in the end, with the Sharks Cricket Academy marshalling the run chase expertly, in fact, and they chased down the total comfortably with 9 balls to go thanks to some big hitting in the middle order from Ubaid Kiani. He finished 51 not out off 17 deliveries, and Salman Khan anchored the role with 33 off 16. So we'll see the Sharks Cricket Academy, of course, later today in the big final against Old Brentwoods, who brushed aside the Mighty Tigers, chasing down the Tigers 89 in just 6.3 overs. So we've got an excellent final to look forward to later on today, but equally this third place final is looking like it's going to be an interesting one between two sides who have a bit of a point to prove. Both suffered defeat today, but want to finish with a bang. After changing round the bowling lineup just a little in the semi-final, Hornchurch have gone back to the tried and trusted opener in the form of Joe Ross. Of course, Billy Gordon played in the semi-final and picked up a wicket in his very first over. Could have actually picked up a wicket on the first delivery, but a drop in the deep by Kian Poskett ended up not being too costly. But certainly Hornchurch will want to get early wickets here against a Mighty Tigers side who, well, frankly, can't be any worse with the bat than they were in the previous game. It was a pretty miserable performance from them. Only really Kasim Nasiri covering himself in any sort of glory. He finished on 48 off 20. And here we go into the bronze final, and Joe Ross will bowl the first ball, and it's respected there by Omar Akram, who's facing up for the Mighty Tigers. He's joined out there in the middle by Mohamed Chowdhury at the non-striker's end. That's a good first ball from Joe Ross. He only had the one over in that semi-final as Hornchurch turned to the experience of Gordon and VJ to open up. But it's excellent to see him get another opportunity here, the youngster. That one though just a bit too short, and it's clubbed away by Omar Akram for the first Maximo of this bronze final. Omar Akram, he scored a few good knocks, most significantly in the quarter-final. 71 not out was more than enough really to brush aside CFS Pinnacle Pro. They won that one by 10 wickets, chasing down the less than 100 target required in 4.4 overs. That's why, of course, they went into the semi-final this morning against Old Brentwood's probably quite heavy favourites, but it wasn't to beat, and they really buckled under the pressure. They've got a chance here to make amends. It's good to see Ravi Joshi back into the side for Hornchurch. He gets given another opportunity. Lewis Imre, of course, he did play in the semi-final, but he didn't get a chance to bowl, so interesting to see if they employ the 15-year-old here. Well bowled once more from Joe Ross. Just that one misfire so far that found its way to the rope. As for the Mighty Tigers, they've got so much batting power. That's why it was so surprising to see them crumble away in the semi-final. Of course, Shawan Chowdhury, he's got a century to his name. Gurvesh Saini, the only Hall of Famer with the ball in hand, also has 2 70-plus scores. This is chipped into the covers. Almost looked like it was going to fall into the hands of a fielder. It actually falls into the hands of Devon Corliss there, who, of course, had a memorable bowling spell earlier in the series. Fortunately, though, for Hornchurch, he's not on the field, so it will be 4 runs. A peculiar shot there from Omar Akram, almost chipped away. And luckily for him, because we're in the power play, no one out there patrolling the offside boundary. This time it's clubbed away once more, and slightly over pitch there from Joe Ross. It's back-to-back boundaries for Omar Akram. So 14 runs already coming off the first 5 deliveries here. All in boundaries, all off the bat of Omar Akram. Mohamed Chowdhury yet to face at the non-striker's end. That's a much better delivery though from Ross to finish up the first over. And it will be the 14 on the board for the Mighty Tigers. Despite Omar Akram, I think, pleading with Mohamed Chowdhury to get the single there. It will be the end of the over though. And we'll take a look at what's happening on today's schedule. In the middle of the bronze final here, Mighty Tigers versus Hornchurch, and the big final coming up in just about 2 hours' time. Old Brentwoods versus the Sharks Cricket Academy. Looking forward to that one. I know Nish, who joins me back in the commentary box, is looking forward to that big final as well. But before that, I think this one promises to be a cracker.
It certainly does. As I mentioned in the intro, neither of these sides will be playing in this match. They both want to be in the final, and they came into their semi-finals as the favorites in each of their matches, but we've seen 2 upsets, I'd say, this morning. The bigger upset, of course, being the Sharks knocking off the home favorites, Hornchurch. They won't want to leave their home tour empty-handed.
Absolutely not. And while Lewis Imre will get a bowl in this second over here, good to see that Hornchurch once more turned to the youngsters who did so much damage early on in the series, but that first one is pummeled away by Mohamed Chowdhury for his first boundary of this game. Takes the Mighty Tigers up to 20. You can see even with that good start, suddenly the win predictor has the Mighty Tigers up past 70%. But we know Hornchurch have the knack of picking up wickets at important intervals, and they need to certainly make sure that they peg the Mighty Tigers back here. better delivery on this occasion by Imre. There's Billy Whitlock, who has a bit of personal pride to play for as well, as he's very much in contention for the leading wicket taker for this series. In fact, he's now one clear at the top. He's on 12. Mohit Burki, who of course we'll see in the final, he's on 11. Gurveer Saini playing out there in the middle as well. He is on 10, along with Aziz Jabakal of the Sharks. So still potential for a lot of movers and shakers in that top 5. Mervyn Westfield, he's the only other one in double digits. So there's 5 of the top bowlers all still playing this afternoon. Billy Whitlock, what a story it would be for him if the teenager is able to finish top of that ladder. And of course the batting ranks as well. Talk about those in a moment. That one's clubbed away, and will it be a crowd catch? Well, it might have been if a big dive was put in by the fella on the rope, but it will be 6 runs for Omar Akram, who's going along nicely here, 20 off just 7 deliveries. Taking a look at the top run scorers so far, George Hankins, he's well clear at the top, over 600 runs, 602 in his 10 innings. Vikan Kadaria is in second for the East Londoners, 431 for him. That's well bowled, just eludes the grasp of the wicketkeeper Paul Murray, but no harm done, apart from to his fingers maybe. Is there a slight nick on this? Oh, his head is in his hands for Lewis Imre. Not sure if that was just because he realised how close that one was. So it'll take something special from anyone to catch up with George Hankins at the top of the batting lineup. But this one's been chipped down the ground. Is it a chance for a catch? Oh, it's a chance to clatter into the sight screens as this over finishes with another 6. 3 sixes in there. And at the end of the second over, Mighty Tigers 33 for no loss.
Yeah, the point you made about George Hankins is certainly right. No one's going to catch him up for that top spot. He's going to finish this series as the highest run getter, and maybe it's a bit early to do some MVP talk, but he's certainly put his name up there for MVP in this European cricket series. There's been a number of standout performers. We've seen some great batsmanship in particular this series. Just wonder though, could someone who's maybe batted well, put in a few quality overs, potentially pick up that MVP trophy, because it hasn't really been a series for the bowlers, has it? It's been all about the batting. As we take a look at the fixtures today in Czechia, that series is probably coming to a close, considering Austria need just another 39 runs in 113 balls to win. They bowled out the host Czechia for just 50 runs in the first innings. This is going to be hammered away for 6 runs. Just giving a little bit of width there, Chowdhury, and he's able to smash it for maximum result. But yeah, just going back to the Central Europe Cup, real shame to see Czechia fail to win a game over these last 6 days. Hopefully they could turn things around. Of course, Czechia, a very important part of the European cricket calendar, so hopefully the hosts can improve their results in future tours.
Absolutely, they're still a young side, remember, young in years and young in cricketing career experience as well. So I know they'll continue to improve, and looking forward to seeing them, of course, at the ECCW next December as well, as this one will be the first wicket to fall. Jalpesh Vijay picks up an early one, as he did in the semi-final, and it's Mohammad Chowdhury who has to depart, despite the fact he's making his way very, very slowly off the pitch. It will be a pretty comfortable grab in the end, as he just tries to work that one away through third and only manages to find the grateful hands of the fielder. And the Mighty Tigers have got off to a good start in terms of run rate, but they lose their first wicket, 39 for 1.
Vijay's been a really good addition to this Hornchurch side. That's the 6th wicket he's managed to pick up in just the 5th over he's bowling this ECS, and his economy rate has been 9.6 as well so far this series. Yeah, it's been a great addition for them in the knockout stage. It's just a shame from his perspective that he's not playing in the final. I'm sure he would have liked to do that when he entered this Hornchurch team, but if he can pick up a bronze medal, that's certainly an accomplishment to be proud of.
Yeah, absolutely. He's a player with international experience, and they've thrown the ball to him early on here. It's never easy for a spinner in the power play. The batters often target those shorter boundaries. On that occasion, though, it was a fine catch by Joe Ross. It's never easy fielding on that 45 position. The ball comes at you, doing all sorts through the air. The youngster took the good catch there, and it's Elias, the new batter for the Mighty Tigers. Well, he goes for the quicker delivery there, does Jalpesh Vijay. It gets it all wrong. There's nothing Paul Murray could have done about that one as it starts veering down the leg side. Keeper wouldn't have seen it till very late. Doesn't get his hands in the right place at the right time, and it will be bonus runs there for the Tigers.
Yeah, as soon as it landed, you could just hear a loud, "Oh no," coming from to my left, and yeah, they just knew that was going for a minimum the minute it was pitched that far outside the leg stump.
Chance for a right run out here if it's a direct hit, and it flashes across and it absolutely nails the umpire. I hope he's okay there because that came in at quite some speed. Jalpesh Vijay doing fielding off his own bowling here, and it gets absolutely fired in. And hopefully Vikash there is okay. He seems to still be standing. Cheeky smile on the face of Jalpesh Vijay. There was absolutely no intent on that one. That was a nasty blow.
Oh yeah, that must have been really painful, and he's just taken that quite well there, Vikash Amin. Yeah, unflustered. Just look at the courage and the ability to just battle through the pain as he's walking a little bit gingerly towards square leg.
Yeah, through the overs. It looks like the fourth over here will be bowled by Tommy Fletcher, who of course picked up a forfeit in game 19. And that win against the Sharks, it was a 9-wicket 4-0 win against the Sharks. Boy, do they wish that they could have put in that kind of performance this morning as well. But Tommy Fletcher gets a chance here to bowl and starts off with a decent back of the length delivery.
It's coming off a 4 for Tommy Fletcher. We know he's capable of taking wickets, and that's what Hornchurch are going to need here.
This time it's chipped up and it's going to go the distance. Fallen straight, calls of heads as it goes out of sight over the commentary tent. And good shot off the bat of Omar Akram as he moves into the 30s.
Yeah, really nicely struck here. It's just got such a strong bottom hand. The ball was in the slot, and I struck this one quite far away. It's cleared the fence. That's beyond our commentary tent very comfortably. So, yeah, batting very nicely here, Omar Akram. He's been the leading run getter for this Mighty Tigers side, and you can see why. These first 13 deliveries.
This time he goes leg side. Does he have the distance on it? He absolutely does. It's not his biggest hit of the day so far, but enough to go past both Jalpesh Vijay and Kian Poskett on the boundary there.
Yeah, got a few people just enjoying the sun out at Cow Corner. Not sure that's the best place to pick, considering Omar Akram's likely to target that boundary. Very, very brave, you have to say. Well, they must have a lot of faith in Kian Poskett to protect them.
Well, he's a very good fielder, isn't he? So he's not afraid to throw himself around. But Omar Akram looking in good shape here. That was a nice piece of fielding from Joe Ross that allowed Tommy Fletcher to escape from that loose delivery. There's 2 balls left of the fourth. George Hankins yelling from long on here, just making sure everyone's in exactly the right position. That's Ravi Joshi there being put on the 45 on the leg side. Good delivery though from Tommy Fletcher. The second one back of a length that zips through to Muzza behind the stumps.
So the old pull shot there, and Fletcher does have the thing where he just pulls one back and tries to surprise the batter with a bouncer. Let's see if he goes back fuller here. Does he go for the Yorker? Now keeps this short, a pull there by Elias, and it's going to be a dot ball. So Fletcher comes back well after getting struck for back-to-back sixes. Ends up conceding just 13 runs in this over. The Mighty Tigers are 63 for 1.
Decent comeback from Fletcher. Just been ticking along though, the Mighty Tigers. They've been going over a run rate of around 15. Just losing that 1 wicket so far, and they've got so much batting firepower to come. We haven't even seen Shawan Chowdhury, who scored 150 not out back in game 2. And of course, Gurveer Saini, he's a danger man with both batter and ball. Umair Riaz, Kazim Naziri, all of them can bat. As we see Billy Whitlock, the leading wicket taker for the first time, and he gets slapped straight back down the ground. This time it avoids both bowler, batter and umpire Vikash, as that one goes straight as an arrow off the bat of Omar Akram. It's a good start to the 5th over here for the Tigers.
It's been so good for Hornchurch this series. Billy Whitlock, it's been someone they can regularly turn to get them wickets in these middle overs. Someone who bowls those partnership breaking spells. Gonna have to do that here as well, though, particularly against Omar Akram, who's now moved on to 44. And he's someone who's certainly capable of going on and playing a massive innings.
Good fly on that delivery from Billy, and it'll just be the single. So as a reminder, Billy's at the very top of the wicket-taking charts at the moment, and he wants to cement his place there. Be an excellent series, whatever happens for the 15-year-old. But that'll be a nice little cherry on top for him. Let's not forget that spectacular catch he took in the semi-final as well. It came flying off the bat, and he tumbled away in the covers to dismiss the captain, Adil Zarif, on that occasion. That one's dragged down just a little. It will be hit into that area. I think she's worn that one right on the thigh. They did see it coming, to be fair, and a slight effort, and yeah, straight on the top of the thigh. That's going to be a painful one, as this one goes over George Hankins despite his leap basketball player style, but he isn't able to reel that one in, and it will be back-to-back boundaries here for Osama Ilyas.
Sits the top of the match officials' tent and rolls across. Ilyas, who hasn't faced as many deliveries, but mostly had the best seat in the house while Akram's been accelerating, manages to pump one away for 6 runs. So 15 off this over so far. Still got a couple more to come.
He goes back over to the offside, and it's 4-6-6. This over goes for 21 runs already, but Billy Whitlock, he's got one more ball here to try and launch a comeback.
So it's gone magical already. How much more punishment can the Tigers inflict?
This one's gone high up in the air, and I think this one might be landing somewhere near us. In fact, it goes over the tent. We haven't had one actually on the top of our tent so far. I think we can count ourselves lucky, as that's a tough over for young Billy Whitlock. Goes for 27 in the end, as the Mighty Tigers roar on to 90 for 1 at the halfway mark. As we can say hello to you in the commentary tent. It's heating up in here. It's heating up out there in the middle, and it's good to see that despite the fact both teams will be disappointed that they didn't make it to the big final, they're really giving it a go here.
Certainly are. The Mighty Tigers batting superbly right now. They're on 90 of 1. Omar Akram playing a spectacular innings. This is what we've become so accustomed to from him throughout this series. He gets the Mighty Tigers off to these flying starts. He's going to bring up a half century here with a 6. Yet another 50 for Omar Akram. He's been a run machine for this Mighty Tigers side. That's going to be his second 50 of this series, averaging 35 with a strike rate of 325 for this series and a top score of 71. So looking to build on that and maybe go even better this time around. Church is greeted with a 6.
This one's coming our way, and Mike Church is into the attack, but there's no salvation for him as he goes back-to-back 6s on the first 2 deliveries. This one is hit flat and straight back over the bowler's head. Omar Akram is looking in good form here.
They bring up the 100 as well, the Mighty Tigers, with that shot. Run rate's now up to 19.1, so the expected scores of 185. We're at that point where Mighty Tigers are going to be looking to try to get to that 200 mark. You know, these two sides did face each other twice in the group stages. The Tigers won both of those encounters, and they won them fairly comfortably as well. Although Hornchurch know that results in the group stages don't matter whatsoever when you get to finals day. They played against a Sharks side who they managed to beat handily twice in the group stages and failed to beat them when it mattered the most here on finals day.
It's been really a tournament of upsets and a roller coaster ride so far, as the sides that were so dominant through the group stages are really struggling in the knockout rounds, as that one is caught well by Kian Poske. Unfortunately, it's about 5 meters over the boundary, so it will be the devil comes out, as Mike Church is praying here that he doesn't go for another 6. It's 6-6-6 so far.
Now a chance for a catch here for Vijay. He's underneath it, and he'll take it. Oh, they needed that catch, Hornchurch. They really did. He tries to juggle the cricket ball a little bit as well. A few keepy-uppies, but the important thing is Omar Akram has departed. They get rid of the main man here. They so desperately needed that wicket, and Church will just breathe a sigh of relief after getting struck for a few sixes. He's just trying to slap that one down the ground as a bit more of a tennis forehand than a cricketing shot. But he just hung it up for Vijay, and the minute it left his bat, he knew he hadn't quite timed that as sweetly as it would like, sort of didn't quite come out of the middle. And in the end, he will have to make his way back to the dugout. So Akram, he's played some nice knocks, but the one thing he hasn't done this series is make a century, and well, he won't be able to make an ECS in this year's edition of the tournament.
Paul
Swing
Murray.
and a miss.
Oh, he's going. He wants it to go upstairs. In fact, there's just a shake of the head from the umpire. Let's see if there's any movement on the foot there. Nope, absolutely not. As Shawan Chowdhury, the man who does have a century to his name, comes out at number 4 for the Mighty Tigers. Good comeback though from Mike Church. Bit of divine intervention on the boundary from Jalpesh. Vijay gives him the wicket. As Church looks to finish this over strongly, having gone for 6-6-6 in the first 3 deliveries. Goes for the slightly quicker one. Oh, and it's misfielded there in the covers as it goes straight through Lewis Imre and races away to the boundary. So it will be a magical over. 22 runs coming off it. Unfortunate one there as it just bounced right as it got to Lewis Imre. And the Mighty Tigers move to 112 for 2 at the end of 6.
Take a look at this scorecard. It's looking great really for the Mighty Tigers. 112 for 2 with 4 overs to go. Certainly be targeting that 200. They've got Shawan Chowdhury out there, who's a extremely, supremely talented batter, and Osama Ilyas as well. The Hornchurch are going to have to put in 4 excellent overs here.
Lewis Imre will bowl the 7th, come back for his 2nd over. And Nish, I think it's about time that we talked about our glorious pub quiz win yesterday. I know that you have quite an impressive record yourself of ECN quizzes. Is it 3 for 3 that you've won?
3 for 3, yeah. Two in Maida quizzes and now 1 in the Hornchurch quiz, or the Romford one, I should say.
Yeah, Romford Golden Lion. We had our crown to defend from last week, made a few changes to the side.
I do have to say, though, the real stars were you and Yoss, so I don't want to make it seem like to like our viewers as if I had too much to do with it. I was just one of those people who kind of tagged along with a winning squad.
Yeah, well, it's a team game. There's no there is an iron quiz. There's no iron team. And you did come in clutch with 2 answers, as that one's going to roll away tantalizingly past Ravi Joshi. Comes off the pad, so it will be 4 leg buys. You came in the latter stages with 2 big answers. I think that one saw us over the line. Of course, we had to make some late changes to our lineup. Weren't sure how the new team would gel, but I think we put in a solid performance.
Yeah, there were a few ones in there. I think earlier as well, there was one with Live Golf, I remember as well, which I think both Tyrone and I had that one. And then, yeah, Andromeda and Manitoba at the end certainly came in clutch for us. I'm pretty sure the locals are glad that this is our last week in Romford. Oh, big appeal over here. It's going to go on to crash onto leg stumps. Paul Murray certainly was convinced it was going to go on to strike leg stump, but doesn't quite get the same response from the rest of his team. Ooh, that's close. That's close, but I can see why the umpire thinks it's missing.
Yeah, you can just about see the shadow of off stump there, and when his legs do move to the side, you do feel that maybe it was going to go down on the angle. Close one though. Yeah, maybe we can throw out one of the questions from the quiz out into the chat. Do it at the end of this delivery. 117 on the board for the Mighty Tigers. So one of the questions, it was a top 5 round, and it was according to Rolling Stone magazine, who are the top 5 greatest Canadian female singers of all time? Answers on a postcard or into the chat, or yell it across from the fan zone if you're over there. Top 5 greatest Canadian female singers of all time. Nish, you didn't cover yourself in glory in this.
Oh no, I certainly showed my age with some of my answers to this one.
Steady now, because I got a few. This one's gone up in the air, and it's going to go a long, long way as Shawan Chowdhury gets his first Maximo of the innings, takes the Mighty Tigers to a 1-2-3. Still a couple balls left of the 7th here.
Yeah, great strike there by Chowdhury. It just shows you how strong this Mighty Tigers batting lineup is, that they can bring in someone like Chowdhury, who scored a century this series at number 4.
This time he goes along the ground, but he gets all of it. And despite there being a fielder out in the covers, and of course skipper George Hankins in his usual position right in front of the dugouts, neither of them able to get anywhere near this one, as it will be back-to-back boundaries for Shawan Chowdhury. I mean, Nish, you're about, what, 4 years younger than me? You make it sound like we're, you know, generations apart.
No, that was not the point.
Okay, I'll believe you.
Back of a length delivery there. It's a comeback ball there by Imre. Yeah, no, I think it was more the fact that I was showing I was rather uncultured.
Yeah, we'll take that.
I think I was showing that I was rather uncultured, where we're best Canadian singers. I think the first name that came to my head was somebody who's been topping the charts recently, and not some of these other names that are clearly more famous.
I mean, one of them is a bit of a road call. The other ones are very much, you know, all-timers.
One of them I was shocked to find out was Canadian as we take a look at the calendar here. So we're in Hornchurch right now. We've got the series over in Czechia running alongside us, and well, Austria have just wrapped that one up and taken the victory by 8 wickets. So congratulations to Austria on winning the Central Europe Cup. Certainly very well deserved. They've been outstanding during that tournament.
This one's going to go into the leg side, and Cian Poskett is out there, but is that a catch? Is that a catch from the Park 11? It's an outstanding one by the man out there in the deep. We're going to have to take a look at that one on replay, as I think the lady, she's still rubbing her bruise from a couple of overs ago. This was a brilliant take. Unfortunately, not for Cian Poskett as far as Hornchurch are concerned, but does he get hold of this? Well, that's an absolute... Whoa, I don't know if the ball... I don't know if he's trying to dupe the cameras there, Nish. What do you reckon?
He's taking it. And in the flip-flops as well, so bonus points for that.
This time into the fan zone. Does anyone want it? No, it's just going to go past the on-rushing Tommy Fletcher. As that's Johnny Heather giving the camera a wave. Good to see him out here, and I hope everyone's got the sun cream on, because it's absolutely baking now in East London. 28 degrees, according to my watch. Okay, so we've got some answers coming in the chat. SkyQuest goes with Anne Murray, which is a good shout. Nish, I'm not even going to ask you if you know who Anne Murray is, because I know the answer. But Anne Murray was not in the top 5.
No, I know Andy Murray is. Can't tell you much about Anne Murray.
Yeah, Jules puts forward as well. We've got a chance here. Let's go back to the action here. As Paul Murray, he throws it at the non-striker's end. A wide is signalled. I think there's nothing else open on the field for the umpires to make a decision on, as it was a missed opportunity at the striker's end, followed by a belated run-out chance at the non-strikers. Let's take a look at this. Well,
he almost did a Mike Gatting. He almost did Shane Warne to Mike Gatting. That could have been the ball of the century for the European cricket. That was incredible. The batter wanted to leave it alone. Look how much it spun back, almost clipped the leg stump.
I've got to say, that it seems so harsh to give that one a wide. It is by the letter of the law, but I suppose you can also argue that the batter stepped out of the way of it. up in the air, and this one's going to go the distance. Billy Whitlock then still waiting for his next wicket. He's gone for a few runs here, 47 of them, but he's still got 3 balls to try and get another wicket. Jules putting forward Avril Lavigne. That's exactly what we said as well. That was one of our top 5 answers. Wasn't to be. There are a few correct answers coming in, so I'll put you out of your misery on a few of them. Celine Dion, obviously. Shania Twain, of course. As Nish called her, Shania Twain. Alanis Morissette, also in. What did you call Alanis Morissette?
Well, I didn't read the S. I read it as a G, I believe. So I just completely ended up mispronouncing it.
Blaming my handwriting. That one's knocked away for just the single. This over has already gone magical, and look at Tommy Fletcher putting in the dive, a completely unnecessary one, but we love it nonetheless.
A nice bit of feeling there by Tommy Fletcher. Tigers just a run away from bringing up their 150 here.
Still got 2 balls here. Billy Whitlock to try and get another wicket. Flatter one here. It's clubbed away, but it's going to go through that gap in covers again for another boundary. Joni Mitchell on the list. I didn't realise Joni Mitchell was Canadian. Do you know Joni Mitchell?
I know the name, but I can't tell you I didn't know too much about her music.
Worth looking up. And then the final one was a bit rogue. Big appeal. Finger goes up. Billy Whitlock does get his next wicket to take himself clear at the top of the bowling rankings in this series. He's waited until his very last delivery of his series to pick up that wicket. He goes for over 50 runs, but I'm sure he's delighted to get that scalp as Shawan Chowdhury, the Centurion, has to depart. 153 for 3 now, the Mighty Tigers.
Yeah, that was the one that didn't turn, so it just ends up being a natural variation there for Billy Whitlock. Chowdhury, after seeing him absolutely rip one earlier, played a stroke expecting it to spin a lot more. It ends up just wrapping him on the pad in front of the stumps, and he's going to be LBW there. Good bit of bowling by Billy Whitlock. Picks up yet another wicket. Does go for a few runs, and he'll be a little bit disappointed with the amount of runs he ended up conceding in this match, but yeah, it's just good to watch Billy Whitlock get better and better as this series has progressed, and he's certainly been one of the standout performers. Got a couple overs left in this innings. They're going to introduce Roberts into the attack here, so making a bowling change, and he's also the 7th different bowler that they have used so far. So I was wondering if they would just go with Ross and Fletcher for the last 2, or maybe Vijay, but no, decides to roll the dice here, George Hankins, and gives this over to Andy Roberts.
Congratulations to Billy Whitlock, who picks up his 13th wicket on Friday the 13th. At the end of his spell. Yeah, interesting to see Andy Roberts have a bowl. And certainly Osama Ilyas is interested as he clubs that one away for 6 runs. Yeah, a few more good shouts actually. I didn't realise how many female Canadian singers there were. Krulov says Nora Jones, Lee Aaron, Nelly Furtado as well. I think the
Nora Jones is American here. I just Googled that because I do know Nora Jones. She has some nice songs, but yeah, it was rather... I don't think Nora Jones is Canadian.
Well, we will say we didn't Google during the quiz. It was our integrity officers were there, and they made sure that we absolutely were above reproach. That one will have to be re-bowled by Andy Roberts. He's given 1 for the over as well. Vicious delivery from Roberts. Good take from Paul Murray. So the final one we'll get to at the end of this ball. As it's skewed away, Cian Poskett is on the chase. And the ball wins as it runs down the slope for another 4 runs. The final answer was Carly Rae Jepsen of Call Me Maybe fame. So there was a modern one in there, not quite as modern as your guess of Tate McRae, but she's about 15 years old, isn't she? I don't think she's old enough to play on the European Cricket Network.
Yeah, I mean, well, got to say, Carly Rae Jepsen certainly deserves it. If Djokovic reps her, then it's perfectly fine with me.
Vicious delivery there from Andy Roberts. Run out opportunity at the non-striker's end. Roberts gets in the way of the ball. The Mighty Tigers looking to put on a mighty total here. Certainly north of 180. Win predictor has them at, or the expected score has them at 192. Yeah, so we got 3 out of 5 in that round. we did float the idea of Joni Mitchell. I don't know why we didn't put it down in the end. That one's gone high. Does it have the distance on it? It absolutely does. And the hot spot in the crowd once more. This time the lady, she made the good call of getting up, and she's on the run there. Good fielding. Maybe she's got time to play in the ECSW tomorrow.
You're going to see a lot of talented players during tomorrow's ECSW. Looking forward to that. Hutton, Upminster, and Gunnersbury. Should be an exciting conclusion to the ECSW.
This one's been clubbed away once more, and this over from Roberts does go magical. 23 runs coming off it already. Gervier Saini has hit his first 2 deliveries all the way to the rope. 6-6 so far for him.
Nicely struck there by Saini. Couple of maximos for him to start off this innings. Has been another magical over here. 23 off it. Second half of the innings has been an unprecedented acceleration for this mighty Tigers side. And oh dear, that one just slipping out of his hands like a bar of soap. They actually opt not to run. They could have pinched a single if they wanted here, the mighty Tigers, but I think Sandy's ended up ball watching and didn't actually get the extra run they could have.
So still the final ball of the 9th coming up here. Still the final ball of the 9th coming up here, as that will run away for 5 wides.
I think we'll have to do a Charlie here and say potentially the last ball of the over.
Got to cover ourselves for all eventualities. Well, I'm sure Andy Roberts didn't want his one and only over to go for 30 runs. Still 1 ball left. That win predictor up almost at 90%. Remember, this one is still a free hit, as signalled there by the umpire. Looks like Vikash has recovered from his early body blow. And there's another body blow dealt by Gervier Saini, who's hit another 6 to take the score up to 189. 36 runs coming off that over. Not the conventional 6 sixes though. There was a bye in there and a wide and a no ball. Still though, commend Hornchurch for giving these different bowlers a go. 7 of them used in total. Billy Whitlock, he goes for 52 off his 2 overs. Picks up a wicket though, as does Jalpesh Vijay and Mike Church. So they've got options here, but they're going to go back to the top of the order, and Joe Ross, he gets his 2nd over justifiably as well, as he went for just the 14 in his first. Mighty Tigers certainly eyeing up the 200 mark here with 189 on the board. Osama Ilyas just 6 short of his half century, and he'll get there with a 6 as that one clears the rope, and he moves to exactly 50 not out of just 16 deliveries. It's been a great effort from him. It was a bit wide there from Joe Ross, allowed him to just throw his hands at it as the Mighty Tigers move to 195. Well, thanks for everyone in the chat for throwing in your Canadian or American female singers. That was about the middle part of the quiz, and from there we just hit our stride. We got 5 out of 5 in the next round, 10 out of 10 in the round after that. That was in that with that Live Golf answer as well, and Manitoba. You got that one, Nish?
DU as well.
There we go. So yeah, and then we got 5 out of 5 in the connections round. So we actually bettered our score from last week by 5, 47 out of 60. Given that 5 of those points on offer were bonus points as well, I think we did ourselves proud. That one flies off something. I think it might have hit Paul Murray's gloves. Flash throws in at the non-striker's end, but it'll just go through for buys. Of course, now we're heading into the quiz off season as we move away from Hornchurch. So we're going to be honing our skills, and it's only 6 per team, so competition is fierce for the next time we come here to Romford to the Golden Lion. Might have to start having selection meetings. Big 6, Gervais Saini, he's in a bit of a hurry here. He moves to 24 off just 5 deliveries, and the Mighty Tigers do go past 200, 202 on the board with still 3 balls left.
Yeah, they've managed to put together a formidable total here, the Mighty Tigers. This is going to take some chasing from Hornchurch the second innings. We know they've got a lot of quality in their batting, but even this might be too much. Yeah, we've now got a long time to tune up for the next big one here in Romford. Up in the air. It's got plenty of height on it. It's got the distance as well. Goes away for a 6. Mighty Tigers now move on to 208. Would I go far as saying that some of the Maida quizzes are just a tune-up for Romford?
Yeah, Romford is 100% the main event now.
Romford is the Grand Slam of quizzes, isn't it? It's one of the majors.
We've got 2 wins out of 2. I think the locals, there was another team that were called, I think, the Golden Lions, because they kept on winning, and they had to change their name because we rolled into town. That one is rolling away with some distance on it, and it's another boundary for already 4 sixes in this final over, as the Mighty Tigers looking to post a big score here. 214 on the board.
It's getting really ugly here for Hornchurch. These last 3 overs, it's mind-boggling the amount of runs that have been scored. Keep in mind they were at 128 heading into the 8th over, and they're currently sitting at 214.
Final ball from Ross coming up, and this time it's gone flat, and it's been put over the rope. I thought maybe Jalpesh Vijay was in with a sighter there, but just went tantalizingly.
6. It was absolute carnage at the end of the innings. Everything was disappearing well clear of the rope. It was just an exhibition in T10 hitting. There was Billy Whitlock's wicket. Got another one. And he's probably going to end up as the leading wicket taker in this ECS. The young man is certainly impressed throughout this series. Mighty Tigers end up with 214 runs. As we'll take a look at the scorecard of the first innings of this bronze final. The top scorer was Omar Akram with 63, but you can see plenty of contributions from the rest of the other. Chaudhary with 13 and 5. He got them off to a flying start, but then Osama Ilyas got himself a half century in just 17 deliveries. Shawan Chaudhary 31 of 10. And then Gurveer Sani right at the end faced 8 balls, hit 6 of them for 6s.
Yeah, it was an unbelievable batting performance. You will say, in Hornchurch's defence, though, they did want to give people who maybe haven't had too much of a go in this series a go here in this final game. That's maybe why the extras are up at 21. But it was good to see Billy Whitlock pick up another wicket despite going in for a bit of punishment, going for 52 runs. Joe Ross again at the top of the order. He's been impressive throughout. Another teenage superstar for Hornchurch. And Jalpesh Vijay, just the one over from him, but he did pick up a wicket, as did Mike Church. So there you have it. It's the bronze final, and the Mighty Tigers have been uncaged here as they put 214 runs on the board. It's a big run chase needed for Hornchurch, but I suppose the pressure's off, the shackles are off. Can they do it? It'll be an almighty run chase if they do manage it. It'll be a record-breaking one here on the network. Still a lot of pride to play for out there in the middle. I'll be excited to see how this one pans out before, of course, the big final coming up in about an hour and 15 minutes time. But for now, got about a 5-minute break, and then we'll be back for the run chase here in the bronze final at ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Welcome back to London and the bronze final here between Mighty Tigers and Hornchurch. And Hornchurch looking to make a bit of history here if they do manage to chase down the 215 needed for victory. It would be the biggest chase of all time on the European Cricket Network in this T10 format. So certainly a good time to make history. We can take a look at the Hall of Fame right here. Remember the target of 208 that was chased down by the Central Commanders versus the Southern Spitfires in Jersey was just over a month ago. Time flies, and well, Hornchurch have the option here to put themselves into the history books. The pressure's off really, as they unfortunately, along with the Mighty Tigers, weren't able to get themselves into that final. But they've got a chance here to make amends and also finish their tournament on a high. But the Mighty Tigers, they've certainly rediscovered their roar after a bit of a miserable performance in the semi-finals where they only managed 89 on the board. They've smashed more than double that on this occasion, thanks to Omar Akram finishing 63 off just 21. And Osama Ilyas finishing on an unbeaten 50 off 17 deliveries, as well as a quick fire 31 off 10 for the order for the hosts. But he did struggle a little in that semi-final, made his way to 20, but it did take him 18 deliveries to get there. Played out a maiden as well, he just couldn't get bat on ball. So they've taken the youngster out the firing line and put Jalpesh Vijay in, who of course has international experience. And if they want to chase down this big total, then they certainly need every bit of luck and experience out there in the middle. That's a nice looking shot from George Hankins, but it will be for none, as it stopped in the cover position there. So the Mighty Tigers, they want to continue what has been a very successful campaign for them, going unbeaten through the group stages. Did have 2 games washed out, and the first game they lost was the all-important semi-final. I think if they register the win here though, they'd call that a successful campaign, as that one gets clubbed away from George Hankins. It will be the second 6 of the run chase, but look at that run rate, it's over 21. Every single over pretty much has to go magical. It's been a decent enough start with 12 coming off the first 3 deliveries. Yeah, Dave B joining in the chat and seemingly surprised that the 2 favourites going into the semi-finals this morning are not battling it out in the big final, but in the bronze final it has been a day of upsets, and well, there's a half appeal there. The umpire unmoved. I don't think Qasim Naziri was overly convinced. It was only really when the wicketkeeper and captain Hassan Ahmed went up that Naziri reacted. No reaction from George Hankins, and most importantly, no reaction from the umpire Vikash. One should just be a single, which will bring Jalpesh Vijay on strike for the first time, and for the first time in this run chase as well. Nish joins me back in the commentary box.
Yeah, Nasiri bowling this first over, he was brilliant in the semi-final. He was a standout performance of the Mighty Tigers side, and the lone player who fought and just tried to give this Mighty Tigers side a chance to make it to the final. Batted superbly, his bowling was brilliant as well, but he just didn't have the support in that game. And he's certainly someone who doesn't deserve to leave here empty-handed.
Yeah, reminder that it's not only pride to play for, but also that 3rd place, which is nothing to be sniffed at, given that the competition throughout these 2 weeks has been fierce. And we've seen the likes of the East Londoners fall by the wayside, having been so dominant through the group stages. Even when you talk about Raynham, who fell yesterday in the quarterfinals, there's been so many teams with brilliant performances that just being in the top 4 is achievement enough. Of course, it will just be a consolation for the Hornchurch players and also the Mighty Tigers players, as they both wanted to get into that big final. It wasn't to be though. Of course, that final coming your way in exactly an hour's time. between Old Brentwoods and the Sharks Cricket Academy, and we've had 45 matches since our last Golden Ball. That was only last week in Romania. So many games on the network that the ticker just keeps on going up and up. And it would be something remarkable if we do get a Golden Ball here with 214, the Golden Ball target, of course 215, the winning target for Hornchurch. It would be the biggest run chase of all time on the network. I suppose the good news for Hornchurch is really the pressure's off, and now would be as good a time as any just to go for it and see what happens.
Absolutely. This game is very similar to the second match these two sides played against each other in the group stages, when the Tigers made 210 runs in the first innings, and then Hornchurch just went out there, played with freedom, and got to 164. And that man right there at the top of your screen, George Hankins, made a solid 64 of 23 in that match. So now they just need to go out there, enjoy themselves. They got the support of the home crowd, and just see how close they can get to this target. And if they get to it, they'll have made a little bit of history.
Osama Ilyas bowling the second here for the mighty Tigers. And that's a mighty shot by the captain of Hornchurch. Just a one bounce into the covers. You can see the crowd is filling up nicely here, of course, in anticipation of this potential run chase and, of course, the big final coming up in an hour's time. That was a nice shot, though, from Hankins, and well, Hornchurch now lead less than 200, 197 needed. Make that 191 as he picks that one up off a length. It's a brilliant hit from Hankins. He's so good on that slightly under-pitch delivery. Quick as a flash, he's back on it. 6 runs.
Yeah, he read the length so early there, George Hankins. He immediately got into position, rocked back, and was able to pump that for 6 runs. These two sides played each other for the 3rd time in this ECS. Mighty Tigers winning both of the games prior to this month. Goes down the ground, and it's going to take a bit of fielding. Going to beat that man out in the deep. 4 more runs here for George Hankins. Yeah, if you go back to the first match these two teams played against each other, that time around, Mighty Tigers picked up a bonus point victory chasing against Hornchurch, and then already spoke about the second match earlier this innings when Mighty Tigers posted 210 runs in the first innings, and in response, Hornchurch came up with 164.
This time he plays more with just touch and wrist there, George Hankins, but the outcome is exactly the same as it races away for 4 runs. Is that a Wolverhampton Wanderers shirt in the crowd? I thought I'd over covers for 6 runs. And well, I think there was an ambulance going back in the background, but Jalpesh Vijay doesn't need any help just yet as that one flies towards the road. Govir Saini into bowl the final over of the power play. It'll be back-to-back boundaries for Jalpesh Vijay. Exactly why he was boosted up the order to open. Only came in the knockout stages for Hornchurch. And that one, he just made it into a low full toss and was able to slap it away for 4 runs.
So Vijay has to open the batting in this match. Kean Poskett often opens it for this Hornchurch side.
Going to change his angle here. Jalpesh Vijay just needs to keep going. This time uses his feet but only finds the fielder on the 45. A run rate just staying around 20 to 23, 22 to 23 at the moment. They go for a quick run here, and
been going well here, Hornchurch, but they're going to have to accelerate even more somehow, as the required is at 24, so I need almost a boundary of ball to win it.
It'll be Aziz here to bowl the 4th over. It's right on the money straight away his side, as Jalpesh is only able to dig that one out for a single. Does get the 50 up for Hornchurch. Decent power play from them, but they need more than decent And this might be trouble as George Hankins skews this one away, and it will be comfortably taken inside the rope by Umar Riez. In fact, it was well inside as George Hankins has to depart. It hasn't been the best of finals for him. Shows a bit of frustration there as he wasn't able to repeat the heroics of his earlier series. He departs for 32 off 13 deliveries, just doesn't quite get to the pitch of that one, and in the end a comfortable catch out in the deep.
On the prog stream as well. It just took all of us by surprise. Yeah, I think you're being a really good sport here to let us play that clip.
I'll tell you
on the
what,
stream as well.
I wish I was this coherent when I'm awake. I dream of being this interesting and coherent. One ball left of the fifth.
End of the fifth over, and it's time for the moment we've all been waiting for. Drum roll, please.
And we're going to go to Comcam as well because we need to have like a live react of this. But this is Tina Goff, hopefully among many others. Of course.
I need to hear that as well. We should have played that instead. I haven't had a chance to hear that. I have heard the clip you just played right now, but yeah, maybe we need to get Yoz on to do the old Godfather impression. And oh well, what's happened here? Looks like the stumping has been executed. So nice glove work there by Hassan Ahmed. Let's just take a look at this. He's looking to advance. They're trying to bash that one away towards mid-wicket, and yeah, simple enough glove work there for Hassan Ahmed. Another one bites the dust here. Church will make his way back to the dugout after scoring 1 runs.
Went down swinging, didn't manage to get anything on that one, and the next wicket does fall. It was always going to be a monumental task, wasn't it, for Hornchurch, chasing a record target of 215. It will be the second wicket for Saeed Aziz, and he's on a forfeit, so he could get himself in the Hall of Fame if he manages to pick up another wicket. He now just has 1 ball to try and do it, as that one's flashed across, as it was Andy Roberts trying to get to the safety of the non-striker's end.
Yeah, so we've had a lot of comments the last 15 or so minutes about viewers having issues with buffering and a number of other networking connectivity issues, and some of them are asking us to check our wires here in Hornchurch. Everything's fine at our end. These issues you seem to be experiencing are coming from YouTube, so yeah, no technical difficulty.
Despite thinking it was the end of the over. 17 runs come off this over so far, so it's been a decent one for Hornchurch, but of course Omar Akram got the wicket that he so desperately wanted, as we see a bit of an invention from Billy Whitlock, and he went for that shot earlier in the over. This time he gets hold of all of it, and that's a lovely way to end the 7th over.
Oh, so nicely played there by Billy Whitlock. Just tries to get that behind the keeper. Just so hard to set a field to that kind of batting, and he premeditated that one, Billy Whitlock, and managed to score 4 runs. Here's a look at today's schedule for finals day. So the Mighty Tigers, we'd expect them to win this match and pick up the bronze medal. We're also excited for that grand finale at the end of the day. Old Brentwoods against Sharks Cricket
Academy. They've absolutely thrived on their underdog tag throughout the knockout stages, and I think they'll have to put in another underdog performance for the ages if they want to take home that glorious ECS trophy.
Before that game yesterday against the East Londoners, we're making all sorts of sporting comparisons of sides knocking off undefeated teams. That's big appeal over here, and you know, we compared it to Australia beating India in the 2023 World Cup final, the Patriots Giants Super Bowl, which back in '07. I think what this run reminds me so much of is Greece in Euro 2004.
That's a good reference. You can see that for the finals, both yesterday and today, and hopefully tomorrow as well for the ECSW, that the sun has come out, and it's been amazing as well to see the fans out in force. It's just been perfect cricket, both on and off the field. That one beats everything. Omar Akram coming back to bowl the 10th and final over. A big swing and a miss from Andy Roberts. Time he gets bat on ball and hands over the gauntlet to Tommy Fletcher to see if he can get himself a boundary in his home series.
Yes, I just had word from Vinny. So George Hankins did indeed end up breaking the record for the most 50+ scores in a series. The old record was 6, now Hankins has it at 8. So I'm sure he's going to be glad to hear that, George. He did bring that up. during the break between the second semi-final and the bronze medal match.
And the only reason he didn't get 9 is because you jinxed him on WhatsApp. So
Yes.
3 balls left here. Tommy Fletcher on strike. And he gets a bit of pad on this one, and he'll jog down to the non-striker's end. 110 up for Hornchurch.
Yeah, that's probably another thing that didn't need to be mentioned, along with the audio clip of your sleep commentating. I would have been better off not mentioning that. George Hankins is certainly not an enemy you want to make around these parts.
Sounds like he's an extra from The Godfather. That one's clubbed away. It's an outstanding piece of fielding, one-handed from Kasim Naziri. I'll have to check this one for height as well. As certainly Andy Roberts danced down the pitch. It's just a case of whether this one would drop in time. Fortunately, the mighty tiger in the form of Gurveer Saini is blocking our view. Not much you can say on that one. I think the benefit of the doubt does have to go with the bowler. So 2 left. And Tommy Fletcher gets clean bowled. Omar Akram gets one to go through the gate, and the mighty Tigers have shown their roar once more in this bronze final, as Hornchurch will be roundly beaten by probably around 100 runs, but they've still got 1 ball to come. Do they? No, that is the end. As the score was just catching up, so it will be a wicket on the final ball for Omar Akram. He finishes with figures of 2 for 23, and Hornchurch are beaten here by the mighty Tigers by 103 runs. And I'd say on the balance, mighty Tigers probably deserved that one. They did, remember, go unbeaten throughout the group stages. Just one poor performance from them allowed them to, well, not get through to the finals, and as it is then, they beat Hornchurch by 103 runs and take the bronze medal.
Yeah, congratulations to the mighty Tigers for picking up the bronze medal. Hornchurch will be disappointed they couldn't pick up a medal in this series, but they've got a lot to be proud of. It's been a terrific ECS for them, and it's now time to move on to the final. Before we do that, we'll take a look at the highlights of this innings. They had a formidable task here, Hornchurch CC. They had to try to chase down a target of 215, which would have been a record chase on ECN if they were able to achieve that. In the end, the mighty Tigers won by 103 runs. They were off to a good start, though. Hornchurch, Hankins, and Vijay were very solid at the top. 50-run partnership for the 2 of them. Hankins was caught in the deep there by Umar Riaz. He would make 32 of 13 and snap a streak of 8 consecutive 50-plus scores. Vijay with 38 of 17. Osama Ilyas took a brilliant catch to dismiss him, and then Omar Akram, as Tina said, wheeling off like prime Alan Shearer to celebrate that wicket, his first of this series. Poskett would depart for a duck. He came in at number 3. Good bowling by Syed Aziz, who managed to go bang-bang in the same over, the 4th, and picked up 2 important wickets. Paul Murray would play some nice shots. He made 6 of 5, hit a good-looking 4, one of his trademark scoops. He would then be dismissed by Syed Aziz, who really had a great game, picking up a cluster of wickets. Good catch by Gurveer Saini to get rid of him. Church would depart for 1 run off 2 deliveries. And we're now taking a look at Joshi's dismissal. A good grab by Omar Akram out in the deep. Tigers, their fielding was terrific. It certainly took their chances, and they thoroughly deserved this victory. That would be the end right there for Tommy Fletcher. Omar Akram cleaning him up. A couple of wickets for Omar Akram in the end, as Hornchurch fall 103 runs short of the total they were chasing. We'll now take a look at the scorecard of this inning, and the 2 real scores of note are right there at the top of the card. Hankins and Vijay with 32 and 38 each. Although they batted quite well, it just wasn't enough for their side. We'll take a look once again at the fixture we have coming up. It's time for the final. We'll be getting to that in 24 minutes time. Before we do, we'll take a look at the scorecard for this Hornchurch side.
Yeah, in the end it was a comprehensive win, wasn't it? As Hornchurch, they ended up on the Nelson 111 for 8. It was good to see, though, that because, I suppose, by virtue of the fact that they lost a lot of wickets, they were allowed to give some of the youngsters and the less experienced players on the network a good go. Billy Whitlock, he got 2 boundaries in his little cameo, and, well, after the 2 openers fell, George Hankins and Jalpesh Vijay, and it was really just an uphill battle for Hornchurch, one that they were never likely to conquer. But still, it's been a brilliant tournament from them. And of course, congratulations to the mighty Tigers, who do clinch that bronze medal thanks to some brilliant bowling. Syed Aziz finishes on figures of 4 for 12 off his 2. Omar Akram, he picks up 2 wickets as well, bowling the all-important final over. and there's wickets apiece for Abid Nawaz and Shawan Chowdhury. And you have to say, despite that one blip in the semi-final, it's been an excellent campaign for the mighty Tigers. They certainly once more showed their roar as they clinched this bronze final by 103 runs against Hornchurch. But congratulations to Hornchurch, they bag 4th spot, and of course it's been an outstanding series for them, as they will now be able to watch the final from the comfort of the bar, and so will we, well, not from the bar, from the commentary tent in about 20 minutes time, as it is the big one. Old Brentwood's against the Sharks Cricket Academy. Can the Sharks strike for the 3rd time? They've knocked off the East Londoners, they've knocked over Hornchurch, and now it's the mighty task of Old Brentwoods, who surely go into this one as favourites, but you never know what can happen. Strange things happen in finals, and you don't have too long to wait. Hopefully the issues with the stream have been sorted, and you can come back and join me, Tina and Nish, for the big one, ECS England final, coming your way on the European network in 20 minutes time.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
Two weeks of cricket have come down to this. 2 weeks of blood, sweat and tears. I've got Babar Chaudhry and Salman Khan alongside me as we're set for the start of the grand finale. Gentlemen, good luck. It's now time for the coin toss.
Sharks Academy to call.
Head.
Head is a call. And it's a tails. They were going to have a bowl.
It's time for the big one. It's time for the grand finale. I'm looking forward to this game. On the one hand, you've got the Sharks Cricket Academy, who've been on an incredible Cinderella run, forcing one of the most seismic upsets we have seen on ECN yesterday when they knocked off the 8-0 East Londoners. And then they came in here today, defeated the home favourites Hornchurch CC, broke everyone in attendance's hearts, and then celebrated in the silence. They go up against the old Brentwoods, who've got that passion, the grit, the determination, and they'll want to knock this one off and pick up an ECS crown. The news from out in the middle is that the old Brentwoods have won the toss and they are going to chase in the final. Let's head back to the commentary box where Tina Goff will join you for the big game.
Thanks very much, Nish. I'm absolutely looking forward to this one. It's the big final between Old Brentwoods and the Sharks Cricket Academy. Who'd have thought the Sharks would be here? Don't think they thought so after the group stages where they won just 2 games. They did have a washout, but they were on the wrong side of 5 results. As for the Old Brentwoods, they were a bit more steady going through the group stages. 5 wins to 3 losses as they remain unchanged from their semi-final win. As for the Sharks, they bring in Shahid Mushtaq back into the attack. It'll be an interesting one to see if he can affect any kind of the game here, as he's got some fantasy points. He hasn't really been a standout performer. If you look at the likes of Yash Kumar Solanki, he's got runs. The big news as well is that Jabakale is in there and he's still got his eye on a few wickets, maybe even overhauling the wicket tally of Billy Whitlock, who of course picked up another scalp in that bronze final. But the Old Brentwoods, they have won the first little battle of this war as they won the toss and elected to field, and we know exactly why they've done that. It's because every side that's chased in the knockout stages has won, and that's why the win predictor has them not quite firm favourites, but certainly with their noses ahead, 60% to 40%, as the 2 men in blue make their way out into the middle. It will be Anthony and Raza who will take us through this game, as we see the familiar blue and white of Old Brentwoods and the 2 openers striding out for the Sharks Cricket Academy. It looks like it's Shabazz Mir out there in the middle alongside the captain, Adil Zarif, who will face up the first delivery of this final. What a series it's been, and the knockout stages have just caused upset after upset. You would be forgiven if you tuned in earlier and missed the 2 semi-finals for thinking that we just saw the final between the Mighty Tigers and Hornchurch. They were both favourites going into their respective semi-finals, but it was OBs and Sharks that came out on top in those 2 games, and that's why here they are doing battle for that coveted ECS trophy, which we'll be handing out in just about an hour and a half's time. But there's plenty of cricket to be played before then, with Old Brentwoods ball in hand, and it looks like it will be the figure of Shabazz Khan, frequent opener for OBs, who will get us up underway. Be interesting to see where Mervyn Westfield bowls in the semi-final. He was used in the latter stages. He bowled overs number 8 and 10, but we've often see him in the power play overs as well, trying to get his side off to a good start. But it'll be Zarif with bat in hand to face up the first delivery from Shabazz Khan. Potentially the first delivery from Shabazz Khan, as that one is the wrong side of the wide line. And an early final stretch there for umpire Anthony. to delivery this time. It will be a dot ball. Well, speaking of the umpires, before things get heated in the final, I'd like to give them an early shout out. All of the umpires throughout this series, they've done an excellent job out there in the middle. Sometimes in challenging conditions, we've had a bit of cold, a bit of wet and a bit of heat out there. But they've all done a tremendous job, and it's Anthony and Raza out there in the middle for the final with Jag as the third umpire, and that will be the first Maximo just out of the grasp of Wasim Khalid, who's often seen prowling on that deep kind of cow corner long on area. This time just finds the rope, and it will be the 6 off the bat of Adil Zarif to get this innings up and running for the Sharks. Again, right on the money from Shabazz Khan, who's actually probably done more damage with the bat than he has with ball in hand. He's got a half century to his name. That was in fact in the loss against the East Londoners. The OBs, well, the only games they lost in the group stages were against their East London rivals, of course, who then knocked out in the semi-final stage themselves by the Sharks Cricket Academy. And then the semi-final, the quarter-final in fact. So the Sharks will absolutely not be intimidated by the OBs here. And that one, painful one, clonks off the knee of Shabazz Khan, who's down in a bit of pain here. And well, one thing we haven't seen all week is the mythical magic spray. And maybe this is a time to bring it out. We did have a magic spray dummy earlier in the series where something was run out. We thought it was magic spray. It ended up being Lucozade. This would be an excellent time to introduce the magic spray to this ECS England, but it looks like he's just going to go for the old tactic of rubbing it, seeing if that works. It was right on the side of the knee. I think he was lucky that it wasn't right on top of the kneecap, but certainly looks to be in some discomfort here, Shabazz Khan. Wait to see if he can just walk it off. It's just going to be a painful one. And if he's lucky, it comes off the fleshy part of the calf rather than off the bone, but it looks like he will be okay to continue. Umpire Anthony there gives the old thumbs up. Still walking gingerly though is the OB's opener. Now he's jogging gingerly back to his mark. Ended up running through a single on that one, so Shabazz Mir on strike for his first delivery of the final. Cause of catch it, but it's going to drop safely short of Wasim Khalid. Good to see Shabazz Khan though. Doesn't seem to have suffered too many ill effects from that blow on the previous ball. As Kroom says in the chat, he got Jamie Greened. Well, not quite. He's still up. But he's got one ball left to deliver here in the first. It's a good delivery. Just not quite lifting up off the AstroTurf as that one zips through, and it has to be stopped by the pads there of Yash Kumar Solanki. Oh, of course, no, it's Ramiz Rahman for the old Brentwoods with the gloves on. Gets to the end of the first, then just the 9 runs coming off it as we take a look at what we've seen so far today. And the reason Old Brentwoods are in the final is that they put the Mighty Tigers to the sword, winning that one comfortably in the end. And of course, Sharks Cricket Academy, they upset the apple cart with that win over the locals, Hornchurch. Sharks chased down Hornchurch's 113, relatively comfortable fashion. 136 they scored with 9 balls to spare. Tanveer Sikandar, new into the side today, already did the damage in the first game for OBs. He's bowling the second over here. So the Sharks relatively easily brushed aside Hornchurch, and of course OBs, that's a brilliant piece of invention by Shabazz Mir. He'll get his first boundary of the final. He does it Paul Murray style. He goes into the scoop, and actually it's a difficult one to have to readjust to because he has to get right underneath the Yorker from Tanveer Sikandar, but he does excellently there, Shabazz Mir. Old Brentwoods winning their semi-final in just 6.3 overs as the Mighty Tigers fell to 89 all out. It looks like they've got a bit of a tougher task on their hands here though, as the Sharks Cricket Academy have started relatively well if not spectacularly, but they haven't lost an early wicket. And it's back-to-back boundaries here for Shahbaz Mir. As Nish joins me back in the commentary box for the final, and it's looking already like it's going to be an exciting one.
Oh, looking forward to this game. Played out towards the leg side. That's going to be a single. Yeah, steady start here for the Sharks. They would have liked to have made it for a few more runs of these first 9 deliveries. But so far the trend has been that sides chasing have won. The only exception was that bronze final where you saw the Mighty Tigers post 215 in the first innings, and Hornchurch were unable to chase that down. Shouts to catch it. It's going to land safely. Heart and mouth moment there. We're talking about a very, very strong old Brentwood side who we know are capable of scoring some great runs. They've managed to cross the 200 mark a couple of times as well this series. They chased down 181 against Guggen with relative ease. They're going to need something massive here, the Sharks. And this is beautifully scooped away. Wonderful stroke there. It's nice premeditation by Shahbaz Mir. Just uses the pace of the ball and ramps it away for Maximo.
It's the second time he's ramped a Yorker or even a full toss. He's made the Yorker into a full toss by getting back in his crease and just getting low, and gets full reward for that hit. It's the final ball of the second over as well. 25 on the board for the Sharks. So we take a look at what's happening over in Czechia. Of course, the T20Is have come to an end. Czechia going winless through those 2 days of 2020 internationals, but they've got time now, 2 days for revenge in the T10 format between the same 3 sides, Czechia along with Austria and Gibraltar. So from tomorrow, we're going to women's cricket both here in London and over in Czechia. Looking forward to that very much so. But first, we've got a final on our hands.
I think Adil Zarif and Shahbaz Mir have been such great additions for this Sharks side. They weren't there during the group stages, but since they came in for the quarterfinals, it just changed the complexion of this entire Sharks batting lineup. Short wide, shouts a catch it, taken! There's a good grab, and it's the main man himself, the captain, who holds on to that catch. And they're absolutely delirious here. They know how much that means. They've managed to get rid of a very, very important batter in Adil Zarif. The captain takes the catch to dismiss his opposite number.
Smiles all round for the OBs as they do get the early wickets. Dug in short from Mohib Burki. His first ball of the third over, his first ball of the spell, and it falls into the hands of the skipper, Baba Chowdhury. He wheels away in delight as the old Brentwoods strike in the power play, leaving the Sharks 25 for 1. It's the captain that goes, Adil Zarif, scoring 8 off 7, just 1 big 6, but otherwise struggling a bit. Saw a few go past the edge of his bat, and he does fall now with the old Brentwoods smelling blood in the water now with the Sharks. Mohib Burki, key man again. He picked up 3 for 3 in that semi-final win, and he's got off to a flyer here in the final.
Beautiful delivery there by Burki. He's probably been up there as one of the most impressive bowlers we've seen this series. He's picked up wickets, but his economy rate in particular has been so impressive. Batters have really struggled to get him away, and the reason has been because he just worked out the right lengths, bowls a lot of Yorkers, and always digs the odd one in short as well. That one just stays a little bit low, and scamper across and pinch a single here. Oh dear, could very easily have been a run out there at either end. Let's just take a look at that sequence one more time. We'll have a look at the first moment. So, nice work there by Ramiz Rahman. There's a slight chance for a run out there, but the real chance was here at the non-striker's end, and he was a goner. He was a goner. Wonderful Yorker there by Burki. He's bowled that with more consistency than any bowler this series. This has been a great power play so far for the old Brentwoods. Let's not let this Shark side get away. They've managed to pick up a wicket as well. The run rate is just 10.
There's always such a fine line between a steady power play and a poor one, isn't there? And Sharks, when they were 27 for no loss, you'd say, okay, we've seen more explosive power plays, but certainly in a final, you're expecting a few nerves out there. But that one will be whipped away. That's a lovely shot that goes all the way for 6 runs. But as soon as you lose a wicket, suddenly there's a whole new complexion to that power play. Good counter punch though from Usman Shafi, as he doesn't get his first 2 away, but the third time of asking, he flicks it away for 6 runs.
Got outside the line of the ball there nicely, Shafi, and just a flick of the wrist, nice wristy stroke. Off it went for a 6. Need another one though, you feel, in this over. Need plenty more of those boundaries here, the Sharks. Their bowling certainly has improved, as you've noticed, since the quarterfinals started, since these knockout stages got underway. But when you're going up against the old Brentwoods, whose batting lineup is so deep, one of the most stacked lineups, going to need a truly mammoth score on the board. You'd imagine they need something above 170, above 180 to really test this old Brentwood side. Oh, down the leg side, it's going to be a wide there. Berkey not quite getting the line right. Here we go. Last ball of the power play. Oh, glorious. Absolutely glorious. Down on one knee, plays a gorgeous lofted cover drive. Goes away for a 6. I mean, take a look at that one more time. That is a shot to admire. And we'll get a chance to have a look at it side on over here as well. It's got the nice forward press. Takes a step back. And then has that beautiful flow. A nice flowing stroke. 15 runs coming off that over. Hornchurch going at 13s at the moment. It's decent, but the average score here in Hornchurch has been almost 160. And during the power play, we've been accustomed to sides going between 18 to 20 and over. So I think the old Brentwoods will be the happier of the two sides, especially because they have all that quality in their batting.
Well, we've seen in the knockout stages so far, the likes of Babar Chowdhury, the captain for Old Brentwoods, who's got an 87 not out to his name, he's not often had to bat because they've had so much power in the top of their order. But they've got runs throughout, and they've got a lot of players who have notched some good scores so far this week. That's a good sign for them going into the chase, but they certainly won't want to be chasing a big total here as Mervyn Westfield comes on. And that's just a dismissive flick from Shahbaz Mir. It's the no-look scoop, turning on the style here in the final. What about that for a shot, Nish?
Oh, it's incredible, isn't it? I mean, we've seen so many audacious strokes throughout these past couple of weeks. These batters really backing themselves to pull off the extravagant. Westfield gets hit for a 6, and I don't think he could have imagined that that's the kind of shot that Mir would play.
There's absolutely nothing you can do to that shot because you can't put someone straight back behind the wicketkeeper. Can't really afford to put a backstop in. They do now have a very fine third on the boundary.
Big swing and a miss there. Nice comeback ball by Westfield. A little change up, and Mir was looking to bash this one away towards mid-wicket. In the end, he's beaten by the lack of pace.
Shout out to everyone joining in the chat for the final. Now we've got fans old and new, I mean to the cricket, not in age, joining us. So I hope you're enjoying the action. I know everyone in the fan zone's enjoying the action as well. I need to give a special shout out. Someone's clubbed down the ground. It's going to be a tough chase, and the Grizzly wins and comes and says hello in the commentary tent as Nish goes to do the fielding. Keeps his headphones on though. Good work from Nish. Need to give a special shout out to Johnny Heat, who's here live in the fan zone. And not only has been waving to the cameras, but he's also been in full bribery mode in the commentary tent, bringing us a 99 cone. I don't think they're 99p anymore, but soft ice cream coming our way, and that's exactly why we are such weak humans, Nish, because we do take on bribes, small and large, obviously only in the form of food, and in return we will just be nice to you on commentary. That one is slapped away.
No, that was wonderful. I mean, the closest way to a man's heart is to get him a 99 flake, and that was very kind of Johnny Heash. It was just great having a chat with him as well whenever he's made his way down to these games. And it's been great to meet everyone over these last few days here in Hornchurch. Had a chance to meet Julian and Sarah Dawson, Jules and Sarah Udabridge yesterday as well. Tim Harmer's made his way here, had a chance to meet Birdie too.
Rob as well.
Ivor Hammond.
Rob with his signs that, he's brought his dad down today as well. So it's great to see everyone out in force for finals day. Hopefully a lot of people will be in attendance tomorrow as well for the unraveling of that ECSW with 5 more games coming your way. So it's not the end of the action here, as there's calls of catch it, and it's put down. It was an outstanding effort in the deep by Pratik Balarao. He just didn't quite pick the length quickly enough, and that meant by the time the ball got to him, he had to put in the full frontal dive, and it just drops to the floor. Good effort though, as it would have been another big wicket.
Yeah, it was always going to be a tough chance if he'd been able to hold on to that catch. It might have been one of the catches of the tournament. In the end, Shafi can just breathe a sigh of relief knowing he's still out in the middle. Need him to hang around here. They so desperately do, the Sharks Cricket Academy.
End of the 4th then, 58 for 1. Decent enough over though, if you can hit Mervyn Westfield for 18 runs and also not lose your wicket, then you'd call that a big win. That's exactly what the Sharks did in over number 4. And actually been a good comeback since losing that wicket. They've picked up 33 runs in the following 11 deliveries.
So they're going to bring Berkey back here. Don't mind this move whatsoever. Many would have just tried to save him for those death overs, but Berkey gets another wicket here, gets rid of Meehan or Shafi, then it really puts the old Brentwoods in a very strong position. Just take a look at how open Shafi's stance is. He's pretty much telegraphing exactly where he wants to strike this. Berkey will probably looking for that wide Yorker. And that man at third better watch out as well for some top edges that could come flying his way.
It's interesting they've gone back to Berkey here, one of their key players. They want him to get another wicket, but the first delivery is going to be pummeled away for 6 runs. There's plenty of people out there enjoying the cricket. I think this one missed all of them as it skipped away towards the road. A big hit to start the 5th over here.
Yeah, somehow landed right between all those people who are out there in what looks like the busiest part of this playing field. So nicely hit there by Shafi. Really was nice and open stance, but he was able to open up the offside. A beautiful stroke. Played that on the up as well. Now Mir is just going to change the angle. He's going to be coming over the wicket. Just a few changes and tweaks being made in the field as just taking a look at some of the man moving across there to deep cover. Oh dear, well, he's missed that badly there. Berkey really has. Ends up being a minimo. Hopefully it doesn't go onto the road.
Oh, he's been chased by the child who's dressed like a traffic cone. So if it does go into the road, he can just stand there to stop the traffic.
No, we do not endorse that. We do not want children standing in front of traffic. Please take that back. I don't want ECN getting in any trouble.
I think that fence has done a good job all week so far, and the London traffic is slowly rolling to a halt as well.
Oh dear, so it looks like it has rolled onto the road, and one of the children that's playing, I think that's got a nice Melbourne Stars jersey over there as well. So Minimo to start off the over here. 11 runs, just one legal delivery bowled. Could this be the big over? Could this be that magical or supersonic over the Sharks really need to just put this first innings back on track? Looks to go big once again. He's certainly got a hold of that into the practice nets. Shafi hammers that away for a 6. Didn't quite control where he wanted to send that ball, but he's not going to mind. He gets the outcome he wants.
Yeah, absolutely. Just a tiny bit of width on offer there, and he knows if he gets deep in the crease, he can just throw his hands for it. And it goes actually down into the batter's end of the nets. The ball is lost. The nets have been locked up, and a new ball is in play.
Yeah, he ended up slicing that in reality, but he still managed to get it away for a 6, which just shows you the power Shafi has. This time he's going to go over long on. Shouts to catch it. It's gone towards mid-wicket, and oh, it's the same man again. Now we saw him attempt an audacious catch, but I think Bhalera out at deep mid-wicket. No, he almost took a spectacular catch in the previous over. And he's made another attempt over here, just couldn't quite reach it. I mean, credit to him, he was on it in a flash. It was always going to be a very, very tough opportunity, so you've got to commend that effort.
So although 18 runs coming off the first 3 deliveries, make that 19 as Mohib Burki just lost a bit of rhythm here. He's certainly making the wicketkeeper Rumiz Rahman work for his supper.
Yeah, Burki's had an economy rate of 10.4 most of this series, and first over went for 15 runs. His over's already gone for 19. He's being uncharacteristically expensive. Struck hard down the ground. Oh, it's a misfield. It's a misfield by someone who never makes them. That's Asad Sajjad. I usually see someone like him put the long barrier out, stop that going away for a 4, but just a little lapse in concentration, a period of a lack of focus for this Old Brentwood side.
I'm not sure what he was trying to do there. He almost reversed into the ball and tried to get it on the wrong angle, and in the end got in a complete tangle, and it goes all the way for 4. So this over does go magical. 23 runs coming off it. There's still 2 balls to comp, and this is on the back of such a good first over from Burki, where he did pick up that wicket as well.
Down the ground, 4 more runs there. Mir moves into the 40s. Oh, he is toying with the bowler right now. He really is toying with the bowler. Masterful hitting.
He's hitting it to all parts now, is Shahbaz Mir, and he's just 8 runs away from his half century. He's got there in quick time as well. 14 balls. Shafi at the other end, not going badly either. 26 off 8.
Oh, that is smart thinking there by Burki, but just couldn't quite execute it. He saw that Mir was looking to bring that scoop shot out. Took some pace off the ball, but I think that's harsh, the call?
I think so. It was going over the line. Maybe he went across it diagonally. Umpire Anthony pleading his case there to the bowler, Mohib Burki, who will have to bowl it again.
Struck hard towards long off, and oh, Sajjad's made a meal of it again. He is having a mare at that position, and well, Burki's absolutely glaring at him, shooting darts at him with his eyes.
I think that was a tough one. On that occasion, I would give Sajjad the benefit of the doubt, as that one did spit up at him. 32 runs, though, coming off that over as you join us in the commentary tent. And certainly, the Sharks Cricket Academy, again, we were saying it's a surprise, really, that they're in the finals, but they've just been growing and growing in confidence throughout this series, and at the moment, they're well on top.
They're well on top, and it's incredible. They've turned things around a lot this past over. They were maybe just a little too slow for their liking those first couple of overs, but not the case anymore. They're starting to accelerate. They're shifting up those gears. And Burki, he had figures of 3 for 3 in the semifinals. That's how good he was. And he's just been carded for 46 runs in 2 overs. It just shows you that T10 can be a really cruel format, and many a bowler can get punished. As we'll now return to live action out in the middle. It's time for the 6th over. It's going to be Asad Sajjad, the man who had a couple of bobbles in the field to bowl this over. A chance to make amends. Down the ground, it's gone towards long off, and well, he had his issues fielding at that position, and now he's going to see a 4 go right through there.
I don't think the fielder who's been put out here, Tanvir Sikandar, is necessarily looking forward to it, because he's seen Asad Sajjad get absolutely peppered. The first one was definitely a mistake from the fielder. The second one, you have to say, there was a mighty old bobble, which made it very difficult for Sajjad to do the fielding. He's trying to make amends here. This one was dug through quickly. I think it goes in between the stumps and the batter.
Love this comment here by Arjun Tessurande. Very good evening to you, Arjun. He says the Sharks are in a feeding frenzy this over after they carded Burki for 32 runs. Just pulls his length back a little bit there. Shafi's was targeting that boundary behind square leg. He's had a good tournament so far, Asad Sajjad, with the ball in hand. I think going at an economy rate of 11.75, having picked up 4 wickets, which is really, really good here in Hornchurch, particularly in Group B, where we saw the runs flowing at an even greater rate than in Group A. Figures of 0 for 24 in the semi-final, a solid performance there, as well as Now he's digging these balls in short. He's just firing them in, hitting the deck hard. And he's not giving the batter room to free their arms, just kind of cramping them up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. He's got a bit of zip about him, given that he's very much a spinner. But half the time here, he's just been bowling the flatter deliveries.
This time he goes fuller. Smart bowling by him. He dug a couple in short, then he got one nice and full. And he's just playing with the batter here, mixing things up nicely.
This partnership is worth 70 runs now. It's been an excellent rebuild after they did lose the wicket in the power play, and we've seen actually throughout today that there's often been a flurry of wickets. It's never just been in isolation. One has often brought 2 or 3, but they've really steadied things here. Have Shabazz Mir and Usman Shafi, and Shabazz Mir now just 4 away from his half century, and he almost dabs that one onto his own stumps. He was trying to go through that vacant fine leg region, but in the end it's a decent comeback from Asad Sajjad, and it's a brilliant over as he manages to dart through 4 dot balls, just 5 runs coming off it. And after 6 overs, Sharks 95 for 1.
Probably just overthinking that shot a little bit there, in all honesty. And even if he'd gone for the reverse sweep, could have maybe had a few runs, but it's been good to see some of the innovative strokes throughout this series, some of those unorthodox shots, but at times some batters just have been guilty of overusing them and maybe overdoing it when they could have played regulation cricketing shots, as we're going to see Sagar Joshi come in to bowl this 7th over.
Just an update on the wicket takers as well in this series. As Sagar Joshi comes in. Of course, Billy Whitlock, he picked up his final wicket in that 3rd place playoff, and he finishes then with 13 wickets. Muhib Burki, he was on 11. But of course, he's bowled out now, and he only picked up 1 wicket, so he'll finish on 12. He's out of contention. And there's still a couple who, if they put in a big effort, could get there. So Aziz Jabakale, he's on 10, so he'd need to get a 3 for to draw level. And Mervyn Westfield, he's in the same boat as well. That's another little sideshow to keep an eye on. I'm sure Billy's watching this one from the fan zone. As Scoop has attempted once more, twice, and twice. Sagar Joshi, the bowler, is happy to see that one fly through to the wicketkeeper.
Yeah, this is pretty unwise batting here from the Sharks these last couple of overs. Just 5 runs in the previous over, 1 run so far. Oh, he's going to lose the bat here, but where's the ball going to end up? Well beyond the rope. Maybe he should try that shot again. Shabazz Mir brings up his 50 in rather extraordinary fashion. Oh my goodness, that bat went flying away, and chance for a one-handed catch there by one of the spectators. Look where that bat ends up. It ends up on one of the other practice wickets.
It's just as well that umpire Raza is standing quite far back, otherwise he would have had a bat straight to the face. In the end, though, it does go for 6 runs. It's an attempted catch by the Park 11 fielder. He immediately goes to the excuse that he was holding the water bottle, but 0 commitment shown there.
It's going to go straight back to the same fielder, a member of the Park 11. He's going to have to put in a big chase over here to try to fetch that ball. Very kind of him. Certainly going to save the fielder in the deep's legs. That's Shabazz Khan. And yep, there we are in the super Goldilocks zone at the moment. 51-49. The game hanging finally in the balance.
Just after that ball, it actually flipped as well. It was OB's 51. Now it's Sharks 51. But certainly a game that feels like it's got a lot of tension and a lot of drama still to come.
Yeah, those 2 boundaries are so important there for the Sharks. Gone through that period where they'd only made 1 run for about 8 deliveries. Oh, full toss. This could be a no ball. Could be a 7-up. Goes away for a 6 in this over. Starting to fall apart after Joshi bowled so well those first 3 deliveries. Let's take a look at this again. Yeah, well above waist height. Umpire Razamed Munyar had a very good look of it. So a 7-up there. 18 for this over. Free hit coming up as well. Sorry. The umpire Levy, just having a word here with Sagar Joshi. A free hit coming up for Shahbaz Mir. Can he make this over magical? Looks to go short, and this over will go magical. What a hit. Enormous hit there. Goes away for 6 runs. Looked to dig it short. Tried to surprise him with the bumper. It didn't work.
Just sat up nicely, didn't it? And I think maybe Shahbaz Mir saw that one coming. So we've got a change of gloves. It's pretty sweaty out there. Sweaty in the commentary tent as well as we take a look at what's happening tomorrow. It's the final day of action here from Hornchurch in what's been an incredible series. We'll be sad to leave East London here, but we've got 5 more games coming your way. Of course, the final game of the day, Upminster versus Gunnersbury. That was the game that was called off last Saturday because of the weather. Good news is, though, the forecast for tomorrow looks pretty decent. Looks like it's going to be another scorcher. So make sure you come on down if you're in the neighbourhood, and of course tune in online for what will be the final day of action here. And one of those 3 sides will, of course, lift the ECSW trophy.
Shafi's got a good chunk of this, and that's going to go away for 4 runs. Big chase there for Alan Jones, but he wasn't going to get to that. Covered a lot of ground, put in the sprint. However, it's another boundary, just losing their way a little bit here. The old Brentwoods, these last few deliveries, they just lost their discipline to touch. We saw a few full tosses at the end of the 7th over. Sajjad just starts this over off by pushing one down the leg side. Just love the ebb and flow of this game. The momentum's been swinging back and forth. Gets that one through to the keeper. It's going to be a dot ball. Shafi has been a very reliable performer for the Sharks side this series at 22 of 5 in the semi-final. And he's been someone they can always rely on to score some runs for them. 114 runs in 7 innings, an average of 22.8 with a strike rate of 278. Launched, absolutely crunched for 6 runs. Big Maximo here for Shafi, as the Sharks are certainly making a strong move here in these latter parts of the innings.
Yeah, they've absolutely got a brilliant platform from which to really go big here. 129 on the board, still 2.5 overs to go, and both of these now batters are flying with this partnership now going past 100, 104 between the two. And Old Brentwoods really just need a wicket to stop any momentum here.
Oh, this is in the slot. This was in the slot, and Shafi's going to feast on that. I think it's Paul Murray having a bit of fun out there. He's going to toss that one out, the Hornchurch hero.
I think he did his shoulder in there as well.
Well, it's a good thing he's done his shoulder. Now he doesn't have to play in this series.
He probably did his shoulder from missing too many of those efforts in his batting innings just now.
Oh, full toss. Might have to check the height on this one as well. That's going to race away for 4 runs. Shafi brings up his half century. It's now the second half century in this innings for the Sharks, and he's really batted well for his side here. Umar Shafi came in when their run rate was a little bit slow at that point, and he's done a great job of picking it up here. Umar Shafi batted with a strike rate of almost 300. Yeah, it's been signaled a no ball there, so free hit coming up. Gets a polite smattering of applause as well, but Shafi knows the job's not done. Also, it's been changed to a 6 now. The signal has been, oh, it's 4 again. Well, let's just make up our minds here before we report this back to you. So no ball and 4 runs. There we go. So 5 runs off that last ball. Oh, well, they're going to try to pinch a quick single here. Not quite able to capitalize on that free hit. You could just see calls of run, quick. As we saw Mir scamper across the other end with great desperation. It's been a magical over so far, 22 off at back-to-back magical overs here for the Sharks. Down the ground, just to the left of the commentary tent. A 6 to end the over. 28 of this over, 52 of the last two combined. This is brilliant batting by the Sharks, who are just turning it on when it matters the most.
And that over ends up going for 28 runs. So the previous 2 overs combined have gone for 52. And that was despite the fact that Saga Joshi's first 3 balls went for just the 1. But since then, it's been an exhibition of boundary hitting. And certainly, Sharks are looking like they're putting on a big total here. Remember, par for this series has been around 153. They're just 6 shy of that, and they've still got 12 balls here to try and get up towards that expected score, which is at 180.
Oh, goes downtown once again here. Shafi, that's going to clear the rope. 6 more runs. The Sharks cross the 150. And, you know, it's this kind of acceleration that just rips up all those expected score projections you have, the win predictor. The Sharks came into this, and their chance of winning down at 30% is now up to 69% in favor of the Sharks. They've certainly made their way out of that Goldilocks zone, as we like to say on ECN. And at the moment, it's raining boundaries here in Hornchurch.
It's just been a bit scrappy from the OBs in the last few overs with the ball. A couple of no balls, couple of wides, and the deliveries that have been on the pitch have been punished as well. Again, that one, it's going to probably land short on the leg side, and it will just be the 1. But even that one, I think the batter, you can see his frustration, Usman Shafi, as he feels that one should have been given the treatment as well.
Yeah, just the discipline seems to have gone for the old Brentwoods these last couple of overs. They just look a little bit rattled now that these boundaries have been struck. They were certainly hitting the zones at the start of this innings. Not right now, though. Oh, is this a chance? It's going to take some catching, and it will be taken. Huge grab there by Sikandar. Much needed wicket for this old Brentwood side. Yeah, it's a nice ball. Back of a length delivery. Just grabbed the batter for room there. Mir didn't quite have the chance to free his arms and play the stroke he wanted. In the end, it just ends up ballooning up in the air. Comes off the top edge of his bat. And Sikandar was fleet of foot. Got to that one. Took the catch. And oh, they needed that. They really needed that, the old Brentwoods.
Still an excellent innings from Shabazz Mir, the opener. 74, he finishes off just the 24 deliveries, raises his bat to his teammates, and rightfully so. 7 4s, 7 6s in his innings, and he's put the Sharks in a very commanding position here. 154 on the board for the loss of 2 wickets as Yash Kumar Solanki comes in now, and he's just got license to go and go big from the very start.
Down the ground. That's going to race away for a 4. Solanki takes no time to settle in at all. Just took a step back, turned that into a half volley, and played a beautiful flowing drive through the line. Looks to go short and pulls that gloriously, pulls that magnificently. It's into the trees. One of the biggest 6s of this match.
That was a huge hit. You could hear the crack of the bat, and that went about 10 rows back. Keeps on rolling into the East End, and Yash Kumar Solanki, well, he's been given license and he's thrilling so far. 4 and a 6 to start his innings.
Yeah, Solanki has just settled into this role so well. He was batting further up the order at the start of this series, but now that they've brought these reinforcements and he's becoming in at number 4, number 5, trying to play a role of a closer, and he's just adjusted to that role so well. I mean, take a look at him here. First ball, hits it for a 4. The second one absolutely crunches a pull shot for a 6. That would have cleared any boundary rope in the world. That's how well Solanki had struck it. 17 off this over so far. A ball to come. We say it all happens in the 9th on ECN, and this has been a very eventful 9th over.
Usman Shafi, remember, he's on an unbeaten half century. He's primed to take the final over, but in fact Yash Kumar Solanki is going to steal the strike back off him as they get a single to end the 9th. 165, and certainly primed here to go 180 plus.
Yeah, they're looking at something north of 180. As we take a look at the bowling card here for the old Brentwoods, Real Dilemma is going to bowl this final over. They'll probably go with Shabazz Khan. Went for just 9 runs. Unlikely to go back to Sagar Joshi, who went for 24, but they could also just turn to someone like Mervyn Westfield, who's so often bowled the final over in the innings and done a brilliant job at it as well. And it looks like they will opt to go with experience here. even though he went for 18, they turned to Mervyn Westfield, the man who's done it so often for this old Brentwood side. Yeah, so Shahbaz Khan is going to be left with just the 1 over, in which he conceded 9 runs. Mind you, bowled the first over as well, so that was a brilliant display of bowling right at the start of this match. Here we go, Mervyn Westfield bowling the final over. And he starts off with a terrific delivery there. Brilliant ball. Solanki just trying to work that one around the corner. Fails to get anything on it.
It's an excellent delivery. Nutmegs Yash Kumar Solanki. And well, the question is, I know they like employing Mervyn Westfield either at the start or the very end, but they could have maybe brought him on earlier to try and break that partnership, which ended up being worth 129 before it was broken in that 9th over.
Oh, he goes for the audacious. He goes for the audacious, and it'll pay off here for Solanki. Manages to scoop it over the keeper's head for a huge 6.
Yeah, question of height here as well. It's so difficult to tell when Solanki is literally on his knees when he plays this effort, but you've got to kind of draw the imaginary line of where his waist might be, and I think he might be in trouble here on the no ball.
Yeah, it's time to get the old rulers and protractors out for this one. It's kind of got to draw an imaginary line where you'd think Solanki's waist is. And yes, it's been signaled a no ball here. So a free hit coming up. 7 up. Brought up in the craziest of fashions. Oh, wonderful change up there by Westfield. Solanki was already halfway through that shot by the time the ball had gone past him. But they do well here to scamper across, take a single. Shafi will be back on strike.
Well, Mervyn Westfield, he's always got that perfect ball in him, hasn't he? And this would be a good chance to put in the Yorker. As you can see, the fans are out in the fan zone. Sun's just gone behind the clouds for now, but the dark clouds are also swirling here for OBs as Sharks even managed to burgle a run there, and every run here might be important as they get their way up to 174.
But this is good bowling here by Westfield. Outside of that one full toss which went for a 6, he's bowled superbly this over. Been so smart with his variations, really been keeping the batters on their toes. Pulled away, it's flat batted down the ground for a 6. That's a magnificent shot. He had such a wide line. He's almost picked it up from that wide guideline and somehow managed to strike it towards long on.
You'll be pleased to see that the child traffic cone is also firmly away from the main road, chasing that one over at Cow Corner. I think we ended up calling it Jones Corner in the end, the amount of times Alan Jones found it, and he'll have to do that a few times in the run chase as this one goes up in the air. Mervyn Westfield is under it, but then so is the fielder, and well, there was 3 of them circling. In the end, it's a comfortable catch taken as the 3rd wicket falls, and Mervyn Westfield does get another wicket to add to his collection. That's his 11th. Billy Whitlock, though, is still safely at the top of those rankings as it's 180 now for the loss of 3 wickets for the Sharks.
That went up in the air and well held on to. Good catch there by Murky. So that's going to be the end of Solanki's innings. A brilliant cameo by Solanki, considering the situation he came in where he just didn't really have much time to settle in, and he went out there, managed to score 23 runs in just 8 deliveries. A magnificent knock and a well-deserved round of applause. It's going to be Salman Khan, the veteran campaigner for the Sharks side, to face this last ball. And how many big innings did he play for them during the group stages? He's batting lower down the order in the knockout stages. And how great would it be for him? How wonderful a feeling would it be for him to just crunch the last ball of the first innings off the final for a boundary? You know it means so much to him, such an integral part of this Sharks Cricket Academy club. A wonderful slower ball there, and are they going to pinch a single? They don't. They might as well have ran across. It was the last ball of the innings anyway. There was no point having any hesitation. I mean, even if you run out, wouldn't really matter. It is a dot ball to end things. Only 15 runs coming in that final over. Not bad at all there for Mervyn Westfield. I'm sure The old Brentwoods would have taken that, but the Sharks end up with a good score here, 180, certainly very competitive. And we're going to be on for one hell of a chase in this second inning, so buckle up. We're in for a thrilling final. It's time to look at the highlights of this inning. Zarif opened the batting alongside Mir. Zarif hit one big six, but he'd be dismissed shortly after that. Good catch by Babar Chaudhry off the bowling Mohib Burki to get rid of him. Shahbaz Mir with his other opening partner, who made 74 of 24. Wonderful, wonderful batting performance by him. Here was that catch by Chaudhry, really, really brilliant grab. And at that point, it felt like the old Brentwoods were on top.
Yeah, absolutely. It was another innings that swung this way and that. This was a missed run out, which could have actually been a significant one, as it was Shahbaz Mir who would have been well short. In the end, though, he was able to continue and he smashed 7 fours and 7 sixes on his way to 74. This was an outstanding effort in the field by Pratik. In fact, he did it again just a few moments later. There's absolutely no question about the commitment of both of these sides. That was a nightmare few balls for Asad Sajjad. Did poorly on the first one. The second one he did well to hold on to his teeth. Well, the batter there didn't hold on to his bat, as the fans are out in full force here, enjoying the action out there in the middle. And certainly the Sharks Cricket Academy enjoyed the second half of that innings more than the OBs, as the runs kept on flowing. Shahbaz Mir, in the end, he did fall for a caught and bowled from Tanvir Sikandar. Mohib Burki took a catch at the end to dismiss Yash Kumar Solanki, but not before he also smashed a quickfire 23 off just 8 deliveries. Salman Khan then came out to face the final delivery, but wasn't able to contribute any runs, and for some reason they didn't run on the final ball despite burgling a run earlier in the over. As it is, though, the Sharks, I think they can be more than happy with the 180 they've put on the board, as it was the top order again that fired. Captain Adil Zarif really the only one that missed out, as he fell early in the innings, but otherwise comprehensive performance from them. As for the bowlers, probably a few too many extras bowled, in all honesty. 9 wides and 3 no balls. The no balls can be so costly as well. But it was a wicket apiece for Tanvir Sikandar, Mohib Burki and Mervyn Westfield. Tight bowling from Shahbaz Khan. Surprised he only bowled the 1 over. The old Brentwoods do have a lot of bowling options to go to. The good news for them as well is they do have a lot of batting depth as well, but they're going to have to tap into it all if they want to chase down 181 runs in this big final here in Hornchurch. It's been an exciting one so far, and can this series finish with an absolute bang? Well, there's only about 5 minutes to find out, as old Brentwoods go on the hunt for the trophy here at the final in ECS England on the European Cricket Network.
This European cricket event is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, Rado and 1xBet.
The final is in the balance here at Hornchurch Cricket Club as Old Brentwoods are on the chase. 181 is what's required for them to lift the trophy after the Sharks Cricket Academy put in a stellar first innings performance. Shabazz Mir leading the charge. He top scored with 74 off just 24 deliveries, and Usman Shafi hit an unbeaten half century, 59 off 23 for him, as the Old Brentwoods really struggled to have any answers to the Shark attack. And it now means that they've got a big chase on their hands. We've seen some big chases so far in this series, and this would be the biggest of them all in the final. Do the Old Brentwoods have the firepower in their locker? They've certainly shown throughout this series that they can go big. They've got the likes of Alan Jones, Baba Chowdhury, and of course Mervyn Westfield, Muhib Burki. All of these players have scored runs. It just needs them to do it here on the big stage, and it will be Sagar Joshi to open up alongside Asad Sajjad. And for the Sharks, there's a conference going on at the top of the order between several players, including of course the captain Adil Zarif. It looks like Shabazz Mir, the man who did all the damage with the bat, is at the top of his mark, just making sure all of his troops are in the right position, as it will be the left-handed Sagar Joshi to get this run chase up and running for Old Brentwoods. So again, they'll stay with the change in the opening batters. Alan Jones, we've seen him at the top of the order for Old Brentwoods. He did come in at 3 in the previous game, wasn't successful on that occasion, but he has scored big runs on the network in his few appearances so far. That's Raza, umpire Raza out there, standing primed at square leg. As umpire Anthony will take the first over, but Alan Jones, of course, 160 not out. A memorable knock back in game 31, that big win against Gagan, where 419 runs were scored across the 2 innings. He has suffered a few ducks since then, though. He's been blowing hot and cold, and now would be a good time to come in hot. But first, it will be Sagar Joshi facing the first ball. It will in fact be bowled by Shahrukh Kudus, and the first one goes to the rope, and excellent fielding by the Park 11 member there, who gets down into a textbook long barrier. I haven't seen too many textbook long barriers so far in this series, but that was up there as one of the best. It was a good start though for Sagar Joshi as he gets the run chase up and running with a 4. Left-hand, right-hand combination for OBs has worked well throughout, and they need another big partnership here. Speaking of partnerships, been building a lovely one with Nish over the last 2 weeks, and it's a shame we've only got about a day and 1 game left, but looking forward to this final here.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure working alongside you, and a pleasure to get to cover this incredible cricket we've had here in Hornchurch. And 1 innings left now in this year's edition of the Men's European Cricket Series in this lovely part of the world. What a finish. This should surely be a great game. 181, it's a competitive target, but it's also not up there as something that's unattainable for the Old Brentwoods. It's just poised so nicely. The win predictor has the 65% for the Sharks. I'd put this as 50-50 right now. It's a coin flip. Anyone could win from here. We've seen the Old Brentwoods chase down a target of 181, this exact target against Guggen earlier this tournament, and they did it with 5 balls to spare. So we know they've got the ability to pull off some great chases. That was the 5th highest chase on the network at the time. They've gone over 200 at times as well, the Sharks. This is going to be an absolutely incredible game, and the Sharks side have just gotten better and better as well as this tournament has progressed. Struggled at the start, just 2 wins in the group stages. Then they just came in with this incredible belief and confidence when they played against East Londoners. They knew they were playing with house money. No one fancied them to win. They got that win. They got on a roll. They started to believe that they knocked off Hornchurch, and now they're 9.30 overs away from potentially winning it all. Nice bumper there by Kudus, and you talk about impact players. He's been one for the Sharks side. Just slipped right into this team and been an important part of their success.
And let's not forget where the Sharks started. They got battered by the mighty Tigers, losing that one 4-0. Then in game 2, they lost to Marcourt, and that was Marcourt's only win in the whole tournament against this Sharks Cricket Academy side. Since then, they've been able to pick up wins, slowly pick up momentum. They've come good at just the right time. And that one comes good for Asad Sajjad. It's the old French cut. It races away for 4 runs. And I suppose what the old Brentwoods have got to cling on to is the fact that every single one of the knockout games so far has been a successful run chase. OBs certainly want that trend to continue into this final game.
That's been incredible, isn't it, these last couple of days? Every win has been a chase. The only one that wasn't was that bronze final. This is going to be a thrilling matchup. It really is. Shahrukh Kudus, since he's come into this lineup in the back end of the tournament, he's bowled with an economy rate of 13, just kept things so tight. And he's often bowled in the power play as well. I mean, how often do we see him bowl overs 1 and 3? And to have that kind of an economy rate during one of the most difficult parts of the innings to bowl in is exemplary. Absolutely exemplary. Oh, wonderful bowling, and Sajjad was just trying to give himself a little bit of room to hit that through the offside. Kudus with some nice pace. He's also getting a bit of seam movement here. 9 runs from the first over. Sharks will be happy with that.
Yeah, absolutely. And Shahrukh Kudus, I think it's maybe a little too late for him to be in the MVP conversation, but he's had such a brilliant couple of days. As we take a look, it's 46 matches since a golden ball. It would be a golden final if we do manage to get there. But Shahrukh Kudus, just a word for him. He bowled the maiden of the game against Hornchurch. Even in his second over, he just went, well, his first over went for 13, the second was the maiden. And it was just that delivery, the one that just zipped through to the keeper on the final ball there, that he just bowled over and over again to, it was Kian Poskett on that occasion. And it was almost unplayable. And that's exactly what he's proven here again, as the fans are out. The Pringles are open. Once you pop, you can't stop. Other crisps are available. And they're being treated here to what's been a brilliant day so far already. It's set up for a big chase here, whichever way it goes. I think you could say that the side will have been a worthy winner. The Sharks, just for their tenacity to stay in this series, and Old Brentwoods, of course, they've had an excellent campaign all round.
Oh, nicely struck away. Full toss there by Mughal. And, oh, well, that was a nice bit of fielding. I wonder if we managed to catch that. Just take a look at that. He just tossed it up, and oh, I thought he'd taken the catch. Almost. We could have maybe just cropped out that last part, and I would have been able to rewrite the narrative as if he'd taken the catch. I
bet you he'll be playing in Hornchurch colours on the ECS very soon. He looks about maybe 11, 12 years old. They've got a lot of teenagers. Well, that one's going to fly away. Is it going to be a Baximo? It absolutely is. As Sagar Joshi uses the pace of Raza Mughal. It doesn't go entirely where he planned, but he certainly wanted 6 runs, and that's exactly what he got.
Yeah, good thing he's not wearing orange. Otherwise, he'd ask him to stand in the middle of that road.
I feel like cars would stop if there's either a grizzly in the way or someone dressed like a traffic cone. But I think the grizzly did manage to get all the way onto the road, didn't it, on that occasion? It at least cleared the rope.
Yeah, I'm not sure we should have sent the kids out to fetch that ball, but they just seemed far too eager to do that. Kind of just chased the ball onto the road, and, well, credit to the London traffic. We're actually just stopping and allowing them to fetch it. Good over so far for the Old Brentwoods. A couple boundaries to start off, and straight down the ground. Doesn't have enough to go for a 6, but it's going to take a hop and go over the rope. Yeah, this is the over they needed. This is the over they needed to get that start, which you need when you're trying to pull off a incredible chase.
Oh, if you back anyone in a big run chase, it would be the OBs, wouldn't it? Because they've shown such skill and power with the bat, and they just need one more big innings in them to get over the line. But Sharks, they bowled so well in that semi-final against Hornchurch. It wasn't for a lack of trying that Hornchurch only managed to get to 130. It was just an excellent bowling performance. We've already mentioned Shahrukh Kudus, but also the likes of Raza Mughal, who's near the top of those bowling rankings, Aziz Jabakale as well, and Taki Abbas, a late addition to the side, who's also excelled with the ball in hand.
Oh, nicely clipped away, and there's a man out in the tweet. Sweeper comes across and cuts that out. And this whole Brentwood side, we mentioned that they chased down this exact target of 181 against Guggen. They also scored 224 the second time they played Guggen. They've regularly had scores above 170 throughout this series. So, you know, they know that this is a serious task, but they're definitely not intimidated by that target.
Absolutely not, and they will know the value of this power play as well. They've already cashed in 25 runs. If they can double up, get something like 50 in the power play without losing any wickets, and they put themselves in an excellent position, and that's an excellent shot right there. The dog, he's absolutely unbothered. We've had dogs flying after the Grizzlies, but clearly that one's had enough. It's Friday afternoon. What do you want from me? Just about raises his head. The owner's more bothered, but in the end it will be 4 runs off the bat of Asad Sajjad.
Is that a Borzoi, that dog breed? I mean, I'm not an expert on dog breeds, but that might be a Borzoi.
You say you're not an expert on dog breeds, and then you whip out the Borzoi.
Oh, what a wicket. What an incredible ball there by Mughal. Wonderful bit of deception. Slower ball. And look at how disgusted the batter is. Sajjad, he's still down on his knees. So disappointed that he's been dismissed. It's a slower Yorker. Sajjad just tried to wait for it, had to wait an age. But he ends up getting cleaned up, and the Sharks pick up their first wicket.
It was like Asad Sajjad saw that like a car crash in slow motion. He saw the slower ball coming. He tried to readjust, but the swing of the bat was already in motion, and he couldn't stop it. And he had to watch on in horror as Raza Mughal dislodges the stumps as he picks up what will be his 9th wicket of this series. Excellent from him. Taking a look ahead at what's happening over in Czechia tomorrow. It's the first of 2 days of T10 action. Czechia certainly with a point to prove, but a big day as well for Croatia and Gibraltar as they play 3 games each at the on the back of the T20Is that they've played the last 2 days. A big shift from the women over in Czechia, and of course we've got the ECSW action coming your way from Hornchurch Cricket Club tomorrow as well. Back to the final then. That over ended up going magical, 20 runs coming off it, which is above the run rate required, which is 19. But of course that big wicket did fall on the very last delivery as Asad Sajjad had to depart for 8 off 5.
So it's the captain, Chaudhry, who's made his way out there, and you just take a look at the batters still to come. You got Alan Jones, Westfield, Khan, Sikandar. It's just a stacked batting lineup, and Joshi will pull this away. Jabbar Khail is there. We're definitely going to see him bowl at some point. Looks like they're just saving him for after the power play. Shadow Khudus getting bowled out in the power play once again. I mean, this guy, he's just an incredible bowler, isn't he? Bowls 2 overs in the power play, and his job is just to try to make sure the opposition can't get away during these 3 key overs right at the start.
You should almost get bonus points, shouldn't you, for being one of the seam bowlers or even spin bowlers in the power play. Your life is just so much more difficult when you've only got the protection of 2 fielders out on the deep boundary. But it doesn't matter where he has his fielders if he just keeps on bowling those vicious deliveries. I think he's just getting a slight talking to there from umpire Anthony to get it away from the middle of the pitch, especially if he wants any LBW decisions to go his way.
Yeah, just telling Kudus that he's not made of glass and he just can't see right through him. That was a great ball by Kudus. Very nice test match delivery. Oh, this is wonderful. Absolutely wonderful bowling. Just takes a feather edge through to the keeper. What a spell here by Kudus. He deserved that ball. That would have been a wicket in any format of the game. I mean, it had a little bit of everything, didn't it? Pace, bounce, moved away a touch. Oh, he's been done by an absolute ripper of a delivery.
That was an outstanding delivery. You're talking about test match, Nish, and that would have taken a lot of test match batters' wickets as it just gets slightly big on Baba Chowdhury. One thing you will say is that he wasn't stable trying to hit that one. Not sure quite what he was trying to do with it. Certainly he didn't want to feather it through to Yash Kumar Solanki, but he does have to depart for a second ball duck. And OBs, they've been dealt a double blow here. 2 wickets in 4 deliveries, and they find themselves on 30 for 2.
It's Mervyn Westfield, who's made his way in at number 4. Experienced campaigner. A little bit surprised here. Did you expect Alan Jones to be coming in?
Absolutely. Alan Jones, he's got 100 to his name. He's shown on multiple occasions that he can take games away from batting sides. I don't know if they maybe just want to protect him, get the back of Shahrukh Kudus, but I mean, you want your big hitters in early, especially when you're chasing a big score.
Could just be riding with a hot hand. Mervyn Westfield 35 of 14 in the semi-final, whereas Alan Jones was out for a golden duck.
Sure.
I think one thing with Alan Jones, he's a very odd player. Makes 160, gets a duck, then makes a century again, then gets a duck. He sort of has that strange pattern. Based on that logic, you probably want him out there now. That one's just pushed down the leg side there. It's going to be a wide for Kudus, so Westfield's still waiting to face his first ball.
See, logic does fly out the window when you get to cricket finals. And so far, Sharks Cricket Academy, they have been well up to the task here, settling any nerves they might have had with those 180 runs on the board. And now their bowlers are backing it up once more, exactly like they did in that semi-final against Hornchurch, where they haven't given the batters a sniff so far.
Another nick, another wicket. Oh, this is amazing by Kudus. What an opening spell. Westfield's gone as well for a golden duck. He just has him chasing at that delivery, takes an edge through to the keeper, and it's a one more terrific grab for Yash Kumar Solanki.
It's just an absolute brutal spell of bowling here from Shahrukh Kudus. Picks up another wicket, and again, it's just a length delivery that has a bit of spice on it, and all Mervyn Westfield can do is feather one through to the keeper. His first was a wide ball. He goes on his first legal delivery, and he again departs without troubling the scorers. And we're still not seeing Alan Jones out here. Tanveer Sikandar is the next batter.
Yeah, this is interesting, really is. I mean, they've got Khan over there as well, who, Shahbaz Khan, I mean, he's made a lot of runs for this old Brentwood side this series. Instead, they go with Sikandar. Win predictor now gives the Sharks an 81% chance. What a story would it be? What an incredible story. And be up there as one of the greatest sporting upsets, not just cricketing upsets, if they can go on and win this final. Plays a drive straight to the fielder in mid-off there, and that's Adil Zarif, the captain of this Shark side.
There's something to be said for just bowling a good line and length delivery with a bit of heat, isn't it? We haven't seen too much consistent bowling throughout the series. There's often been, you know, short, full, slow balls, but Shahrukh Kudus, he's not afraid to not mix it up. He just bowls line and length, that probing line, fourth stump, and he's already got two victims, trying to add a third here.
Oh, big appeal. Could be another one. Could be another one. That was so close there, and Sikandar will breathe a sigh of relief. Oh my goodness. What if the Brentwoods had lost that wicket? Well, take a look at this one more time. It was certainly close. The umpire maybe just thinks it's missing leg. Oh, that's a tight one. That is a tight one. And I'm sure the old Brentwoods will think that the right decision has been made there. And, well, what a spell of bowling here for Shahrukh Kudus. Bowls so often in the power play during those pressure overs, concedes just 11 runs, picks up a couple of wickets. Winter training certainly paid off for him.
Absolutely has, as Shahrukh Kudus finishes with outstanding figures of 2 for 11 off his 2 overs. They ideally wish he is bowling a test match spell here. They just keep on bowling him from this end. As it is, though, they have to turn to another bowler. Azam Mughal, he went magical in his first. It looks like they'll be turning to that man, Aziz Jabakale. He's still got a sniff of getting to the top of that bowling chart. He's got 10 wickets to his name. Billy Whitlock still sitting pretty at the top of the pile with 13. It's really just a 2-horse race between those two. You certainly wouldn't put it past Jabakal to pick up those wickets here with the old Brentwoods rocking. Sagar Joshi, though, he's still out there, 21 off 8. Tanveer Sikandar survives that big LBW appeal at the end of the over, but he's yet to get off the mark.
Oh, played nicely behind point. Doesn't look to overhit that there, Sagar Joshi. Just opens the face of the bat nice and late, and that went away for 4 runs.
Good fielding by the newest member of the Park 11 there. Good hands getting down, and despite the bobble over the rope, does the fielding. Left arm throw back in as well, but a boundary to Sagar Joshi, who surely holds the key to any kind of success here for the OBs.
Down the ground, and oh, great bit of fielding. A terrific bit of fielding there by Shahbaz Mir. Huge part of this Shark side. We saw him make some valuable runs in the first innings, and he puts the dive in here. Great dedication, wonderful dedication in the field. Oh, beautiful, high and handsome. A gorgeous stroke there by Sikandar. He's going to land beyond the rope. Shahbaz Mir, he made a good effort, but he was never going to get to that. What a gorgeous looking stroke. You could paint that. That's how beautiful it was.
Just a push over the rope for 6, and he landed it on the green perfectly, didn't he? It was about 51 meters, just over the grasp of the fielder there. But an excellent way to get yourself off the mark for Tanveer Sikandar.
Bit of width on offer there. Oh, great fielding once again. I mean, they have been electric in the field so far. The Sharks saving every run, throwing their bodies on the line. They know how much this means. This is it. This is the final. One ball, one moment could change the game. Pulled magnificently by Joshi. That's going to race away at the rate of knots for 4 runs.
Just picks it off the length again, outside off stump, but he doesn't mind as he muscles it over into the leg side for 4 runs. Good to see Ozzy in the chat as well. Of course, he was part of an excellent Havering 11 story, wasn't he, as they weren't able to pick up a win coming late into the tournament until that final day where they went bang bang, 2 wins in 2 games. Thanks to Ozzy as well with the bat. And been one of the many highlights actually we've had of this series, the Havering 11, as well as the teenage sensations we've seen throughout the series. I think we have to petition Nish for a teenage 11 to go into the series here at Hornchurch next year, because I think they do pretty well in this tournament.
I think we could do one of those sort of post-tournament 11s like they have in many tournaments, and just to see who the best teenagers were in this series. I think we can maybe leave that to the chat and discuss it tomorrow. There's a lot of great teenage talent over in the ECSW as well. I've really seen the teenagers dominate these last couple of weeks of cricket. As well, right now it says that the Sharks are 84% favorites. Old Brentwood's chances down to just 16%. They have to go at 22 and over to win from here, the Old Brentwoods. But don't count them out of this just yet. Don't count them out of it. We know they can go at the rate of knots. We know they can play some great shots. They'll just need that one big over, really. If they get that one supersonic over here, the Old Brentwoods, they'll suddenly feel like they're back on track.
Yeah, absolutely. They went for 17 in that previous over. That was off Aziz Jabakale, one of the key bowlers for the Sharks. So if they can just keep on going there, keeping themselves somehow in contention, and as you said, Nish, they'll look for that one supersonic over. We've seen several of them already today, so they're certainly out there to be had. It's just whether the Old Brentwoods can land that punch going into the second half of this run chase.
Oh, well, through his body there. Jabbar Kale is probably better off just trying to hang back on the rope. Instead, he decided to try to make an attempt at this, and it's just going to get past him and go away for 4 runs. Goes right through his legs, though. Kind of gets nutmegged in the end.
It's one of those where he didn't know whether to go for the catch or go for the boundary stop in the end. He achieves neither. Valuable boundary here for OBs.
Down the ground, it's taken! Shahbaz Mir holds on to that catch. Another huge wicket, another massive wicket. The danger man Sikandar departs. It's just getting harder and harder for the Old Brentwoods.
I think he's done himself an immediate injury. You can see there's blood on his hand, and the pain only kicked in a few moments after he took the catch. So it could actually be a costly one in the end for the Sharks, but they won't mind just at this moment as they do take the wicket. But Shahbaz Mir does himself a bit of a mischief there. You can see the blood on his hand. But importantly for him and his side, he did pick up the catch, took the wicket, and Brentwoods lose their 4th. And we do not see Alan Jones yet still, which is a puzzling one for me. Yes, he scored a couple of ducks, but he's been someone more than most of the Brentwood's batters who can just explode from the start. And that's exactly what they need here. Instead, it will be Shahbaz Khan who comes in at number 6 for the OBs. And the task just keeps on getting tougher for the chasing side here, with that run rate almost up at 24. Looks like it will be substitute fielder coming on here, while Shahbaz Mir gets his hand seeing too.
That's a huge loss, because Shahbaz Mir is such an integral part of the field, and he's out here long off. He saved so many runs for his side. He's saved a couple of boundaries, managed to take a catch as well. His loss will be felt in the field, it certainly will.
Absolutely will be, as Tyrone Peters, tournament referee, just make sure everyone knows exactly what's going on. And well, Shahbaz Mir is not there, and that's why that one flies away for 4 runs. Shahbaz Khan on his first delivery getting the boundary, but they need many, many more where those have come from if they want to get near this target.
He's limping here, Shahbaz Khan. I wonder if he hurt himself playing that shot, because I wonder why they would send him out there injured ahead of someone like Alan Jones, who you'd imagine is fully fit.
Yeah, it's a strange one. I'm sure there's something behind it.
Well, he's just limping across to the non-strikers and walking very gingerly. I mean, we know he's an extremely talented batter, Shahbaz Khan, but so is Alan Jones, who, well, I wonder if Alan Jones himself is carrying an injury as well. And yes, Simon J in the chat saying, well, Alan has injured his finger. A big swing and a miss here. And well, thanks for that update there, Simon. If that is the case, then that would probably explain why the dangerous batter, Alan Jones, who's scored a 160 earlier this series. That's right, a 160. Is not out there right now. As we come to the halfway point of this innings, the old Brentwood's 58 for 4. Things looking very tough for them from here. As we'll take a look at the calendar this year on the European Cricket Network. We've got so many wonderful destinations planned out for this year in the European Cricket Series. Alongside us, we've got the action over in Czechia. Tomorrow's the start of the T10 series, the ECIW. And then look at some of the other great countries we'll be visiting throughout this summer. Finland, Bulgaria, Belgium, Krefeld over in Germany, Stockholm, back here in England, the end of July, over in Wimbledon. So a bumper summer of cricket coming up for you. But we've got a bumper 5 overs as well. Old Brentwood's, the massive favorites heading into this match, staring down the barrel. Launched, and is this into the gap? Oh, yes, it is. It took a horrible bounce, but like a rough on the dial top spinner on a clay court. Let's just have a look at this. Oh my, it's almost like it just hit a trampoline.
Yeah, violent Tortuga there. Means that the fielder, who pretty much got on the line of it there, did Shahid Mushtaq in the end. Just sees it fly over his head. Still not enough though for OBs, already looking at needing 6s instead of 4s, and they certainly don't need a dot ball to fly through to the keeper. Yeah, Alan, he must have hurt himself in that first innings, unless something has happened.
Well, he wasn't wicket keeping either.
Yeah, that's true.
Which is the interesting thing. So,
but then why is he in the side? I mean, if he can't bat and he can't keep, he's not going to bowl. It's a strange one. This one goes up in the air. It might be another wicket, and it will be taken comfortably. This time it's Shahbaz Mir. Clearly has had his finger injury seen to, and he took that one a little gingerly. You can see he's got the plaster on, maybe making sure he doesn't need to take another trip to the medical tent. It will be another wicket for the OBs now. Their run chase is falling away. It's 62 for 5.
That's got hands like buckets. Shahbaz Mir managed to cradle that cricket ball with so much love. Takes the catch. Another one bites the dust here. Oh my goodness, they're down to just 5 wickets left. Oh, it's going to take a miracle. It really is. It's Mohib Burki who is coming in to bat over here. That would certainly suggest that Alan Jones is carrying a pretty significant injury that's just preventing him from batting. Burki's going to have to play an innings for the ages. Certainly someone who is capable of hitting the long ball. We've seen him feature in little cameos for this side throughout this series. He's got a top score of 36 And he'll get that away for 4 runs, even though the fielder got a hand to it just to change the path of the ball. Couldn't prevent it from going away for 4 runs. Gotta say, it's a pretty good idea of it there by Raza Mughal. Was going for that leg stump Yorker, just missed it by a very, very tiny fraction, and he was able to get a bat on it and away for 4 runs. They got Simon J saying that he did hurt his finger during the previous game, which would explain a lot. Slower ball attempted here by Mughal, but Berkey read that perfectly and hits that one away for a 6. So they need to start hitting consecutive boundaries here, the old Brentwoods.
Yeah, they need more than a big finish here, don't they, to keep the Sharks at bay. It's not smelling blood in the water. I think they're smelling silverware at the moment with that run rate. Over 26, still over 100 runs required for OBs. Sagajoshi, he's still there, but he can't do much from the non-strikers end. And unfortunately for the OBs, he's been watching a bit too much of the action from the wrong end of the pitch. That one will fly away, though, for leg buys. It's actually a decent Yorker. Don't think Raza Mughal deserves to... Oh, you can't let the Grizzly hit your ankle when you've got no protection. Park 11, come on, have a word.
Let's just take a look at this again. Ooh, well, that is painful. Oh,
It's now limping down
right on the ankle.
the path. Deary me.
Let's take a look at this scorecard. Sagar Joshi with a top score of 32 of 14. Muhib Berkey has managed to strike a couple of boundaries while he's been out there. Got that leg by for a 4 as well. I think a lot of people don't realize just truly how hard a cricket ball is. I think she's just a passerby enjoying her walk in the park. And I think the first time a lot of non-cricket fans touch a cricket ball or feel a cricket ball, they're pretty taken aback.
Well, now she's enjoying her limp in the park.
Yeah.
Osman Shafi will come back on here, picking up a wicket in his first over, going for just 10 runs.
Get that for a single, so 26s needed, 27s now with that single from here on out for the old Brentwoods. It's enormous task to ask a batting side to go out there and just hit supersonic over after supersonic over. Only the most optimistic of old Brentwood fans probably still believes. Oh, well stopped out in the deep. That is great work there by Shahid Mushtaq.
The Sharks very much have that trophy in their jaws now. It's just whether old Brentwoods can snatch it away, but it would need something absolutely miraculous now. With every ball that doesn't go to the rope, that run rate creeps up, and now it's north of 28.
Big appeal over here. Just wonder if height was a question mark over there. Let's take a look at this side on. Yeah, probably height. Not quite working in favor of the bowler there. Oh, launched. Absolutely crunched for a 6. Got a few kids underneath it trying to take the catch, but it's going to land beyond their reach for 6 runs. So he's still fighting here, Burke. He's still just giving his side a glimmer of hope.
It's nothing more than a glimmer for now. At least the required runs down below 100 now, 96 though in 20.
Oh, big stumping here, and that's going to be the end for Berkey. So it's a wide and it's a stumping. Sharp glove work, you have to say, by Ramiz. I should say Yash Kumar Solanki, who's really had a very, very good match. He's taken a couple of catches and now some really sharp glove work. Let's just take a look at this. Pushed that one wide. He just seemed to lift his back foot there, and he was on it in a flash, wasn't he, Yash Kumar Solanki? Whipped the bails off, and Berkey's innings is cut short.
He reeled him in there, didn't he? And it looks like the Sharks will rule the reef here. They get another wicket, and surely now it's just a matter of time whether the old Brentwoods can even survive the 10 overs. And certainly it must be an injury then that is keeping Alan Jones out of this lineup, especially when it's pretty much already signed, sealed and delivered for the Sharks, because it's Ramiz Rahman, the next batter out for OBs.
Yeah, it's going up again here. Yash Kumar Solanki, a shake of the head by umpire Manyar. Yeah, never lifted the foot, and there's absolutely no chance of a stumping there.
Oh, I think it's a bit tighter than we think because his heel might have been lifted there. It's a shake of the head by the umpire on the field, but this one looked relatively close actually. If we go slow, it's just a sliver of the foot, if anything, on the floor. But the no was called on field.
Here's a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow here in the ECSW. So, got a triple round robin featuring Hutton, Gunnersbury, and Upminster. At the moment, Gunnersbury are at the top of the table. Upminster picking up a win against Hutton. Hutton still looking for their first victory, so it's a big day for them. They'll be involved in 3 matches, so they want to get some wins under their belt. Oh, nicely played there by Rahman. It's good bowling by Jabbar Kill. That was right up there in the block hole, and now the required is up to 33. So that's well past the point of no return, and I think at this point we can just say that this Shark side are going to go on to win it all. Where have you ever seen a run like this? You know, a side with only a couple of wins in the group stages. You know, we thought that, you know, they weren't going to be around for long in the knockout stages. There's a full toss that's hammered away, and it's going to go the distance for a Maximo.
Yeah, it's been an absolute sharknado, hasn't it, from the Cricket Academy today. Up against 2 sides who were much favoured against them. Go back to the quarterfinals yesterday as well. But they've just shown time and time again they're big game players, and they'll be on a feasting frenzy tonight, lifting that trophy, and deservedly so as well.
Yeah, they just somehow managed to scrape their way into the quarterfinals. You know, they're facing the East Londoners in the very first match, and we thought that would be a formality for the East Londoners to get past this side, and they knocked them off with ease. And we thought, well, Hornchurch will bring their run to an end, surely. I mean, they're the home favorites. They've got momentum. Knock off Hornchurch. Plays that nicely with a straight bat, but straight to the fielder, and then they got that belief. They got that momentum. They knew they were only 1 win away. Batted their heart out in that first innings, bowled their heart out over here, and now they're about to knock off this old Brentwood side in what has really been a fairy tale run. Opens the face of the bat there, goes down towards point. That's going to be a single. I mean, it's just hard to think about similar runs in any sport. You know, I think I mentioned Greece back in 2004 in the Euros. Cricket examples, you could go back to India's World Cup win in 1983 when, you know, a lot of the Indian players admit that they didn't think that they were going to win the World Cup and that they just came to England to enjoy their time. And before they knew it, they were knocking off Titans and went on to beat that incredible West Indies side in the final. It's just been a similar story here for the Sharks. Came into the knockout stages completely unfancied, went on a run for the ages, and they've won every game convincingly as well, which has been the very impressive thing about them.
Yeah, they were mostly on the end of convincing defeats as that one goes through the offside for 4 runs. It's a nice shot from Rahman. And going into the quarterfinals, they'd lost 3 games in a row. Yes, one of them was a no result, but either side of that, they took a thumping from Hornchurch by 44 runs, lost in a delayed game and then a shortened game to Raynham, and then lost again to Hornchurch by 9 wickets. So it's been such a comprehensive comeback in the end that you've got to take your hats off to the Sharks. And when the chips were down, they absolutely went all in and made sure that they won, and won convincingly. And it's going to be another convincing win in the final here, with now 82 runs needed in the last 12 deliveries. At this point, it's just a matter of how many runs they will win by as they turn back to Shahbaz Mir, who seems to have recovered from his finger injury, and in fact it will be his first over of this game.
Shahbaz Mir certainly deserves the plaudits. It's been an incredible addition for this Shark side. I mean, since he's come in, he's transformed this team Pulled away. That's a magnificent 6 there by Sagar Joshi. Just sat up nicely for him, and he's able to get that away for a Maximo. But we were talking about how some of the additions would work for some of these teams. We in particular spoke about Hornchurch, what kind of players they would bring in. But the most effective additions have been for the Sharks. I mean, they're going to go on to win this European Cricket Series. To bring in a player of Shahbaz Mir's quality, to have Adil Zarif coming in as well. I mean, they just look a completely different side to the team we saw in the group stages. Chance for a catch here, and is it taken? Oh, yes, it is. Oh, what a brilliant grab. That's Shahrukh Kudus out in the deep. He can't put a foot wrong today, can he? Bold and opening spell for the ages, and now takes a brilliant catch.
It's one of those, again, where we thought that the two fielders would end up colliding, but it's Kudus who takes the grab, takes it cleanly as well, as his fingers make contact with the ground, but the ball certainly doesn't. So it will be the next wicket to fall for OBs. 7 wickets down. Sagar Joshi is, in fact, who has to depart. Spirited 46 from him. Far and away the top scorer for OBs. It's not going to be enough. As even his strike rate of 200 and almost 220 is below what was needed in this run chase.
Picks that one up off the leg stump line there, Khalid, and smashes it away for a 6. Yeah, just angling down the leg side a little bit there with his line, and he's going to get punished for that. Meanwhile, for this old Brentwood side, you've got to say it's been a great campaign for them. I know they're going to finish runners-up, and this isn't exactly what they wanted. How well have they done? I mean, they lost just 2 games during the group stages. They've got such a solid batting lineup, so many very talented cricketers. Yeah, they certainly deserve all the plaudits, even though things haven't quite gone their way in this final. It's been a good run for them. They look like a team that is set up for success, and I'm sure when the European Cricket Series is back next year, they'll be up there as one of the contenders. Very impressed by so many of their batters. Alan Jones, we've spoken about him. Shahbaz Khan, a brilliant player. Khalid, Rahman have both really played spectacularly well. And Mervyn Westfield, his calming presence, his ability to play so many innings under pressure and bowl some of those death overs as well. As Khalid just digs this one out so well. He kind of whips right through that ball. It's going for the Yorker there, Mir. Yeah, it's a very strong bottom-handed shot. And it goes away for a 6. Yeah, broad grin there for Khalid. He knows his side has no chance of winning from here. Even if they were to hit the remaining 8 balls for a 6, they'd still lose by a fairly wide margin.
Yeah, it's just about putting a bit of gloss on the losing margin here for OBs. Currently at 64, thanks to a couple of big hits from Wasim Khalid. And he goes for another big one. This doesn't have the distance on it. Who wants to claim this one? It might land safe. And, well, has he taken that one? I don't think he has. It's an outstanding effort by Taki Abbas, charging in from the long-on boundary. In the end, he gets his hands to it. I think he almost grabs it on the bounce, as this one bursts through his hands, and yet it's just on the way up that he manages to grab it, but clearly goes to the deck. It's a missed opportunity, but it won't matter. Although Wasim Khalid, he gets himself off strike, and it's Ramiz Rahman who pumps this one into the crowd, and it's a brilliant crowd catch. I don't know if we've caught this one in its entirety, as it was smashed away by Ramiz Rahman. And where does this one land? Oh, yes, an outstanding catch, outstanding camera work by 2 Circles as well, as we have the new member of our Park 11. Congratulations, that man.
Yeah, a good catch out at the deep there. Shahbaz Mir's over ends up being very expensive. 25 runs off it, but it won't matter one bit, as we are 6 balls away from crowning the Sharks Cricket Academy as their champion. Here's a reminder, they've got an awards ceremony coming up at the end of this match. A chance to congratulate all those who have performed superbly well over the course of this ECS. Up in the air, and there's a fielder underneath it. Oh, that chance has been put down. Probably a rare drop for the Sharks side, who've been exemplary in the field so far. But they can afford to make the odd mistake. Now they can afford to just enjoy these last 5 balls and reflect on what has been the most incredible 2 days of their cricketing careers.
Yeah, these memories will live long, and on that occasion, Raza Mughal can be forgiven for dropping that one. Here's another chance, actually. This one should be a bit more regulation, and it is taken out in the deep by the fielder, so it will be the 8th wicket to fall. This one just chipped away by Wasim Khalid. Thought he got enough on it, but it lands in the hands of Shahid Mushtaq, who almost makes the catch more difficult than it should have been, as he doesn't take that step forward that would have taken it comfortably into his midriff, but he still takes the grab. That's the 8th wicket down for OBs, 126 for 8.
So Pratik Palerao making his way out to the middle, and it's another Hornchurch player for this old Brentwood side. I'm pretty proud of his performance this series. I think his fielding in particular out of deep mid-wicket is one of the toughest position to field at. Has been absolutely sensational, as he'll just try to bash this one away for a 6, and just about gets enough on it to smash it over the rope. And these old Brentwood's players just trying to enjoy these last few moments of the European cricket series for them.
You have to say it's been a good tournament for them so as well, hasn't it? They just lost the 2 group stage games to their arch nemesis, the East Londoners, but they got to the final, which the East Londoners, of course, didn't do. And they've just fallen at the final hurdle here against the Sharks, who have been really circling the water all day. They've come good at the right time. Taki Abbas has the honour of bowling the final over here. He's already picked up a wicket. Goes the old leg spinner. This one gets clubbed away down the ground, though. It will be another 6 runs for Pratik. Just 1 ball left of this brilliant series we've had here in Hornchurch. Of course, the tour is not over yet, as we have the ECSW tomorrow. But here we are about to crown the Sharks Cricket Academy the winners of this ECS England. And it's been a tremendous knockout stage for them. Just the 1 ball left for the OBs. 43 runs is the winning margin for now for the Sharks. Final ball coming up.
That is going to be struck away for 6 runs, but it won't matter. It won't matter one bit, as the Sharks Cricket Academy are the 2025 European Cricket Series Hornchurch champions. They've embarked on one of the greatest runs, one of the greatest underdog tales we have ever seen in European cricket, and they are crowned the champions here in front of an absolutely stunned crowd. The Sharks have done it. This miracle run is complete. We have seen the most extraordinary 48 hours of cricket. And there he is, Salman Khan, celebrating with the rest of his teammates. Oh, what an incredible story. What an incredible story. The Sharks could never have dreamt of this 2 days ago. They came into the knockout stages with just the 2 victories. And they've embarked on a run for the ages, knocking off the undefeated East Londoners, knocking off the home favourites Hornchurch, and then defeating the old Brentwoods in the final. 3 incredible victories, and they will relish this moment. They will never forget these last 48 hours.
The series belongs to the Sharks as they end top of the food chain with of course, the award ceremony coming up. And in the end, the winning margin is 36 runs. Credit to old Brentwoods as well. In a tough run chase, they still managed to get to 144. It was always not going to be enough, though, against the dominant Sharks with both bat and ball. They've really shared some real moments out there in the middle, and hats off to Shahrukh Kudus, who picked up 2 wickets for just 11 runs, and of course Osman Shafi with 2 wickets of his own. And it was just relentless in the end as we take a look back at the highlights of the old Brentwoods run chase. Started off decently enough again. We thought if they go quickly, they go big, they might have a chance, and they did get to 29 off the first 2 overs before first wicket fell. And that was in a form of Asad Sajjad. Slower ball perfectly executed by Raza Mughal, who's been one of the bowlers of the tournament, not only for the Sharks but across all 10 sides. That one then was an exhibition of almost test match bowling, we thought, from Sharuk Kudus. 2 wickets in 2 deliveries saw the end of the captain Baba Chowdhury and of course Mervyn Westfield. And when those top 3 fell, we really feared for OB. Sagar Joshi, he did stick around for a long while, but the wickets just kept on tumbling at the other end. Shahbaz Mir, he took 2 outstanding catches on the rope. Tanvir Sikandar was the first to fall before Shahbaz Khan went in almost identical fashion. And unfortunately for the OBs, the wickets just kept on tumbling. This was a lovely, smart piece of keeping by Yash Kumar Solanki. That was the end of Mohib Burki. Ramiz Rahman then came in. He knocked a few big 6s. He remained not out in the end, but as soon as Sagar Joshi fell for 46, a spirited knock from him, we knew that the final bell was tolling for the Old Brentwoods. And then Wasim Khalid ended up being the final wicket to fall in the final over as Taki Abbas picked up a wicket of his own. And in the end, it was a dominant performance from start to finish by the Sharks Cricket Academy. So we first take a look at what's coming your way from London here tomorrow. We've got 5 more games to bring you. So the ECS is over, but the ECSW is still got half of its game to go, more than half of its games, as Gunnersbury look to take the crown. Of course, they were favourites after day 1, and they've got 3 big games coming up tomorrow as well. But let's take a look back at the final scorecard here in London. Sagar Joshi, while he was there, we thought, okay, Old Brentwoods might have a chance. He finished 46 off 21. But really, that top order not firing is what did it for the OBs. The likes of Baba Chowdhury, Mervyn Westfield, both not troubling the scorers. And in the end, it was an outstanding performance with the ball from the Sharks as well.
Certainly was. I mean, just take a look at those figures by Sharuk Kudus, 2 for 11. Those are remarkable figures. I mean, you'd be proud of those kind of figures in an ODI match. That's how well he bowled. Usman Shafi with 2 for 20. They batted superbly in that first inning, set things up so well, and then took control of the game in the second innings and went on to win the match. So the Sharks Cricket Academy, in one of the most incredible runs, have gone on to lift this year's ECS Hornchurch crowd. I think we're all stunned by what we have just witnessed. We thought this game would be a lot closer than it ended, but the Sharks, well, they've just left us speechless.
Yeah, they've absolutely come good at the right time. But we thought, okay, they've done it once against East Londoners. Can they do it against the hot favourites, the home side, Hornchurch? They absolutely did that. Then they came up against the Old Brentwoods. We thought, well, they can't do it 3 times, can they? But they've just proven time and time again that they're big game players. In the end, that winning margin, 36 runs, that's pretty comprehensive.
That is very comprehensive. We'll, of course, continue the festivities here in Hornchurch. We got the trophy ceremony coming up for you very shortly. But before we go to that, let's take a look at the fixtures coming up tomorrow in the ECSW. So we got a triple round robin featuring Gunnersbury, Hutton, and Upminster. Gunnersbury currently at the top of the table. Upminster looking pretty good as well. They've managed to pick up a victory against Hutton. Hutton still looking for their first win, so it's all to play for tomorrow.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And the weather didn't really play along last Saturday, did it? But it looks like the forecast for tomorrow is good. We've managed to sneak in that 5th game that was called off last week back into the schedule. So although the men's series has finished here, we've absolutely got more action to bring you tomorrow on the network. Looking forward to that. Of course, we've got the series over in Czechia as well. It's the start of 2 days of T10 action coming your way with Czechia, Austria and Gibraltar. So the men can step aside now. The women are taking to the stage. But of course, Nish, you are taking to the stage in just a few moments' time in the award ceremony as well. But before that, we can also say thank you to Hornchurch Cricket Club. They've been outstanding hosts. I know you will have thank yous in the ceremony as well, but for me, thank you to everyone in the chat as well. And Nish is going to make his way over there. We're going to move our bodies there. In the meantime, enjoy the highlights and, of course, stick around for the award ceremony. We'll see you back here bright and early tomorrow morning for the ECSW, but see you as well for the award ceremony. And here, enjoy these highlights.
My body, back and forth. Vince. Vince.
Move my body back and forth. 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 Move my body. my body back and forth. Move 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 my body. Move my body and forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body. And forth. Move my body back 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 and forth. Move my body.
Welcome to the presentation trophy of the European Cricket Series 2025 here in Hornchurch. I'd like to start off by thanking our sponsors without whom these events simply wouldn't be possible. I'd first of all like to thank our title sponsor, Dream 11. I'd also like to thank Bizaway, our logistics partner, without whom this incredible operation that is ECN simply wouldn't be possible. HCL Software for powering us, Rado, our timekeeping partner, 1xBet, our gaming partner, and last but not least, Local Lifestyle for producing these wonderful gleaming trophies that we have right behind us. I'd also like to extend a heartfelt thank you to the ECB as well as Hornchurch Cricket Club. Today's not our last day here in Hornchurch. We've still got more cricket coming up tomorrow, so we'll certainly get into our thank yous. But thank you so much to everyone here. It's been great to be in this wonderful city at this wonderful ground. There's a few people in particular I'd like to thank. I'd like to start off by thanking the president of Hornchurch CC, Jeremy, Willie, our driver, and his incredible golf stories that we get to listen to every morning. The two Georges, George Clark and George Hankins. I'd like to thank Tommy Fletcher for the incredible meals he treats us to every day for lunch, and also Liam and Chalice. Thank you so much for all of your efforts. And last but not least, a big round of applause, certainly deserved by Dougie for his tireless work behind the bar every day. I'd like to thank the umpires who have worked tirelessly during some long days of cricket. Umpiring in ECN can be a very challenging task, and they certainly stood up to whatever was thrown their way. I'd like to thank them, as I'm sure does match referee Tyrone Peters, who so magnificently led their crew. I'd like to thank our friends over at Two Circles. It's always a pleasure to work alongside you, and as we say here at ECN, Two Circles is simply the best. I'd like to thank my colleagues over at the Blue Crew as well, led by Sam Williams. It's been long days, long shifts, but they've certainly stood up to whatever task has been thrown their way, and it's been a pleasure to work alongside them. I'd also like to thank someone who I've had the pleasure of working alongside so closely over the last couple of weeks. I've developed a really good partnership with her. She's an excellent commentator. I'd like to say a big thank you to Tina Guff. Well, it is now time to move on to the trophy presentation, and I'd like to start off by congratulating the Mighty Tigers on making it to finals day. You had an incredible campaign. You did so well in the group stages where you went undefeated. I'm sure you're not too pleased with how results went today, and I'm sure you'd have liked to do one better and make it to the final. But congratulations on the successful campaign. I'm sure you'll be very pleased with how things have gone. Could you please come forward and collect the medals for your side? Thank you. Thank you. I'd like to now move on to the Old Brentwoods, and now you've certainly entertained us throughout this series. Your batting in particular was incredible. You scored some big runs. You were must-watch TV, and you've certainly become fan favorites here on ECN. I know the result didn't go the way you wanted in the final, but that's the nature of T10 cricket. It just comes down to those 20 overs, but you have so much to be proud of, and I'm sure you're going to come back next year even stronger. I'd like to ask your skipper, Babar Chaudhry, to please come forward and accept your medals from match referee Tyrone Peters. It is now time to present our MVP award. Now, this was a tough decision. There were so many great contenders, and in a series where we have been treated to a run feast, it was always going to be a batter, and there was one batter who stood tall above all, scoring 634 runs this series and having a record-breaking 8 consecutive 50-plus scores. The MVP for this year's European Cricket Series here in Hornchurch is George Hankins. There can only be one champion. There can only be one. And wow, you took us all in absolute disbelief. You played some stunning cricket over the last couple of days. You came into this tournament as massive underdogs, especially after what we saw in the group stages, but you embarked on a Cinderella run for the ages, knocking off the undefeated East Londoners, beating the home favourites Hornchurch CC in front of their fans, and then winning in style against Old Brentwoods in the final. I guess winter training did really pay off, didn't it? I'd like to ask your captain, Adil Zarif, to please come forward and accept the medals for your ECS 2025 champions, the Sharks Cricket Academy.
At least we wait for 2.5 hours. You guys wait 6 hours.
No. Chaudhary doega.
You guys down.
Give us the spare one. Chuck.
ट्रॉफी के लिए सलू वेट करना सकता है लेता जा कर ले जाएंगे you want it back for Mini and Hamza one for Mini and Salu you want Saxana ji you go for the trophy give one to Mini don't have Hamza everyone come behind him.
Well, the men's series might have come to an end, but there's still more cricket to come here in Hornchurch. Tomorrow is the conclusion of the women's series, which is certainly proving to be very exciting, and we got plenty more cricket coming over in Czechia as well. We'll see you back tomorrow for more European cricket.
Back and forth, move my body back